Chapter 2261. This figure who suddenly appeared and crushed the nine-colored arrow was precisely the Lan family's heavenly emperor, Lan Cheng. Lan Cheng's gaze was cold as he looked at Lu Ming and said, "Lu Ming, your means are so vicious. It's just a fair spar, but you actually want to take his life. With such a temperament, you can't be left alive." "Oh!" Lu Ming immediately sneered. His heart was filled with anger. "Are you King blind? Who made the first move just now? Who used a great emperor weapon to kill me first? Where did you go just now? Now you run out and grumble, 'Get lost for me.'" Lu Ming was thoroughly enraged and completely flipped out. Who cared if he was a heavenly emperor? He berated him all the same. His impression of Lan Cheng was terrible to the extreme. From the beginning, he was targeted by the other party in every aspect. But the other party was a heavenly emperor. He had been enduring it all along previously, but now he could not tolerate it anymore. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Ming was simply audacious to the extreme, to actually dare scold Lan Cheng, telling Lan Cheng to get lost. This was a heavenly emperor. This was simply courting death. Insolent. Lan Cheng was enraged, roaring angrily, smacking a palm out, wanting to slap Lu Ming to death alive. A junior actually dared to say this to him. If he did not make a move to kill him, how would he convince the masses in the future? But at the back, Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu moved, appearing in front of Lu Ming, similarly firing a palm out, crushing Lan Cheng's attack. "Heng Yu, this brat has no respect for his elders, yet you still want to protect him?" Lan Cheng roared. "Have no respect for his elders? Why don't you take a look at what you've done? If I were Lu Ming, I'd say the same. A dignified heavenly emperor, targeting a junior in every aspect. Could it be that I can't say anything? Also, young people are full of hot-bloodedness. It's also very normal to retort a few words. Could it be that you, as a heavenly emperor, don't have this bit of self-restraint?" Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu sneered. Lan Cheng was burning with rage, but he really had no place to vent it. The battle just now doesn't count. After all, both of them used extraordinary weapons. It's unfair. At this moment, Xinghe's master stepped forward and helped Lan Cheng out of the predicament. He then said, "This battle will be considered a draw between Xian Wulin and Lu Ming. Fu Lu, you will fight Lu Ming." Xinghe's master, the gray-robed elder, looked at the other young man. Yes. The heavenly emperor Heng Yu. Fu Lu was also one of the 9 absolutes, but his ranking was far above Xian Wulin. "There's no need to fight anymore," said celestial emperor Heng Yu. His powerful aura made Fu Lu retreat. "Heng Yu, you want to interfere with the battle between the younger generation?" Lan Cheng seized the opportunity and said coldly, "What interference?" "This battle started because of the indestructible ancient scripture. Previously, you said that Lu Ming could not become an emperor and was not qualified to control the indestructible ancient scripture. But now that Lu Ming has become an emperor, this battle is naturally over. There's no need to fight anymore. Who is more suitable than Lu Ming to control the indestructible ancient scripture?" Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu said coldly. "The indestructible ancient scripture is naturally obtained by the stronger. Only the stronger sky prides can bring out its value." Lan Cheng was still unwilling to give up. "Nonsense. Well then, ask them to suppress their cultivation to the same level as Lu Ming. Let's see who's more suitable to fight at the same level." Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu shouted. Lan Cheng shut up. Fighting at the same level? What a joke. Lu Ming had just become an emperor, but he had reached the 4-star Void Emperor realm. Moreover, the strength he displayed just now was obviously above Black Wulin. With such heaven-defying combat strength, no one was Lu Ming's opponent at the same level. There was no suspense at all. Heng Yu is right. Lu Ming has become an emperor. His potential is amazing. His future achievements are limitless. It's most suitable for him to control the indestructible ancient scripture. At this time, another heavenly emperor also spoke. This heavenly emperor was not from the primordial realm, but a heavenly emperor from the heaven realm. They had no grudges with Lu Ming and had no selfish motives. They simply felt that if the indestructible ancient scripture was left with Lu Ming, it would be of great help to the heaven realm if Lu Ming grew up. Yes, that's indeed the case. There's no need to compete anymore. Then a few more heavenly emperors spoke. They were all heavenly emperors from the heaven realm. Lan Cheng, heavenly emperor Yen family, the gray-robed old man, had a gloomy expression. Blue Cloud and the others naturally gritted their teeth. They knew that the indestructible ancient scripture would definitely belong to Lu Ming, because Lu Ming had already proven his value and potential. In the past, everyone thought that Lu Ming could not become an emperor. If he couldn't become an emperor, no matter how strong his combat strength was, it was useless. But now that Lu Ming had become an emperor, his potential was amazing. In the future, he could continue to break through and his achievements would be limitless. Buzz. At this time, there was a fluctuation in the void. A white-robed, white-haired old man stepped out from it. Seeing this old man, the faces of Lan Cheng, heavenly emperor Yen family, heavenly emperor Heng Yu, and the rest suddenly changed. They all bowed and saluted, "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Sovereign." These words made many people's hearts tremble wildly. Heavenly Sovereign, this old man was an heavenly sovereign. Heavenly Sovereign was the heaven realm's title for powerhouses. Only peerless powerhouses of 4-star Heavenly Emperor and above were qualified to be addressed as Heavenly Sovereign. Very clearly, this old man was a peerless powerhouse of 4-star Heavenly Emperor and above. "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Sovereign." Countless people bowed in greeting. The white-haired Heavenly Sovereign nodded and looked at Lu Ming, revealing a look of admiration as he said, "This old man already knows about the previous matter. This little guy's talent is astonishing, unprecedented since ancient times. Leave the indestructible ancient scripture with him." Many thanks, Heavenly Sovereign. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu and several powerhouses from the primordial realm thanked him. Many thanks, Lord Heavenly Sovereign. Lu Ming also stepped forward to thank him. Lan Cheng and the others were helpless. Since the Heavenly Sovereign had spoken, they were even more unable to refute. "Heavenly Sovereign, I feel that not only should the indestructible ancient scripture be left with him, but with his talent, his future achievements are limitless. Our heaven realm should concentrate resources and vigorously nurture him." "No, I object." Hearing this, Lan Cheng immediately jumped out to oppose. "Heavenly Sovereign, our heaven realm's resources are limited. We must not concentrate on cultivating one person. Moreover, the war between the two realms is extremely dangerous. No one can guarantee that they can survive. If they fall halfway, then all the resources will be wasted. We can't put all our eggs in one basket. I suggest that we distribute the resources to all the sky prides like before. Only then will we have the greatest hope." Lan Cheng hurriedly said. This guy, Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu, was extremely unhappy, but he could not refute it. Indeed, no one could guarantee that they would not fall. If Lu Ming fell halfway, then the resources would be wasted. If they distributed the resources to all the sky prides, then even if someone fell, there would always be someone who would rise. This was the most beneficial for the heaven realm. The white-haired old man thought for a while and nodded. "That makes sense. Let's do it like before. We won't give less, but we won't give more. If you want more resources, you need to fight for it yourself. Only then can you grow better. Today's matter ends here. Everyone, disperse. Let's go." Lan Cheng waved his hand and led the Lan family away. Chapter 2262. The battle for the indestructible ancient scripture already came to an end. Everyone dispersed one after another. That white Empyrean also left this place. Not long after, there were not many people left in this void. "Senior Heng Yu, many thanks for your help." Lu Ming came in front of Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu and bowed respectfully. This is all your own ability. I didn't contribute much." Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu smiled and continued, "You just broke through cultivation. Hurry back and consolidate your cultivation first, solidify your foundation. If you have anything to say it again in the future." But Lu Ming nodded his head and immediately returned to his residence with Dandan, Bubbles, Moulins, and the Gu family. Once he returned to his residence, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and continuously revolved his world power to consolidate his cultivation. This time, breaking through to Emperor, Lu Ming's cultivation soared all the way to 4-star Void Emperor. He indeed needed to consolidate properly. In a blink of an eye, it was 10 days. His cultivation was already completely consolidated. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and stretched his muscles and bones in the courtyard. Suddenly the space moved. A figure suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Senior Hengyu. Lu Ming bowed. The person who came was precisely Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. I sensed that you ended your cultivation and rushed over. Your cultivation should have stabilized, right? Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said with a smile. It stabilized. Lu Ming nodded his head and continued, Senior Hengyu, I've also brought over your stone physical body back then. I'll give it to you now. Finished speaking, a stone man appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It looked exactly the same as Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu looked at the stone man, a complicated look flashing across his eyes. Then he said with a smile, I've already removed this stone body and condensed a physical body anew. This stone body is equivalent to a puppet. It's useless to give it to me. Keep it and use it. Put it away. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Seeing Heavenly Emperor Hengyu's firm attitude, he did not say much and put away the Heavenly Emperor physical body. Lu Ming, what are your plans next? Heavenly Emperor Hengyu asked. My plans next? I want to find a place to train, improve my cultivation, and comprehend the laws. Lu Ming said. Since he had come to the heaven realm, he did not plan to go back. He had just become an emperor. If that's the case, I recommend you to go to the Two-World City. You can enter the battlefield and fight against the outsiders. That way, you will improve faster. Also, in the Two-World City, there are many cultivation treasures. With your current talent, you can freely enter and exit those cultivation treasures. Moreover, the higher-ups of the heaven realm will also give you some appropriate rewards. Just like the other top geniuses, they all have these benefits. Celestial Emperor Hengyu said. Lu Ming also intended to go to the Two-World City. Us. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. Senior Hengyu, when are you leaving? I want to say goodbye to a few friends. Lu Ming said. Tomorrow. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. He chatted with Lu Ming for a while, agreed on a time to leave, and left. Lu Ming headed toward another courtyard. Before he entered the courtyard, he heard Dandan and Bubbles making a fuss. He walked in and realized that the two of them were sparring with each other. Dandan acted like a senior expert as she gave Bubble pointers on her cultivation. Little guy, you can't do it. You've used the space-time law too much. You can't use it at all. You're too far from your mother. When your mother sees me, she has to call me Big Brother. For this, I'll give you some pointers. Stand still. Dandan bragged while giving pointers to Bubbles. However, this fellow's experience and insight were indeed unique. He easily saw through Bubbles' weaknesses and gave her pointers. Lu Ming walked in. Big Brother Lu Ming, chirp chirp. Bubbles immediately left Dandan and rushed to Lu Ming's shoulder, hanging on him. Chirp chirp, why are you running so fast? Who was the one who gave you pointers just now? Ungrateful. Dandan was very unhappy and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming directly ignored Dandan. Big Brother Lu Ming, Bubbles is leaving. Master sent me a message and asked me to go back to cultivate. Before Lu Ming could speak, Bubbles spoke first. Lu Ming already knew that Bubbles had a master in the heaven realm. It was said that the master was a peerless powerhouse who knew Bubbles' mother back then. He was an antique that had survived from ancient times. Moreover, he was very good at the space-time law. I'm also leaving and going to Two-World City to cultivate. If you have time in the future, you can come to Two-World City to find me. Lu Ming said. But Bubbles can't bear to leave. Bubbles hung on Lu Ming's body and rubbed against him, unwilling to come down. Lu Ming persuaded Bubbles, and finally, Bubbles agreed to go back to cultivate. Kid, I'm leaving too. The heaven realm is vast and there are many forbidden areas and countless opportunities. I'm going to look for opportunities to quickly improve my cultivation. Otherwise, I'll be surpassed by you. Dandan also walked over and said, next time we meet, I'll definitely surpass you. Lu Ming smiled, then took out a few jars of wine and handed them to Dandan and Bubbles. The three of them drank. Everyone had their own path to walk. Only by walking the path that was most suitable for them could they grow quickly. They all had a sense of urgency. Now, although the grand pure celestial domain was still in the heaven realm, the foreign races had not given up on attacking. They had been looking for all kinds of ways to attack, and no one knew when a terrifying war would break out. Now, although they had become emperors and their combat strength was not weak, when compared to the war between the two worlds, it was not enough. They had to continue to improve. The three of them drank and chatted. Later, Mulins joined in. Lu Ming simply took out a true emperor golden crow from his storage ring and began to roast it. Everyone drank from day to night, and from night to day. At dawn, Bubbles and Dandan left one after another. Lu Ming and Mulins walked towards Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu's residence. Not long after, Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu and a few other Heavenly Emperors from the primordial realm set off for Two World City. The Heavenly Emperors were too fast. Not long after, they once again arrived at Two World City. Miss Mulins, with your talent, you can freely enter some of the cultivation treasures in Two World City to cultivate. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu gave Mulins a token. Thank you, Senior. Mulins thanked Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu. You're welcome. I also hope to see you grow, especially since we are all from the primordial realm. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu smiled and said to Lu Ming, the Heavenly Venerate wants to see you. Come with me. Lu Ming nodded and followed Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu. Soon, they came to a side hall. Here, Lu Ming saw the white-haired Heavenly Venerate. Junior greets Heavenly Venerate's 6 saints. Lu Ming bowed to the white-haired Heavenly Venerate. Chapter 2263. Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saints was dressed in white and had white hair. He had a gentle smile on his face and no aura could be sensed from his body. He looked like a kind old man. Lu Ming, I've called you here to give you a reward. All top sky prides will be nurtured by the upper echelons of the heaven realm and can freely enter and leave some sacred cultivation grounds. Take this token. A token appeared in Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saint's hand and he handed it to Lu Ming. It was exactly the same as the one that Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu had given to Mulins. Lu Ming took it and kept it. There are specific records of the sacred cultivation grounds in the token. You can view where you want to cultivate in the future. Also, after saying that, Heavenly Venerate 6 Saints raised his hand and 3 grayish stones appeared in the sky. These are chaos stones. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. This was definitely a chaos stone. Lu Ming would not recognize it wrongly. He had obtained one back then at an auction in the Celestial City. Back then, people thought that the chaos stone had dried up. Therefore, the price was not expensive. Otherwise, the price would be very shocking. These 3 chaos stones obviously had not dried up. They contained chaos chi that could be sensed. Lu Ming's heart was burning with excitement. Chaos chi was better than nebulous primordial chi. It was a top treasure for cultivating a small world. After refining it, the evolution of the small world would be faster and at the same time, it would be more stable and could be used to improve one's cultivation. Take these 3 chaos stones. They're an extra reward for you. Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saints waved his hand and the 3 chaos stones flew to Lu Ming. Lu Ming put it away and thanked Celestial Venerable 6 Saints. This is all I can give you. After all, the resources of the heaven realm are limited. If we concentrate all of them on one person, many people will have objections. Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saints said. It's those people from Blue City again. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu said unhappily. Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saints smiled helplessly. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Two Realm City was not a monolithic city. There were many tricks in it and there were probably many factions. Where there were people, there would be competition. Lu Ming understood this very well. Lu Ming, I can only give you so many consumables like chaos gems, primordial stones, and world cores. If you want more, you'll have to fight for it yourself. As for those non-consumables like some cultivation sacred grounds, I don't have such concerns. You can freely enter them. Heavenly Sovereign's 6 saints added. Lu Ming nodded. He also understood that chaos gems and primordial stones were becoming scarce the more they were used. The history of the cultivation world was so long that these treasures were pitifully few and limited. As for some cultivation holy lands, such as places that could help people comprehend the Tao, such places could be recycled and naturally could be freely entered. He believed that the other geniuses would receive the same treatment as well. Lu Ming was already very satisfied. The value of 3 chaos gems was astonishing. Celestial Venerable, may I ask how to obtain more chaos stones and primordial stones? Lu Ming asked. When you hunt the foreign tribes, a type of crystal core will condense in their bodies. That is the source of energy for the foreign tribes. As long as you have the crystal cores of the foreign tribes, you can exchange them for treasures. As long as you have enough crystal cores, you can exchange them for any treasure, including chaos gems. 6 saints said. Hunt the foreign tribes? Lu Ming clenched his fists. Didn't he come here to kill the foreign tribes? When the time came, he could hunt for crystal cores and exchange them for treasures. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After that, Lu Ming and Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu bid farewell to 6 saints. Then, Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu arranged accommodations for him and Mulins. In a courtyard, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and consolidated his cultivation base. A powerful suction force burst forth from the small world within his body. In the outside world, endless origin energy gathered toward Lu Ming. Through Lu Ming's pores, it poured into Lu Ming's body and then into his small world, becoming a part of it. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to refine the chaos energy within the chaos gems. His cultivation base had just broken through not long ago, so he planned to consolidate it for a while. A day later, Lu Ming stopped absorbing the heaven and earth origin energy. Now, he planned to start comprehending the indestructible ancient scripture. Lu Ming focused his mind. In his mind, various profound mysteries of the indestructible ancient scripture appeared. Lu Ming carefully studied it. Cultivating the indestructible ancient scripture to greater mastery requires as many as 18 types of laws. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. In other words, if he cultivated the indestructible ancient scripture to greater mastery, he could deduce 18 types of laws. This was extremely shocking. An ordinary ancient scripture only contained a few types of laws. Cultivating it to greater mastery would only allow one to control a few types of laws. As for an ancient scripture that contained 9 types of laws, it was extremely shocking. It could allow one to cultivate all the way to the emperor realm. But the indestructible ancient scripture contained 18 types of laws. It was no wonder it was called one of the most famous ancient scriptures in the heavenly world. Unfortunately, Lu Ming had only grasped 3 of these 18 types of laws. The life law, the array Tao law, and the tools Tao law. The core law of the indestructible ancient scripture was the life law. Indestructible, indestructible. This was the definition of an extremely powerful life force. Only by grasping the life law would one have the chance to cultivate the indestructible ancient scripture to greater mastery and display its greatest effect. If other Elysian children were to cultivate it, although they could also cultivate it, it would be impossible for them to reach greater mastery. This was because they had already grasped one of the strongest laws. It was impossible for them to grasp the life law. On the other hand, if an ordinary monarch body was to cultivate it, it would be possible for them to reach greater mastery. This was because they could use the indestructible ancient scripture to deduce the life law. In addition, there was also the array Tao law. Lu Ming had discovered that many people's divine abilities contained the array Tao law. The prodigies that had fought with him before had also grasped the array Tao law. The array Tao law could condense endless runes. It was indeed the most ideal law to construct divine abilities. The indestructible ancient scripture required 18 types of laws. Lu Ming had only grasped 3 types. However, he could already cultivate them. Furthermore, he had the life law. The power he could cultivate would definitely not be weak. If I want to cultivate divine abilities, I'll have to find a place that can help me comprehend divine abilities. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He took out the token that Heavenly Sovereign's 6th saint had given him and carefully looked at it. After looking at it, Lu Ming left the courtyard and walked towards a certain place in Two Realm City. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived in front of an ancient palace. There were people standing guard outside the palace. However, after Lu Ming took out the token, he was easily able to enter. After entering the ancient palace, he saw a door of light. This door of light led to a small world. Lu Ming didn't hesitate to step into the door of light. In the next instant, Lu Ming appeared on a mountain peak. As expected, it's a Dao comprehension ancient tree. Standing on the mountain peak, Lu Ming looked into the distance and sighed. Two Realm City also had a Dao comprehension ancient tree. This Dao comprehension ancient tree had already fully matured. It covered the sky like a world tree and rushed into the clouds. Between the branches, the great Dao revolved. It was extremely mysterious. Chapter 2264. This was the fourth tree of enlightenment that Lu Ming had seen. He had one for himself, and there was also one beside the Titan Longhorn Beetle, one of the top 10 battle beasts he had seen in the Yuan continent. He had one at home, and there was one here. The one here and the one beside the Titan Longhorn Beetle were already mature. This was a holy land for cultivation in the Two-World City. He had the token and could come in and cultivate at will. Lu Ming flew forward. The closer he got to the Tree of Enlightenment, the more he could feel the majesty of the Tree of Enlightenment. Moreover, his body and mind also became unusually calm. Cultivating here, the speed of comprehending the laws and the cultivation of divine powers were definitely much faster than in other places. There were many people cultivating under the Tree of Enlightenment. Lu Ming chose a secluded area, sat cross-legged, and started to meditate quietly. Time flew, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming's cultivation of the indestructible ancient scripture was already at the initial stage. The life precept, the array precept, and the tools precept were intertwined to form a strange divine powers. Once activated, his vitality would reach an astonishing level. It was not only for the physical body, but also for the soul. The recovery speed was several times faster than the life precept alone. It should be known that this was only 3 types of precepts. If cultivated to the great success stage, the power of the divine powers formed from 18 types of precepts would be astonishing. He would be almost immortal. Of course, the mystery of the indestructible ancient scripture was not limited to this. It not only had the effect of recovery, not only did his vitality become stronger, but he also had offensive means. Inside, there was another divine powers called the indestructible golden body. Cultivating this divine powers would make one's entire body seem to have turned into a peerless divine weapon. Its defensive power was astonishing, and it was indestructible. Moreover, it also had terrifying offensive power. Every part of the body was like a divine weapon that could erupt with astonishing power. This was the indestructible ancient scripture. It had both offensive and defensive capabilities, and its recovery power was astonishing. No wonder even the Sky Emperor was jealous and wanted to obtain it. Lu Ming immediately began to comprehend. Soon, Lu Ming had cultivated under the Tree of Enlightenment for a month. The speed of cultivating divine abilities here was indeed astonishingly fast. In just a short month, Lu Ming had already cultivated the indestructible ancient scripture to a certain level. Of course, if he wanted to increase his power, he would need to comprehend the other laws of the indestructible ancient scripture. The more laws he comprehended, the more powerful he would be. However, Lu Ming had no plans to comprehend other laws right now. He had already grasped 9 types of laws and needed to expend a great deal of energy to comprehend them. Biting off more than he could chew, Lu Ming still planned on focusing his energy on the current 9 types of laws. Now, it is time to refine the chaotic qi. Lu Ming smiled and left the place. He returned to his residence. With a thought, he entered the mountain river diagram. Then, a chaos stone appeared in his hand. Lu Ming channeled the power of the realm and sucked in 3 streams of air from the chaos stone. They were the 3 streams of chaos qi. Normally, a chaos stone would contain 3 streams of chaos qi. Lu Ming took a deep breath and sucked the 3 streams of chaos stones into his mouth. Then they flowed into the small world and Lu Ming began to refine them. Rumble. The small world trembled slightly and became more stable. At the same time, its surface area became larger. After refining the 3 streams of chaos chi, he took out another chaos stone and sucked out the 3 streams of chaos chi from it and continued to refine it. Just like that, a month later, he had refined a total of 9 streams of chaos chi from the 3 chaos stones. A total of 9 streams of chaos chi had caused his cultivation to skyrocket. His cultivation had only just broken through to the 4-star illusionary emperor realm. Now, it had broken through to the 5-star illusionary emperor realm and even reached the peak of the realm. This speed could be said to be astonishing. One should know that the higher one's cultivation was, the harder it was to raise it. The energy required would also increase. From this, one could see how precious the 9 streams of chaos chi were. If I had an endless supply of chaos stones, wouldn't my cultivation continue to rise? Lu Ming's eyes burned with passion, but then he shook his head. That was impossible. The reason why he could rise so quickly was mainly because he already had 9 types of laws and all of them had reached the first level of perfection. The nomological threads covered the entire small world and made it very stable. Only then could he continue to refine energy and increase his cultivation. If it were others who did not cultivate their laws properly, such a crazy increase would probably cause the small world to explode. My chaos law. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He felt that his chaos law was about to break through. Immediately, Lu Ming closed his eyes and grasped this flash of inspiration. A day later, a gray law rose from Lu Ming's body. It was the chaos law. However, the chaos law that he controlled was much stronger than before. Second level. Lu Ming's chaos law was the first to break through to the second level. When Lu Ming was transcending the heavenly tribulation, after a series of battles, Lu Ming's comprehension of various laws had improved a little. Now, because he was refining the chaos chi and the chaos law were connected. Lu Ming finally grasped a trace of inspiration and successfully broke through. The breakthrough of the chaos law undoubtedly made Lu Ming's strength stronger. Now, I don't know how strong I am. Lu Ming thought to himself. If he were to face Xian Wulin, one of the 9 absolutes, he could easily defeat him. Let's go to the Tree of Enlightenment again. Lu Ming was excited. He wanted to go to the Tree of Enlightenment and see if he could break through a few more laws in one go. He came under the Tree of Enlightenment again to comprehend the laws. A month later, Lu Ming was disappointed. His other 8 laws had all encountered bottlenecks. Encountering a bottleneck was not something that could be broken through simply by cultivating hard and comprehending. In this regard, the Tree of Enlightenment was not very useful. The Tree of Enlightenment was very useful for those who had just broken through a bottleneck like the Chaos Law. It could help Lu Ming deepen his comprehension and improve his mastery. It seems that it's time to go to the battlefield to train. The best way to break through a bottleneck was to engage in life and death battles. Only in life and death battles could one stimulate one's potential and quickly improve. When Lu Ming was transcending the heavenly tribulation, it was because he was facing life and death battles that he fell into the ethereal state of life and death and comprehended how to fuse the laws of life, chaos, and death. Lu Ming left. First, he bought a set of information that introduced the battlefield and carefully read it. The battlefield between the Hunyuan Heaven Domain and the Taiching Heaven Domain was incomparably huge and vast. In addition to some ordinary battlefields, there were also some special battlefields. For example, when Lu Ming first arrived, the ancient battlefield was very special. No one had dared to enter it before. In addition, the Heaven Domain and the other races had also divided several special battlefields for the experts of both sides to fight. These were the Illusory Emperor Battlefield, the True Emperor Battlefield, and the Great Emperor Battlefield. Chapter 2265. For example, the Illusionary Emperor Battlefield was a place where 2 illusionary emperors would enter and kill each other. Firstly, they could train themselves. Secondly, they could kill their opponents and weaken their opponent's strength. They could also obtain rewards. In the Heaven World, there was a rule that stated that killing foreign races and obtaining their crystal cores would give them rewards. On the foreign races' side, there was a corresponding reward. Killing experts from the Heaven World would also give them rewards. The true emperor battlefield was a place where true emperors would kill each other. It was the same for the Grand Emperor battlefield. For many years, there was an unwritten rule that true emperors were not allowed to enter the illusionary emperor battlefield. Grand emperors were not allowed to enter the true emperor battlefield. However, illusionary emperors could enter the true emperor battlefield as long as they were not afraid of death. This was because if people of a higher cultivation level could enter the battlefield of a lower cultivation level, then these few battlefields would be meaningless. If one side allowed people of a higher cultivation level to enter the battlefield of a lower cultivation level to kill those of a lower cultivation level, then the other side could also send people. In this way, these few battlefields would be meaningless. After looking around, Lu Ming more or less understood the battlefield outside. He then walked out of the two-world city. At a more remote part of the city wall, there were people guarding it. At the same time, a door of light was opened, allowing people to enter and exit the city freely. Of course, there was a great array here. If any foreign race tried to sneak in, they would be immediately identified and killed by the experts guarding here. Lu Ming went through the door of light and arrived outside the two-world city. Swoosh! Lu Ming concealed his aura, then stuck close to the ground and rushed towards a direction. Lu Ming first wanted to go to the illusionary emperor battlefield. He was very fast, like a shadow sweeping across the ground. After running for a long distance, Lu Ming finally entered the illusionary emperor battlefield. After entering the illusionary emperor battlefield, Lu Ming slowed down. However, after arriving here, Lu Ming did not conceal his aura anymore. Instead, he completely revealed his aura. This was only the illusionary emperor battlefield. The strongest person here was the illusionary emperor. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. Now that he was a 5-star illusionary emperor, he was not afraid of anyone in the illusionary emperor realm. He had released his aura to attract the outsiders to hunt him down. Lu Ming completely released the aura of a 5-star void emperor. Then he walked slowly on the battlefield, waiting for the big fish to take the bait. Lu Ming walked for a while. Not far away, on a mountain peak, there were 5 figures hidden. These 5 figures were all from the heaven realm. From afar they saw Lu Ming. What's wrong with that kid? To actually release his aura in the middle of a battlefield, he's simply courting death. This kid must be a hothead. It must be his first time coming to the battlefield. He thinks that he's great just because he's a 5-star illusionary emperor. There are many people who can kill him in this battlefield. A few of them mocked. No, as someone from the heaven realm, we can't just stand by and watch him die. I think he's inexperienced. It's his first time on the battlefield, let's go and remind him. A middle-aged man said. He had a square face and looked quite righteous. After saying that, he flew out, and the others followed after him. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He heard the commotion and looked toward the few of them. At one glance, he revealed a disappointed expression. It turned out that they were from the heaven realm. He thought that they were from the outsiders. Little brother, it's your first time in the Void Emperor battlefield, right? The square-faced man said. Lu Ming nodded. Little brother, it's too dangerous for you to release your aura like this. It's equivalent to exposing yourself to the enemy. Soon, you'll attract many experts from the other races. Hide your aura and find a place to ambush or move secretly. Only then can you hunt down the outsiders. The square-faced man advised kindly. Thank you, big brother. I know what to do. Lu Ming smiled and then stepped away. However, he still did not hide his aura. Stubborn. He's really courting death. I guess this kind of person is a disciple of some big family. He thinks that he has some strength and doesn't put others in his eyes. You have to know that some peak void emperors have lived for a long time and their combat strength is comparable to an ordinary true emperor. Even if he's a genius, he'll still die. The others said unhappily. Why do we care so much about him? We've already reminded him. He's the one who's arrogant. He deserves to die. Let's go. A skinny old man was the most unhappy and mocked. They returned to the mountain where they were ambushing. However, the square-faced man was still frowning as if he couldn't bear to see this. After a while, the square-faced man said, No, that young man has reached the 5-star Void Emperor realm at such a young age. He's definitely a top genius. When he grows up in the future, there might be another top expert in the heaven realm. It's a great loss for him to die just like that. I've decided to persuade him again and give him a warning. Go again? That kind of person won't wake up unless he suffers. He still thinks that he's the best in the world. The skinny old man said. Even so, as someone from the heaven realm, I can't not remind him. Let's go. After the square-faced man finished speaking, he flew in the direction that Lu Ming had left. The square-faced man was obviously quite dignified. Although the others were unwilling, they still followed. Lu Ming didn't restrain his aura at all and continued forward. Although the square-faced man and the others had good intentions, they didn't understand Lu Ming's combat strength at all. Why haven't they attracted the foreign tribes yet? Lu Ming complained. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a large mountain in front of him. These mountain peaks were rugged with strange rocks and towering ancient trees. It was the most suitable for an ambush. There might be foreign tribes hiding here. Lu Ming walked toward these mountain peaks. Lu Ming's guess was right. There were indeed foreign tribe experts lying in ambush in these mountain peaks. Moreover, these foreign tribes had already discovered Lu Ming. It's someone from the heaven realm. This kid is most likely a hothead. He actually dares to swagger around here. He's really courting death. He's young and his cultivation isn't weak. He's probably a genius. The reward for killing a genius from the heaven realm is not bad. There were at least a dozen foreign tribes hiding in a mountain peak. All of them were secretly communicating with each other, revealing excited expressions. When Lu Ming approached, a member of the evil god tribe shouted. More than a dozen evil god tribe members rushed out of the mountain peak and surrounded Lu Ming. They're finally here. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. At this moment, the square-faced man and the others finally arrived. Although they were a long distance away, their expressions changed drastically. Not good, it's the foreign tribes. That kid has been ambushed. I told you that he's courting death. Let's leave quickly. Otherwise, even we will die. The skinny man and the others roared, wanting to escape. That was because the evil god tribe had also discovered them. The square-faced man revealed a complicated expression. He gritted his teeth and was about to escape. If they didn't escape, they would all die. But at this moment he was stunned. The others were also stunned. Their bodies stiffened in the air. Chapter 2266. Lu Ming did not say anything else and directly attacked. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lu Ming continuously pointed more than 10 fingers. His finger force was unhindered. Each finger force contained 3 types of laws. During this period of time, Lu Ming also tried to create some new abilities. For example, he integrated other laws into the chaotic finger of calamity or the chaotic divine palm to create new abilities. Although the power was not as strong as the chaotic hammer, sword of death, spear of infinity, and other abilities, it was enough for normal use. What Lu Ming used now was the upgraded version of the chaotic finger of calamity with other laws. This was not a simple integration of laws, but a special ability that evolved after a wonderful intertwining. More than a dozen evil god tribe members could not resist at all. Their eyebrows were directly pierced and they died on the spot. No matter how strong or weak their cultivation was, they were all killed in an instant, including a 7-star Void Emperor. After killing more than a dozen evil god tribe members, Lu Ming waved his hand, and the power of the world turned into a sharp blade. He cut open the bodies of the evil god tribe members and dug out their crystal cores. More than a dozen fist-sized crystal cores emitted a strange wave, sparkling and translucent. Lu Ming smiled. This was his first harvest. Lu Ming took out an empty storage ring and put the crystal cores into it. Then, Lu Ming turned around and nodded to the square-faced man. Then, he turned and walked away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The square-faced man and the skinny old man were petrified, their eyes wide open. They only reacted after a long while. What terrifying strength! With a 5-star Tier 5 cultivation, he killed more than a dozen evil god tribe members in an instant. There was even a 7-star Void Emperor among them. And it looked like he didn't use any effort at all. They were all killed in an instant. This person is definitely a rare genius with amazing combat strength. The few people who mocked Lu Ming before were now amazed. It seems that we were ignorant and thought that he was a hothead. He has such strength and deliberately released his aura to attract the evil god tribe members to kill him. His talent has limited our imagination. The square-faced man sighed. The skinny old man's face flushed red, and he felt extremely ashamed. Just now, he was the one who mocked Lu Ming the most, saying that he was a hothead who overestimated himself and was courting death. Now, he realized that this wasn't the case at all. It was him who was short-sighted and narrow-minded. Let's go back and continue our ambush. We don't have that kind of strength. The square-faced man laughed at himself and then left. Lu Ming continued to release his aura like before. As expected, he continuously attracted the attention of the mutated tribe members, but they were all killed by him one by one. But after that, Lu Ming's reputation spread throughout the battlefield. Many people knew that a peerless genius had arrived from the heaven realm. His battle prowess was shocking. For a time, when the outsiders saw Lu Ming, none of them dared to come out. Lu Ming's move failed. Lu Ming was speechless. It seemed that he could not use this move for long. He could only rely on himself to search for the evil god race. Lu Ming headed towards the center of the Empty Emperor battlefield. In the center of the Empty Emperor battlefield, a group of top Empty Emperors had gathered. The top Empty Emperors from both sides were hunting each other there. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. He did not need to hide at all. He directly flew across the sky and quickly flew towards the center of the battlefield. Not long after, he arrived at the core area of the Empty Emperor battlefield. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming had just entered the core area when he heard a deafening explosion in front of him. Beams of resplendent light shot up into the sky. The scene was shocking. Someone was fighting and there was more than one person. There were many people fighting fiercely. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He took a step forward and flew in that direction. At this moment, a fierce battle was taking place in front of Lu Ming. A group of Heaven Realm experts was surrounded by a group of Evil God Race experts. There were about 20 Heavenly Realm experts. However, there were about 50 Evil God Race experts. Both sides were experts, all 6-star Empty Emperors and above. They were all top experts in the Empty Emperor realm. Charge out. On the Heaven Realm side, there was a true dragon that had grown to 100 meters long. It roared angrily and its dragon horn continuously shot out bolts of lightning. It wanted to charge out. This true dragon was very powerful. It was a 7-star Empty Emperor and had controlled 5 types of laws. It could be said that it was very powerful. However, the other side also had existences of the same level that blocked it. At this moment, the 20 Heaven Realm experts were all bathed in blood. Some were already seriously injured. The ground was littered with corpses. Some belonged to the human clan, while others belonged to the divine beast clan. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. On the Heaven Realm side, a giant elephant was chopped in half by an evil god race expert and died on the spot. Damn it, we must charge out. That true dragon roared angrily. This time, they had fallen into a trap. In this core area, the top Empty Emperors of both sides were hunting each other. This time, the Heaven Realm had gathered dozens of top Empty Emperors. They had originally wanted to make a big move and ambush the evil god race. However, they did not expect to be ambushed by the other side. The other side had sent out even more experts. The moment they fought, the Heaven Realm side suffered heavy losses. There were only 20 or so of them left. They tried their best to charge out of the encirclement. However, there were too many of them. They were twice as many as them. Even if they tried their best, it was difficult for them to charge out. Charge out. If we can charge out, it'll count. We can't all die here. Someone shouted. A human expert with astonishing battle prowess was not weaker than that true dragon. He tried his best to charge out, but he was surrounded by 2 experts of the same level. He was beaten until he vomited large mouthfuls of blood and retreated repeatedly. None of you can escape. Today, all of you will die. A burly evil god race expert said coldly. These evil god race experts were all nobles with purple scales. Each of them had astonishing battle prowess. The Heaven Realm experts were in imminent danger. At this moment, Lu Ming had already arrived. Swoosh! He was like a streak of rainbow light, flying over from afar at an extremely fast speed, alarming everyone. There's only one person from the Heaven Realm, and he's a 5-star empty emperor. The moment the evil god race experts sensed Lu Ming's cultivation, they relaxed. On the Heaven Realm's side, everyone looked disappointed. Little brother, leave quickly. Leave this place. Someone shouted. He did not want to see Lu Ming coming over to die. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. I'll send him on his way. An evil god race expert who was equivalent to a 6-star empty emperor held a battle axe and charged toward Lu Ming. Swoosh! He swung his axe toward Lu Ming. A battle sword condensed in Lu Ming's hand. Mystical power, sword of death. However, it was only formed from 7 types of laws. Lu Ming did not add in the primal chaos law. However, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, the power unleashed was also astonishing. Chapter 2267. He had killed a 6-star Void Emperor with a single slash. It was a clean cut. After killing this evil god tribe member, Lu Ming continued to move forward. A fiery light flashed in his eyes. There were more than 56-star Void Emperors and above. These crystal cores should be able to be exchanged for many treasures. This brat is quite strong. Send a few more people to kill him. An expert from the evil god tribe roared. Kill! Kill! Suddenly, 6 evil god tribe members charged towards Lu Ming. Among them, there were 2 7-star Void Emperors and 2 6-star Void Emperors. When the 6 of them attacked at the same time, their power was shocking. Swoosh! Swoosh! The third eye of the evil god tribe members emitted a bright light. 6 beams of destructive light pierced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming slashed out with his sword and directly dispersed the 6 beams of destructive light. Then he used the 6-feathered divine wings. With a flap of his wings, his body suddenly disappeared from the spot. It was as if he had penetrated through space and instantly appeared in front of the 6 evil god tribe members. The sword of death rapidly enlarged, becoming dozens of meters long and slashing horizontally. 3 of the evil god tribe members were swept by the sword light and were directly cut into 2. The destructive power from all directions completely annihilated the vitality of the evil god tribe members. The remaining 3 evil god tribe members were shocked. They wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Swoosh! Lu Ming slashed out with his sword again. The remaining 3 evil god tribe members were also killed. With a sweep of his power of the realm, he collected all the crystal cores of the 6 evil god tribe members. The evil god tribe and the Heaven Realm experts who were in the middle of a great battle were all stunned. Even the great battle had stopped. That was 2 7-star Void Emperors and 4 6-star Void Emperors. Their combined combat strength was absolutely shocking. Not many living beings could resist the Void Emperor realm. However, 6 such experts were like cabbages in front of Lu Ming. They were cut up and killed at will. They finally understood that a terrifying expert had arrived. Otherwise, how would a 5-star Void Emperor dare to charge over when he saw so many experts? As for the living beings of the Heaven Realm, they were ecstatic. They were already in danger. It was very likely that they would be wiped out by the evil god tribe and die here. Such examples often occurred on this battlefield. However, Lu Ming's appearance gave them hope. Kill! After killing 6 experts from the evil god tribe, Lu Ming didn't stop. He flapped his 6 divine wings and rushed towards the evil god tribe members. Lu Ming was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep, sweeping through everything in his path. With every slash of his sword, at least one member of the evil god tribe would be killed. Regardless of whether it was a 6-star or 7-star empty emperor, as long as it was an empty emperor, it would be the same in front of Lu Ming. Within a few breaths' time, Lu Ming killed over 10 members of the evil god tribe. In addition to the ones he had killed earlier, in less than a minute, Lu Ming had killed over 20 members of the evil god tribe. The 50-odd members of the evil god tribe suddenly became 30-odd. Retreat, retreat. The members of the evil god tribe panicked. They understood that they had encountered a terrifying genius. When faced with such a genius, there was no way they could fight back. They could only flee. Don't let them go. Kill. The living beings of the heaven realm became excited and roared. Ignoring their injuries, they charged towards the evil god tribe with all their might, entangling them and not letting them escape. Scram! Scram! Those members of the evil god tribe panicked and charged forward crazily. However, most of them were still killed by Lu Ming. Only a few managed to escape. However, their speed was far inferior to Lu Ming's. Lu Ming executed his 6 divine wings, and his figure flickered continuously. He caught up with the escaping members of the evil god tribe and killed them one by one. Then, he returned and charged towards the members of the evil god tribe who were entangled by the living beings of the heaven realm. There was no suspense in this battle. Not long after, all the members of the evil god tribe were killed. Not a single one was left alive. Over 50 members of the evil god tribe, all of whom were 6-star empty emperors and above, died here. The living beings of the heaven realm felt like they were in a dream. In the beginning, they were ambushed and suffered heavy casualties. Then they were besieged. Many people thought that they were doomed today. However, due to Lu Ming's arrival, he easily turned the situation around. "Thank you, little brother. How should I address you?" That true dragon turned into a middle-aged man and walked over to thank Lu Ming. The others also came over to thank him. "My name is Lu Ming. Everyone, you don't have to be so polite. I just happened to pass by," Lu Ming said with a smile. Lu Ming? Could it be that Lu Ming who became an emperor with many laws? It must be him. Otherwise, who else would have such battle prowess? Upon hearing Lu Ming's name, the living beings of the heaven realm all felt respect. During this period of time, Lu Ming's name had already spread in the heaven realm. Many experts in Two World City had also heard of Lu Ming's name. Before becoming an emperor, he had already mastered 9 types of laws. Among them, there were even 3 strongest laws. This had never happened before. Most importantly, he had become an emperor. He had broken the truth and created a legend. It was hard not to be famous. After hearing Lu Ming's name, the living beings of the heaven realm finally reacted. No wonder Lu Ming's battle prowess was so shocking. If it was that Lu Ming, then it would not be strange. "Everyone, farewell." Lu Ming smiled and did not say much. He stepped out of the place. Just now, Lu Ming took away the crystal cores and storage bracelets of the evil god tribe. Following that, Lu Ming wandered around the core area and killed some top empty emperors of the evil god tribe. "In this empty emperor battlefield, it's too easy for me. There are no opponents at all. This way, it won't have the slightest effect of training." Lu Ming pondered. The most important thing for him to enter the battlefield was to train himself and strive to raise the other laws to the second realm. But in the empty emperor battlefield, no one was his opponent. He decided that he would enter the true emperor battlefield. The true emperor battlefield was definitely filled with experts. That was the place for him to train. Thinking of this, Lu Ming did not stay any longer and flew towards the true emperor battlefield. The true emperor battlefield was close to the empty emperor battlefield, but the area was much larger. The true emperor battlefield was undoubtedly more dangerous. Those who could cultivate and kill in the true emperor battlefield were all experts among the true emperors. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. On the way, he met 2 groups of evil god tribe who wanted to attack him but were directly killed by Lu Ming. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the true emperor battlefield. At this point, Lu Ming did not dare to swagger around like he did in the empty emperor battlefield. Lu Ming retracted his aura and landed on the ground, moving forward carefully. Lu Ming did not plan to enter the core area of the true emperor battlefield. He planned to train in the outer area. The battlefield was very quiet. There was not a single figure to be seen. In the battlefield, ordinary people did not dare to fly in the air because it was too big of a target. It was an act of courting death, unless one was a terrifying existence. Lu Ming moved forward carefully. At the same time, he spread out his spiritual sense, paying attention to the movements around him. Boom! Chapter 2268. A huge hand, covered in purple scales and the size of a water tank, grabbed at Lu Ming with shocking power. At the critical moment, Lu Ming reacted. He stomped his foot and a violent power erupted, colliding with the huge hand. Boom! With a violent explosion, Lu Ming's body was sent flying into the sky like a cannonball. Waves of piercing pain came from his feet, almost tearing them apart. What a strong power! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. When he collided with the claw just now, Lu Ming felt that the claw's power was shocking, far above his. Circulating the indestructible ancient scripture, the injury on his feet healed rapidly. Boom! On the ground, gravel flew everywhere, and a burly evil god tribe member appeared. This evil god tribe member was covered in purple scales and had an abnormally burly figure. He was a full 4 meters tall and held a thick iron rod. He stared coldly at Lu Ming. Bang! This evil god tribe member took a heavy step, causing the rocks on the ground to explode. His body soared into the sky, swinging the iron rod and smashing it at Lu Ming. The iron rod expanded rapidly like a mountain, pressing down on Lu Ming. The void exploded continuously, stirring up endless spatial storms. Lu Ming's pupils shrank rapidly. At this moment, Lu Ming did not hold back at all. He displayed his cultivation to the extreme. A long spear appeared in his hand. It was the divine ability Infinite Dragon Spear, containing 9 types of laws. The power of the world surged crazily into the Infinite Dragon Spear. Lu Ming also swept out with his spear, turning into a shocking spear light that collided with the iron rod. Boom! The void started to ripple like water. Then, it continued to explode for tens of thousands of miles. Then, a figure was directly sent flying. It was Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's arm was covered in cracks, looking incomparably hideous. This was due to the conflicting laws. However, more importantly, the other party's terrifying power surged over and injured Lu Ming. Even though Lu Ming had used all his strength and displayed the divine ability formed by 9 types of laws, he was still no match. He was sent flying and injured by the other party. One had to know that when Lu Ming attacked, he had already activated the indestructible golden body. His entire body's defense was astonishing, but he was still injured. It was clear how powerful the other party was. The power cultivated by the evil god tribe is so strange. It's not a law, but its offensive power is extremely shocking. It can penetrate the laws. Lu Ming frowned. He felt that the power cultivated by the evil god tribe was similar to the primordial immortal Tao. For example, the primordial demonic path and primordial demonic path cultivated an extremely pure and terrifying power. A mere void emperor can actually block one of my attacks and not die. The evil god tribe member's eyes filled with shock and disbelief. This person must be a peerless genius of the heaven realm. I must kill him. Then he became excited and emitted a ferocious killing intent. He took a step in the air and charged towards Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming did not retreat and also charged towards the other party. Although the other party's combat strength was stronger than his, it was not too ridiculous. He could not kill him in one move. Lu Ming was not afraid that he could not kill him in one move. He had the indestructible ancient scripture. Circulating the indestructible ancient scripture, the injuries he had suffered earlier had already healed. Lu Ming was still in peak condition. Lu Ming circulated the 9 types of laws, the strength of his physical body, and the power of the world to the extreme. He waved the Infinity Dragon Spear and fought with the other party. Boom! Boom! After 2 consecutive moves, Lu Ming was sent flying again. The bones in his body cracked and blood flowed out of his mouth. However, his injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed. In just a breath's time, more than half of his injuries were healed. This was the terrifying part of the indestructible ancient scripture. The recovery effect was not something that a single life law could compare to. Again! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. Pressure. He finally felt the pressure. This was impossible in the empty Emperor battlefield. The true Emperor battlefield was indeed extraordinary. The moment he entered, he encountered such a terrifying opponent. However, this was also the best training target. Lu Ming could fight with all his strength. Lu Ming held his spear and charged towards the other party. The two continued to fight. In terms of attack power, Lu Ming was no match for him. Every time he was sent flying, he would be injured by the other party. However, he would be able to recover at an astonishing speed every time. Monster, this monster! The evil god tribe member roared, his eyes filled with fear. Kill! Lu Ming roared, his aura was like a rainbow as he charged towards the other party, as if he was not afraid of death. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's hair stood on end as he felt a fatal danger. Bang! The ground exploded as a figure rushed out, flying towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. At the same time, several black lights slashed towards Lu Ming's head at an even more terrifying speed. Those were a few sharp blades that could easily cut through space. Danger, extreme danger. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. At the critical moment, the infinite dragon spear was swung out, blocking the two sharp blades. Zzz. The sharp blades slashed on the infinite dragon spear, producing an ear-piercing sound. The infinite dragon spear was completely formed by the power of the world and 9 types of laws. However, at this moment, the laws vibrated and were cut by the sharp blades, almost cutting the infinite dragon spear into 2. Fortunately, these 2 sharp blades were blocked. However, there was a third one. Yes, there was a third sharp blade that slashed towards Lu Ming's neck. Lu Ming was shocked. He displayed the 6 feathered divine wings and quickly retreated. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. Although Lu Ming had avoided being hit in his vital parts, his chest was still slashed by the sharp blade. There was a deep wound and blood was gushing out. His body was almost slashed into 2. Lu Ming circulated the indestructible ancient scripture. The wound wriggled rapidly and automatically sealed itself, recovering rapidly. At this moment, Lu Ming saw the evil god tribe that attacked him. This evil god tribe member had an extremely strange appearance. It was very different from the evil god tribe that Lu Ming had seen before. Although this evil god tribe member was covered in purple scales, he was extremely small. He was only about 1 meter tall and had a thin body. However, the most peculiar thing was that he actually had 4 arms. Each of the 4 arms held a sharp blade. There was also a third eye in the forehead of this evil god tribe member. What kind of evil god tribe is this? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had never seen such an evil god tribe member before. A Void Emperor is actually so difficult to deal with. He is definitely a rare genius. I must kill him. Kill him. The thin and small evil god tribe member revealed a cruel look in his eyes. With a tremble of his body, he directly disappeared from the spot. At the next moment, Lu Ming felt a terrifying danger from behind. Without thinking, Lu Ming displayed the 6 feathered divine wings. The transparent wings flapped rapidly and dodged the other party's attack. However, a huge iron rod smashed towards Lu Ming. The powerful force suppressed Lu Ming to the point that he could not breathe. Chapter 2269. Lu Ming was surrounded by 2 members of the evil god tribe and could not dodge in time. At the critical moment, Lu Ming brandished the infinite dragon spear and blocked in front of him. Boom! Lu Ming's arm made cracking sounds as his bones broke. A terrifying force pressed down on him, sending Lu Ming flying as he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, the skinny member of the evil god tribe attacked again, charging toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming roared as he dodged with all his might. At the same time, he activated the indestructible golden body, making his body as hard as a divine weapon. However, when the other party's sharp blades slashed at Lu Ming's body, the indestructible golden body was still cut open. Several deep wounds appeared that reached his bones. If not for the indestructible golden body, his body would definitely have been cut into 2. Damn it! Why is this brat so hard to kill? The skinny member of the evil god tribe kept roaring. His 4 arms and 4 sharp blades danced about as he unleashed a torrential attack on Lu Ming. At the same time, the other member of the evil god tribe also charged toward Lu Ming. With the 2 of them attacking together, Lu Ming fell into a dangerous situation. Lu Ming used all his strength to dodge and counterattack occasionally. However, he was still injured constantly. There were a few times where his head was almost chopped off. Fortunately, he had the indestructible ancient scripture, and his injuries were recovering rapidly. If it were anyone else, they would have died long ago. However, this could not go on. He was still no match for them and would be killed by them sooner or later. One of them was powerful, while the other was astonishingly fast. Both of them were stronger than Lu Ming. Lu Ming started to consider whether he should use the fallen star bow or not. Right at this moment, a rainbow light whistled over from not far away. Its speed was extremely shocking. A human! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming saw that it was a white-haired old man who was charging directly toward their battlefield. Swish! Even though he was very far away, the old man slashed out a sword light toward the skinny member of the evil god tribe. The skinny member of the evil god tribe brandished his 4 sharp blades to block, colliding with the sword light. With a few loud booms, the body of the skinny evil god race member trembled violently and was sent flying. And at this moment, the white-haired old man had already arrived. Wielding a long sword in his hand, an ice-cold sword light burst forth and rained down on the skinny evil god. The strength of this old man was frighteningly strong, even above that of the skinny evil god tribe member. Instantly, the skinny evil god tribe member was unable to retaliate and could only defend himself. With only one stout evil god race member left, the pressure on Lu Ming immediately decreased significantly. 1. Lu Ming brandished the infinite dragon spear and charged towards the burly evil god race being. Although he wasn't a match for the burly evil god tribe member, Lu Ming didn't care about his own defense at all as he launched a frenzied assault. Even if the opponent's attack landed on Lu Ming, as long as it wasn't an instant kill, Lu Ming wasn't afraid. In the beginning of their fierce battle, Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage, but as time passed, he began to reverse the situation. He did not care about defense. Even if he was injured, he would be able to recover quickly. However, his opponent could not do the same. He had to divide his attention to defend himself. After a long battle, he had consumed a lot of energy. Slowly, Lu Ming actually gained the upper hand, suppressing him instead. Continue, continue. Lu Ming's eyes became incredibly bright. In a life and death battle, one's potential could be stimulated the most. One's comprehension of laws was also the deepest. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that his comprehension of the array Dao laws and death laws had already reached a limit. He was about to touch the window of a breakthrough. Just a little more. As long as he pierced through that paper window, Lu Ming would be able to break through. Arg! At this moment, a miserable cry rang out. That skinny evil god tribe member was no match for the white-haired old man and was killed with a single sword strike. After the skinny evil god tribe member was killed, the burly evil god tribe member was greatly alarmed and panicked. He was pierced by Lu Ming's spear, and a hole appeared in his body. The burly evil god tribe member ignored his injuries and turned to flee. He knew that he was no match. If he didn't flee, only death awaited him. The burly evil god tribe member ran in the other direction of the white-haired old man, running at an astonishing speed. Trying to escape? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and the fallen star bow appeared in his hand. He pulled the bowstring and a 9-colored arrow flew out. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, the power of the fallen star bow was even more shocking. The arrow flew through the void in an instant. The burly evil god tribe member wanted to block it, but he was seriously injured and couldn't block it at all. He was shot in the head and his brain exploded like a watermelon. 2 evil god tribe members were dead. Ha! Amazing, amazing, really amazing. The white-haired old man laughed heartily and looked at Lu Ming with shock. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 5-star Void Emperor realm, but his battle strength was shocking. This shocked the white-haired old man. Many thanks for Senior's help. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked the white-haired old man. Ha, you don't have to thank me. With your strength, even if I didn't make a move, you would still be fine. You're just a 5-star Void Emperor realm expert, but you can actually fight against a 5th-order True Emperor realm expert. 5th-order True Emperor realm battle strength? Lu Ming was puzzled. Little brother, You don't know the difference in strength between true emperors? The white-haired old man was surprised. Lu Ming shook his head. He really didn't know. You dare to come to the battlefield without knowing the difference in strength between true emperors? The white-haired old man was speechless. He continued, "Little brother, let's take the crystal core and leave this place. I'm afraid that the battle just now will attract others." Alright. Lu Ming flew towards the burly evil god tribe member and kept his storage bracelet and crystal core. As for the white-haired old man, he kept the storage bracelet and crystal core of the skinny evil god tribe member. Then the two of them left the place. Not long after, they appeared in a hidden cave. Along the way, Lu Ming found out that the old man was called Bai Tai, and Lu Ming also told him his name. However, the elder had not heard of Lu Ming's name at all. This was because the other party had been on the battlefield killing alien tribes and had not gone out. "Senior Bai, may I know the difference in strength between true emperors?" Lu Ming asked again. He was curious when Bai Tai said that true emperors were at 5th order true emperor realm instead of how many stars they had. True emperor realm is a very complicated realm. In terms of cultivation, it's usually between 1 star and 7 stars. However, the difference in strength is like heaven and earth because of the laws. In the true emperor realm, laws determine battle prowess. Cultivation isn't that important. For example, a 7-star true emperor can only control 3 or 4 second-level laws while a 1-star true emperor can control 9 third-level laws. Who do you think is stronger? Bai Tai explained and then asked rhetorically. Naturally, the one with 9 third-level laws is stronger. Lu Ming said. That's right. In the true emperor realm, cultivation also determines battle strength, but it's not that important. Laws have a greater impact on battle strength. But the gap between laws in the true emperor realm is too big. Everyone knows that as long as one reaches peak void emperor and cultivates 3 laws to the 2nd level, they can break through to the true emperor realm and become a 1-star true emperor. However, this is the weakest 1-star true emperor with only 3 second-level laws. In order to become a grand emperor, one must cultivate 9 types of laws to the 3rd level. A few peak true emperors have 9 types of laws at the 3rd level. 3 second realms and 9 third realms. Every realm has a difference in level of mastery. How big is the difference between them? Chapter 2270. Lu Ming rubbed his nose. He knew that there was a huge gap between them. 3 second realms and 9 third realms. The difference was truly shocking. The weakest true emperor is at 1 star with 3 second-level laws. A peak true emperor is at 7 stars with 9 third-level laws. The difference in power is too great. 1 star, 2 stars, and 3 stars aren't enough to determine an emperor's battle prowess. That's why in the ancient times, the ancestors made a more detailed division of the true emperor realm. Based on battle prowess, true emperors were divided into 18 levels. This is the battle prowess of an 18th level true emperor. Bai Tai explained. Lu Ming was suddenly enlightened. He finally understood. True emperors have 18 levels of battle prowess. Lu Ming sighed. For example, those who have just broken through to the true emperor realm with 3 second-level laws are the weakest true emperor. Of course, within the same level, there are differences in strength as well. Some have supreme laws, some have monarch laws, and some have ordinary laws. There are also techniques that affect their battle prowess. Even those who have 3 second-level laws and 1 or 2 first-level laws have the battle prowess of a true emperor. Similarly, those who have 4 or 5 second-level laws and are 1-star true emperors have the battle prowess of a second-level true emperor. In short, the division is very complicated. It's hard to explain in a few words. I'll give you a jade talisman with a detailed breakdown of the true emperor realm. Take it and have a look. Bai Tai took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. Thank you, Senior Bai. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. After a while, Lu Ming put down the jade talisman. He finally understood the true emperor realm's battle prowess. In the true emperor realm, laws affected one's battle prowess the most. However, cultivation, world energy, physical strength, techniques, and so on could also affect one's battle prowess. Therefore, The total battle prowess was divided into 18 levels. The two evil god tribe members they killed earlier had the battle prowess of a 5th-order true emperor. Lu Ming estimated that he had the strength of a 4th-order true emperor. Although Lu Ming's cultivation was only that of a 5-star empty emperor, Lu Ming's physical body was extremely strong and could make up for the lack of cultivation. On the other hand, Lu Ming had mastered 9 types of laws, and 3 of them were supreme laws. They could be transformed into divine abilities with terrifying offensive power. Adding on the fact that his law of primal chaos had reached the 2nd level, his battle prowess was comparable to a 4th-order true emperor. This was already extremely shocking. In history, there had never been a 5-star void emperor who had the strength of a 4th-order true emperor. The strongest among them was only equivalent to a 1st-order true emperor. However, Lu Ming understood that even though his battle prowess was only at the 4th-order true emperor realm, with the indestructible ancient scripture, Lu Ming could fight against a 5th-order true emperor. In fact, he could even exhaust his opponent to death. My battle prowess is equivalent to a 7th-order true emperor, Bai Tai informed. Lu Ming nodded. No wonder Bai Tai could easily kill a 5th-order true emperor from the evil god tribe. Lu Ming, only experts dare to enter the battlefield of true emperors. Even the weakest here has the strength of a 4th-order true emperor. The weaker ones wouldn't dare to enter as they would be killed easily. Bai Tai said. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed like his battle prowess was the weakest in the battlefield. However, Lu Ming wasn't worried. In fact, it stimulated his battle intent even more. Only in this environment would he be able to break through faster. In the previous battle, Lu Ming could feel that he was about to break through in the Law of Death and Array Dao. Moreover, Lu Ming had many trump cards, such as the Fallen Star Bao and the Heavenly Emperor's physique. If he encountered a true emperor, he wouldn't have to worry about protecting himself. Lu Ming, why don't the two of us work together to hunt down the evil god tribe? What do you think? Bai Tai suggested. All right. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before nodding. Firstly, he felt that Bai Tai wasn't a sinister person. Moreover, he was unfamiliar with the battlefield of true emperors. It would be easier to hunt down the evil god tribe if he worked together with Bai Tai. All right, but the periphery of the battlefield is also very dangerous. There are many experts and we can't go around recklessly. Let's find a place to ambush the evil god tribe first. Lu Ming had no objections to Bai Tai's suggestion. The two of them left the area and found a secluded place. Bai Tai took out a piece of black cloth and covered the two of them. Immediately, they merged with the rocks around them. The color was exactly the same, and it was impossible to see them. Moreover, the cloth had the ability to conceal their aura. If one didn't get close, they wouldn't be able to sense it. Lu Ming was amazed. It seemed like those who were active in the battlefield all year round had their own unique tricks. The two waited like that. For the first 2 days, there was no movement at all. They didn't see any outsiders or even a being from the heavenly world. It wasn't until the 3rd day that there was movement. They're here. Bai Tai's eyes lit up as he looked towards the north. Lu Ming also looked over and saw 3 figures moving on the ground. Their speed wasn't fast and they were very stealthy. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see them. They were from the evil god tribe. There were 2 burly evil god tribe members and 1 skinny evil god tribe member with 4 arms. The 3 of them were very careful and carefully looked around to prevent an ambush. Senior, should we make a move? Lu Ming transmitted to Bai Tai. Let's do it, but we can't rush out rashly. We need a plan. Bai Tai said. In the true emperor realm, it was very difficult to judge the strength of the opponent before they made a move. The true emperor realm was different from other realms. In other realms, it was possible to judge the strength of the opponent based on the strength of the opponent's cultivation. But in the true emperor realm, it was hard to say. Some people's cultivation was low, but their laws were shockingly strong. Naturally, their battle strength was also shocking. Therefore, in the true emperor realm, luck was very important. For example, if you were to ambush someone and you were unlucky, you could only blame yourself for being unlucky. Therefore, it was very difficult for them to judge the strength of the 3 evil god tribe members. If it was in the past, Bai Tai wouldn't make a move when encountering 3 people because the risk was too great. But now, he decided to make a move. How about this? You don't make a move first. I'll make a move first to test the opponent's strength. If the opponent's strength is stronger than mine, you use that bow to suppress him and we'll retreat. If the opponent's strength is within our range, we'll attack together and kill him. Bai Tai suggested. Senior, won't you be in danger if we do that? Lu Ming said, feeling a little touched. He understood that Bai Tai was protecting him. If the opponent's strength was too terrifying and far above theirs, Bai Tai would be in danger if he rushed out. But at least Lu Ming would be able to survive. How can there be no danger on the battlefield? Chapter 2271. They waited for a while longer. When the 3 evil god tribe members were close enough, Bai Tai made his move. Bai Tai seemed to have turned into a divine sword. He became one with the sword and pierced through the void, aiming for the vital points of one of the evil god tribe members. There's an ambush. One of the evil god tribe members roared. A battle axe appeared in the hands of the evil god tribe member who was ambushed by Bai Tai. At the crucial moment, Bai Tai's sword aura changed. The sword light that was originally 1 split into 8 sword lights and attacked the evil god tribe member. Although the evil god tribe member blocked 6 of the 8 sword lights, 2 sword lights still landed on the evil god tribe member. Bang! The evil god tribe member was sent flying. His body was almost sliced into several pieces. His scales scattered and 2 deep wounds appeared on his body. Fresh blood flowed out. Equivalent to a 6th-order true emperor. Lu Ming's heart shook as he judged the evil god tribe member who was injured by Bai Tai. Die! Bai Tai wanted to kill this evil god race tribesman in one go. However, the other 2 evil god race tribesmen had already made their moves, rushing towards Bai Tai. The 2 evil god tribe members were very strong. Bai Tai didn't dare to be careless and could only stop his defense. The 3 of them exchanged a few moves and Bai Tai was sent flying. Kill! Kill! The 2 evil god tribe members charged at Bai Tai. Bai Tai unleashed his full strength and was at a disadvantage. One has the strength of a 7th-order true emperor and the other has the strength of a 6th-order true emperor. Lu Ming judged the strength of the remaining 2 evil god tribe members. One of them had the strength of Bai Tai. With the 2 of them working together, Bai Tai was at a disadvantage. However, Bai Tai was focused on defense and wouldn't be defeated for a while. At this time, the injured evil god tribe member struggled to get up. He revealed a ferocious expression and was about to attack Bai Tai. 6th-order true emperor, I want to try it. Lu Ming revealed a trace of battle intent and rushed over. In the process of rushing out, Lu Ming condensed a long spear in his hand. 9 types of laws intertwined within it. He turned into a bolt of lightning and attacked the injured evil god tribe member. Void Emperor. Sensing Lu Ming's aura, that evil god tribe member was slightly taken aback. Then, he revealed a savage killing intent and said, "A mere Void Emperor dares to make a move against me? Kill." As soon as he said that, a beam of destructive light shot out of his third eye. This beam of destructive light transformed into a battle sword that slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his spear and collided with the sword. With a clang, the battle sword was sent flying. Lu Ming's figure paused for a moment before he continued to charge forward. So strong. The evil god tribe was shocked. Originally, he thought that Lu Ming was just a Void Emperor. No matter how strong his battle prowess was, he would be able to deal with him in one move. However, Lu Ming was actually able to repel his attack in one move, which shocked him to no end. Genius, he's definitely a peerless genius. Kill. The eyes of the injured evil god race member burned with passion. Wielding a battle axe, he charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not afraid at all and charged towards the other party. Bang! When the 2 of them collided, a terrifying force surged from the battle axe. Lu Ming's body shook violently as he was sent flying. His arm was covered with wounds, but under the effect of the indestructible ancient scripture, the wounds healed rapidly. Kill. Lu Ming's figure stopped for a moment before he charged towards the other party. Brat, die for me! The evil god tribe member roared and launched a terrifying attack. The The two of them exchanged a few moves. Lu Ming was no match for the other party. His body was hit by the destructive light, and a gaping wound appeared on his body. However, the flesh around the wound wriggled rapidly and healed at a shocking speed. What a powerful force! As expected of a sixth-order true emperor. Fortunately, the other party is injured, Lu Ming thought. If the other party was at his peak, Lu Ming would be in danger even if he had the indestructible ancient scripture. However, the other party was injured by Bai Tai's sneak attack, and his battle prowess had decreased greatly. At most, he was only slightly stronger than a fifth-order true emperor. Lu Ming could still withstand such a battle prowess. Lu Ming ignored his injuries and charged towards the other party. The two of them continued to exchange blows. Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage and was constantly injured by the other party. However, under the effect of the indestructible ancient scripture, his injuries would heal quickly. Even if he was fighting, his injuries would heal quickly. This monster. The evil god tribe member revealed a trace of fear. Lu Ming was like an unkillable monster. Law of death, law of array, breakthrough for me. Lu Ming roared in his heart. In the fierce battle, Lu Ming once again saw the aura of a breakthrough. Lu Ming circulated the 9 types of laws to the extreme. Boom! Suddenly, Lu Ming's strength increased by a notch, and he deflected the other party's attack with one move. Breakthrough, it's the law of array. Lu Ming was delighted. The law of array had finally broken through to the second level. With the law of array breaking through to the second level, Lu Ming's battle prowess had undoubtedly increased by a few notches. Swish! Swish! Streaks of spear light pierced toward the other party. You actually broke through. So what if you broke through? You still have to die. The evil god tribe member was enraged. Ignoring his injuries, he unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks. Lu Ming did his best to fight the other party. Although he was still at a disadvantage, his situation was slightly better than before. Law of death, law of death. Lu Ming focused all his mind and broke through the bottleneck of the law of death. After exchanging more than 10 consecutive blows, suddenly, an incomparably powerful death intent emanated from Lu Ming's body. At the same time, Lu Ming's strength increased by a notch. Boom! Lu Ming clashed with the evil god tribe member again. This time, Lu Ming did not retreat. Instead, it was the evil god tribe member who was repeatedly forced back by Lu Ming's attacks. The law of death had broken through. Lu Ming's law of death had officially entered the second level. The law of death was the strongest law of death. It was not something that array Dao laws could compare to. With this breakthrough and the fusion with the law of primal chaos, Lu Ming's combat strength increased by a notch. Lu Ming's strength began to suppress the other party. How is this possible? The other party roared in disbelief. How could there be such a person who broke through consecutively in the battle with him? This talent was simply too monstrous. Kill! With the increase in combat strength, Lu Ming's confidence increased greatly. He began to counterattack, attacking wildly. Swish! 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 Streaks of spear light enveloped the evil god tribe member. Pooh! Lu Ming's spear light pierced through the evil god tribe member's body, causing a long trail of blood to spurt out. If this evil god tribe member was at his peak, he would still be stronger than the current Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming had broken through 2 laws consecutively and his combat strength had increased, Lu Ming's combat strength did not rise to the 6th-order true emperor realm. It was roughly at the peak of the 5th-order true emperor realm. He was still weaker than the other party. However, the other party had been injured by Bai Tai previously and had fought with Lu Ming for a long time. His combat strength had weakened by several notches. At this moment, his combat strength was even weaker than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming's attacks were like a violent storm, attacking the other party without any regard for his own defense. This made the other party even more vulnerable. Chapter 2272. Quick, come and save me! The evil god tribe member yelled, calling for others to save him. One of the evil god tribe members fighting against Bai Tai had the strength of a 6th-order true emperor. He abandoned Bai Tai and charged towards Lu Ming. The other 7th Order True Emperor continued to fight against Bai Tai. Swish. Swish. The Evil God clan member that was charging toward Lu Ming was a skinny and small Evil God clan member with 4 arms. It was very fast. It flashed in the void and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out the fallen star bow without hesitation. Lu Ming had already achieved his goal in this battle, and there was no need to drag it out any longer. As Lu Ming's comprehension of the laws increased, the power of the fallen star bow also increased. The power of laws and world force poured into the fallen star bow, and an arrow emitting 9 different colors was formed. It shot towards the Evil God tribe member, dragging a long tail behind it like a comet. The thin Evil God tribe member was shocked, and his 4 arms swung wildly. 4 sharp blades slashed out in an attempt to block the 9-colored arrow. Clang, 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 clang. 4 consecutive explosions sounded, and the thin Evil God tribe member's 4 sharp blades were knocked away. His body shook violently, and he was forced to retreat. Even though he managed to block a portion of the arrow's power, he didn't manage to block it completely. The arrow continued to shoot out. Poof! The arrow pierced through the thin Evil God tribe member's body, and a huge hole appeared. The destructive power contained in the arrow had already extinguished his life force. Right now, Lu Ming's strength had already reached the peak of the 5th Order True Emperor realm. Pulling the fallen star bow, killing a 6th Order True Emperor realm existence wasn't difficult. Seeing this scene, the Evil God tribe member who was injured by Lu Ming nearly died from fright. Kill! Lu Ming put away the fallen star bow and charged towards the Evil God tribe member. This time, he didn't need to spend much effort to kill the Evil God tribe member. At this time, the Evil God tribe member who was fighting against Bai Tai turned pale with fright. This was simply unbelievable. 2 6th Order True Emperors from the Evil God tribe were actually unable to defeat a Void Emperor. They were killed by a Void Emperor. He almost thought that he was dreaming. While he was distracted, he was struck by Bai Tai's attack and was sent flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. How could Bai Tai let go of such an opportunity? He took the opportunity to launch a barrage of attacks. Bang! That member of the Evil God race attacked with all his might and turned to flee. Lu Ming took out the fallen star bow and released an arrow. Boom! That Evil God race member was pierced through by an arrow and was heavily injured. Bai Tai, who had rushed over, seized the opportunity and killed him with a sword strike. The 3 members of the Evil God tribe were all killed. The 2 of them kept the storage bracelets and crystal cores of the Evil God race and left this area. They hid themselves in another secret place while checking their spoils of war. In this battle, Lu Ming had obtained 2 bracelets of holding. In addition to the bracelets of holding from before, Lu Ming checked them one by one. World Core. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. He found a total of 5 world cores in his storage bracelet. Normally, only true emperors with stable minor worlds would be able to obtain the complete world core after killing them. After the Evil God race killed the true emperors of the heaven world, they used the world core to return to receive their rewards. The world core was very useful to the living beings of the heaven world. As long as the power of laws on the world core was removed, the energy of the world core could be directly absorbed and refined. It could be used to condense a minor world and increase one's cultivation. Of course, if the laws of the other party's world core were exactly the same as one's own, then the benefits would be even greater. However, the upper echelons of Two World City had a rule that the people of the heaven world couldn't kill each other on the battlefield. Therefore, if one wanted to obtain the world core, they could only snatch it from the hands of the Evil God race. The Evil God race would hunt down the experts of the heaven world to obtain the world core. As long as one killed the Evil God race, one would be able to obtain the world core. He took out the world core and stored it properly. After casually checking the other items, he kept them. Lu Ming, these 3 world cores are for you. At this time, Bai Tai had also finished checking. He took out 3 world cores and handed them to Lu Ming. Senior, you are... Lu Ming was a little taken aback. Take it. You're so young and talented, and your future is limitless. I'm different. I've already used up all my potential, and it's very difficult for me to improve. I'll keep some for myself, so I might as well give them to you. Bai Tai smiled. Senior, how can this be? Lu Ming refused. Take it. My ancestors were originally from the Hunyuan Heaven Domain. Later, the Hunyuan Heaven Domain was invaded by the other races, and my ancestors fled to the Taiching Heaven Domain. For so many years, my Bai clan has been fighting the other races in Two World City. Almost all of my ancestors died in battle. My purpose in life is to hunt the other races. However, with my talent, my achievements are limited. The number of races I can kill is also limited. In the future, I will have to rely on geniuses like you with endless potential. Take it, Bai Tai said. Looking at the old man's sincere and expectant eyes, Lu Ming couldn't refuse and took the 3 world cores. After that, they set up an ambush here. Unfortunately, they didn't see a single evil god race member for 3 days. Lu Ming simply took out a piece of the heart of the world and refined it. Surging energy was refined and turned into a part of Lu Ming's miniature world. His power of the world increased rapidly. These world cores were left behind by low-level true emperors. There was a limit to their energy, and it was impossible for Lu Ming to advance by leaps and bounds. However, the speed of his advancement was shocking. Lu Ming's cultivation rose rapidly to the peak of the 5-star illusionary emperor realm. In the next half a month, Lu Ming refined 5 world cores. His cultivation reached the peak of the 5-star illusionary emperor realm. During this half a month, they didn't encounter a single evil god race member. The 2 of them planned to leave this place and set up an ambush elsewhere. The 2 of them concealed their auras and ran carefully. Unfortunately, a few hours later, they were ambushed by the evil god race. This time, the other party was very strong. There were 3 7th-order true emperors. Lu Ming immediately took out the fallen star bow and killed one of them. The other 2 escaped. In this battle, Bai Tai was heavily injured. They found a secluded place and Bai Tai focused on recovering. After Bai Tai recovered, they continued to hunt the evil god race. In the following days, Lu Ming and Bai Tai were in the true emperor realm's battlefield, constantly hunting and being hunted. Every once in a while, they would encounter a big battle. Time flew by. Lu Ming had been fighting in the true emperor realm's battlefield for close to 2 years. In these 2 years, Lu Ming experienced 56 battles. There were a few times when he almost died and was almost forced to use his heavenly emperor physique. The rewards from dozens of battles were shocking. Lu Ming's improvement was very fast. Devour, Force, Tools, and Alchemy laws all entered the 2nd level. Only the Life and Piercing laws didn't break through. However, Lu Ming felt that he could break through at any time. Chapter 2273. Lu Ming's battle prowess skyrocketed as well, surpassing Bai Tai now. With the indestructible ancient scriptures' insane regenerative abilities, his battle prowess was considered top-notch in the outer regions of the battlefield. Lu Ming's group decided to return to Two World City. He had fought dozens of battles in the true Emperor battlefield in the last 2 years. He needed to go back to Two World City to relax and recuperate. The 2 concealed their auras and spent a few days to return to Two World City. After returning to the Two World City, Lu Ming and Bai Tai parted ways. Time to exchange for resources. The first thing Lu Ming wanted to do was to exchange for resources and rest for 2 days before heading to the sacred grounds to cultivate. Lu Ming headed to the place where he could exchange treasures. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at a majestic hall. He walked into the hall and came before a counter. "Little brother, how may I help you?" A burly man in his 50s smiled at Lu Ming. "Senior, I want to exchange alien cores for treasures." Lu Ming said. "What treasures do you want?" The burly man asked. "Chaos stones." Lu Ming said. Chaos stones were his goal. Other treasures were not of much use to him. Only the chaotic chi within the chaotic gems could help him increase his cultivation and even use it to sense the laws of primal chaos. Chaos stones? Little brother, it's not that easy to exchange for chaos stones. You'll need a large number of alien cores. I have a list here of all the alien cores you need. Take a look. The burly man handed a list to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. Inside was a long list of all kinds of outsider crystal cores that could be exchanged for all kinds of treasures. Lu Ming ignored everything else and found the Chaos Stone. At one glance, he was somewhat dumbfounded. So many! Lu Ming was speechless. He needed too many alien race crystal cores to exchange for Chaos Gems. Lu Ming estimated that the alien race crystal cores that he had obtained over the past 2 years could only be used to exchange for 3 Chaos Gems. One had to know that he had been through dozens of battles in the past 2 years. He had thought that he would be able to exchange for at least 10 Chaos Stones to break through to the true Emperor realm. It seemed that he had been thinking too much. But then again, Chaos Stones were consumables that couldn't be regenerated. Every time one was used, there would be one less. As time passed, there would be fewer and fewer of them. It was normal for them to be more expensive. From this, it could be seen that the rewards Heavenly Sovereign Six Mind had given him were generous enough. 3 Chaos Stones were equivalent to 2 years of risking his life. "Little brother, do you want to exchange?" the middle-aged man asked with a grin. "Yes." Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He definitely had to exchange for it. The Chaos Gems were extremely useful to him. No matter how expensive they were, he had to exchange for it. The burly man was taken aback. Initially, he thought that Lu Ming was very young. At such a young age, it was almost impossible for him to kill enough alien tribe crystal cores to exchange for Chaos Stones. That was why he had given Lu Ming a list so that Lu Ming would know what to do. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming still wanted to exchange. He knew that he had misjudged. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and handed it to the burly man. "Senior, these are my alien cores. Take a look." The burly man took a look and was even more surprised. He nodded and said, "These cores can be exchanged for 3 Chaos Stones." With that, the burly man also took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a look and saw that there were 3 Chaos Stones inside. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He put it away, thanked him, and left the place. Lu Ming did not break through realm right away. After returning to his residence, he rested for 2 days and headed for that small world in the Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree. After fighting in the True Emperor battlefield for 2 years, Lu Ming's improvement was very great. He broke through 6 kinds of laws. Only life law and penetration law had not broken through to the second realm. However, Lu Ming had a feeling that it would be soon. He had already touched the threshold of breakthrough. As long as he comprehended a little more, he might break through. Lu Ming planned on using the mature Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree to wait for these 2 kinds of laws to break through before using Chaos Stones to break through realm. Arriving under the Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree, Lu Ming quietly started comprehending. Sure enough, the cultivation this time went very smoothly. In only 2 months, life law and penetration law broke through one after another, reaching the second realm. Lu Ming's combat strength soared again. While Lu Ming was cultivating, in a great hall of the Lan family, someone was discussing something. "You said that Lu Ming exchanged a large number of alien cores for 3 Chaos Stones?" Lan Cheng, the Lan family's heavenly emperor, asked an old man. "That's right. My Lan family's people saw Lu Ming in the exchange hall. After asking around, they found out that Lu Ming had indeed used a large number of crystal cores to exchange for 3 Chaos Stones." An old man from the Lan family replied, "It seems that this lad, Lu Ming, has entered the battlefield to hunt for foreign clans. In just 2 years, the crystal cores that he hunted can be exchanged for 3 Chaos Stones. This lad must not be left alive. Send someone to keep an eye on Lu Ming. You must find out where he is going. Understand?" Lan Cheng instructed. The old man nodded. Lu Ming naturally did not know all of this. "Now, go back and break through realm." Under the Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree, a smile appeared on Lu Ming's face as he left this place. After returning to his residence, Lu Ming entered the mountain river diagram. Then, Lu Ming took out a Chaos Stone and drew out 3 wisps of Chaos Chi. With a breath, he sucked the Chaos Chi into his mouth and began to refine it. Last time, he used a month to refine 3 Chaos Gems. This time, he only took half a month to refine 3 Chaos Stones and a total of 9 wisps of Chaos Chi. Rumble. Lu Ming's small world underwent a drastic change and began to expand. The power of the small world also became stronger and surged violently in his meridians. Lu Ming's aura also rose rapidly. It was 2 times stronger than before. After a period of time, Lu Ming's aura stabilized and was withdrawn into his body. 7-star Illusionary Emperor. Lu Ming finally broke through to the 7-star Illusionary Emperor. This speed was absolutely shocking. If this news were to spread, it would scare people to death. How long had it been since Lu Ming became a martial emperor? In just over 2 years, he had already reached the 7-star Illusionary Emperor. This speed was too terrifying. Lu Ming was able to improve so quickly mainly because his previous accumulation was too strong. As soon as he broke through, he became a 4-star Illusionary Emperor. Moreover, Lu Ming's law structure was very complete. All 9 of his laws had reached the 2nd level, which was far beyond his cultivation base. One should know that as long as 3 of his laws reached the 2nd level, he would be able to break through to the true Emperor realm. Lu Ming's laws had far exceeded the requirements. His small world was incomparably stable, which was why he could continuously refine energy into it and improve his cultivation base. I still have some world cores with me. I'll continue to refine them and see if I can use them to break through to the true Emperor realm. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. In the true Emperor battlefield, he had obtained many world cores from the foreign races. Chapter 2274. Lu Ming took out a piece of realm core, obliterated the power of law on it, and started refining, increasing his cultivation. One piece after another, the following 2 months plus, Lu Ming continuously refined realm cores just like that. Lu Ming cultivated wholeheartedly and was completely oblivious to the outside world's matters. While Lu Ming was cultivating, outside Two World City, there were countless foreign races rushing over. The foreign races attacked the city. Rumble. One giant battleship after another, all pitch black all over, like majestic mountain ranges, tore through the air and stirred up endless fierce winds. On each battleship, there were large numbers of foreign race powerhouses. Looking over, no idea how many foreign races there were, how many battleships. Two World City was naturally alarmed. Foreign races attacking the city. Roars spread throughout Two World City. In Two World City, countless figures rose to the air. Dazzling rainbow light interweaved in the air, abnormally beautiful. Countless powerhouses appeared on Two World City's city walls. Activate the Grand Array. A voice spread throughout Two World City. This was absolutely a heavenly emperor powerhouse. Everywhere in Two World City, especially on the city walls, densely packed runes emerged. Endless runes interweaved to form one terrifying grand array after another. On Two World City, the atmosphere was stifling to the extreme. This was the foreign races attacking the city on a large scale. In the recent 100,000 years, the foreign races attacking cities on a large scale already became very few. Because for so many years, they did not breach the Grand Pure Heaven domain. The foreign races' large-scale attacking operations became fewer and fewer. Many people guessed that the foreign races were definitely accumulating strength or had other plans. This time, the foreign races attacked the city on a large scale again. Could it be that the foreign races already lost their patience and wanted to breach Two World City with brute force? Rush over, smash through Two World City's city walls. A loud roar came from among the foreign races. Rumble. One incomparably huge battleship after another rushed towards Two World City. However, although those battleships were huge compared to Two World City's city walls, they were still very lacking. Attack! When the foreign race's battleships flew in a certain distance, someone on Two World City's city walls gave the order. Bang! Bang! On the city walls, endless runes were incomparably dazzling, turning into one grand array after another, then turning into one attack after another, attacking towards the foreign race's battleships. There were swords as big as mountains, sabers that could break the sky, and so on. In addition, there were also huge crossbows on the city walls. Each of them was as big as a small hill with a length of several dozen meters. Each arrow could kill a peak true emperor. In addition, there were also primordial stone cannons. This kind of huge cannon was made by refining weapons. It was engraved with large formations and was powered by origin stones. As long as there were enough ores, it would be able to unleash a terrifying attack. Even an 18th level true emperor would die from this attack. Even a great emperor would not dare to disregard it. These were all weapons of war. Rumble. All kinds of attacks bombarded the outsider starships. Many energy shields lit up on the alien warships, blocking the attacks from Two World City. Endless attacks landed on the energy barrier, causing it to vibrate continuously. Counterattack. Some of the foreign races roared. On the battleships, all sorts of attacks were launched towards Two World City. However, they were all blocked by the light outside the city. Both sides attacked each other from afar. The entire sky was drowned in dazzling light. Boom! Suddenly, a sword light slashed out from Two World City. It was extremely dazzling among all the light. The sword light was filled with boundless heavenly might. A heavenly emperor had made his move. However, a huge axe came out from the alien warships and blocked the sword light. Next, a burly figure appeared in the sky, emitting an earth-shattering aura. Heavenly Emperor of Heaven, come out and fight me. The burly alien spoke, his thunderous voice resounding across the battlefield. You think I'm afraid of you? A dazzling sword light shot out from Two World City and attacked the alien warships. Boom! The two exchanged a move, then fought deep in the sky. These two people were undoubtedly both Heavenly Emperor realm figures. The attacks from both sides continued. Rumble. Finally, another alien warship's defenses were breached. Endless attacks landed on the warship, causing it to explode. All sorts of metal flew everywhere. On the battleship, countless non-humankind beings were flying around, but many of them were killed instantly by the attacks. An arrow that was dozens of meters long pierced through the void, piercing a peak true emperor and sending him flying 1,000 miles away. Boom! Another peak true emperor was hit by a pillar of light and exploded. However, there were a few figures that were abnormally strong. They weaved their way through and blocked most of the attacks. These were all emperors of the alien races. Go, go! The alien warships continued to charge towards Two World City. In the process of charging out, more battleships were destroyed, and more outsiders were killed. However, the alien warships were getting closer and closer to Two World City. In the end, after sacrificing a dozen warships and thousands of experts, they finally reached Two World City. Boom, boom, boom. The warships crashed into the light barrier outside Two World City. The light barrier shook violently, and a hole was torn in it. Charge! The alien warships roared and charged through the cracks. Kill! On the city wall of the Two World City, there were also many experts rushing towards the holes. They were fighting against the alien races around the holes. It was a brutal scene. At the same time, the formation on the walls was still operating, turning into waves of attacks that attacked the aliens. This was the advantage of the Heaven Realm. By relying on the Two World City, although they had far fewer experts than the mutated races, they could still stop the mutated races from invading. The slaughter was exceptionally bitter. In this place, there was no mercy, only slaughter. This was a war between two worlds. It was a matter of life and death. Only by killing the enemy could one survive. Experts from both sides fell one after another, forever staying here. Relatively speaking, the Heaven Realm had the upper hand. This was because the experts of the Heaven Realm only needed to block the holes that were torn open. With the help of the formation, it was much easier for them. Although there were some who died in battle, the number of foreign races who were killed was twice as high. Boom, boom, boom. The void vibrated as a series of figures stepped out from the demonic race, emitting a terrifying aura. They were all heavenly emperors. There were more than a dozen of them. The aura of these heavenly emperors was too strong. Heaven and earth seemed to be groaning, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure. However, there were also heavenly emperors from Two World City that rushed out to stop the enemy. Fight. Chapter 2275. This battle lasted for 3 whole days. The alien race paid a terrible price, but they ultimately failed to break through Two World City. The war drums sounded, and the alien race began to retreat. Rumble. Warships retreated one after another. Outside Two World City, the hole that had been torn open began to heal. Clean up the battlefield. Someone ordered. The Heaven Domain experts began to clean up the battlefield. They sorted out the alien race corpses and packed them away. Many people had heavy hearts. Although more alien races had died in this battle, the Heaven Domain had also paid a heavy price. A large number of experts had died in battle. This is the first time in 30,000 years that the alien race has launched such a large-scale attack. Someone sighed. Although the alien race had also launched a large-scale attack a few years ago because of the spatial tunnel, the scale was not as large. After cleaning up, these resources would all be stored in the exchange hall by the higher-ups of Two World City as public resources. The city walls were still solemnly waiting to prevent the alien race from attacking the city again. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Rumble. In the distance, huge battleships were charging over again. The alien race had come to attack the city again. The battle broke out again after half a month. This battle was even more tragic than the previous one. Countless experts died in battle. Even great emperors died one after another, and some heavenly emperors were seriously injured. In the end, the alien race retreated when they saw that they could not break through. Why did the alien race launch such a large-scale attack? This is the first time in 100,000 years. Someone's expression was very grave. Many people guessed that the alien race had lost their patience and planned to forcefully break through Two World City at all costs. I heard that the alien race launched a large-scale attack on another battlefield more than 10 years ago. There has been endless killing over the years. Someone else spoke. The atmosphere became even more tense. Two World City was not the only battlefield in Taiching Heaven Domain. There was another battlefield. It was also a spatial tunnel, but it was not connected to Hunyuan Heaven Domain. Instead, it was connected to another heaven. Taiching Heaven Domain was connected to two other heavens, and they both had the same spatial tunnel. Naturally, these two spatial tunnels became battlefields. The other battlefield was not inferior to Two World Cities. There were also many experts guarding it, and there was endless killing all year round. The alien race had launched a large-scale attack on that battlefield more than 10 years ago, and the killing had been constant over the years. Just like that, the peaceful days passed for another half a month. Half a month later, the alien race launched another attack. But this time, the alien race stopped tens of thousands of miles away. What are they doing? Everyone on the Heaven Domain side. At this moment, a group of people flew out from the side of the foreign races. They flew towards Two World City and stopped 10,000 miles away. I heard that the Heaven Realm has produced many geniuses in recent years. Among the younger generation, countless experts have been born. Coincidentally, some geniuses have also been born in my world. Why don't we exchange pointers? A figure stepped out from the side of the outsiders, and his voice reverberated throughout the entire place. This outsider had a jade-like complexion. He had a head of violet hair and was incomparably handsome. He looked no different from a human, except for the eye between his eyebrows. This was a member of the royal family of the Outsiders, a terrifying celestial emperor. The Outsiders were going to send out geniuses to challenge Qin Wenyin. Many people were astonished. How do you want to fight? A big shot from the Heaven Domain asked. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Heavenly Lord's 6 saints. You can leave now, said the royal of the alien race. Then, 5 figures walked out from the alien race. These were the 4 young men of the foreign race. Even though it was difficult to tell them apart based on their appearances, judging from their life auras, they were indeed from the younger generation. They were quite young. These are the 4 young geniuses of our domain. The Heaven Domain can also send 4 geniuses to fight, said the royal of the alien race. What is this alien race doing? It's very simple. The alien race wants to use this move to attack the morale of the Heaven Domain. If their geniuses can crush our geniuses, many of us will feel despair and see no hope. On the contrary, the alien race's morale will increase greatly. Many people discussed. Many people realized that it was indeed so. This time, the heaven domain and the primordial realm could be said to have reached a golden age. Countless geniuses were born. Many people saw this group of geniuses as the hope of the heaven domain. They even used large amounts of resources to groom them. They could enter and leave as they pleased. They hoped that this group of geniuses would grow up and turn the situation around in the future. However, what if the geniuses of the alien race defeated the geniuses of the heaven domain? In that case, it would prove that even if the geniuses of the heaven domain grew up, they would still be no match for the alien race. How despairing would that be? It would be strange if their morale was not low. However, they had to fight this battle. If they did not fight, it would also affect their morale. This was the alien race's scheme. Many people looked at the alien race's geniuses. One of them was burly and covered in purple scales. When he opened his 3 eyes, they shone brightly. Another one was less than a meter tall and had 4 arms. The third one was the strangest. His body was about the same height as a human, and there were no scales on his body. However, he was like a shadow. His body was constantly twisting, and there was a third eye between his eyebrows. The fourth one made many people's eyes narrow. It was a purple-haired young man. He was unbelievably handsome. His 3 eyes were slightly squinted, and there was a faint smile on his face. He was a royal of the alien race. Who should we send out? Someone asked. The 4 of them must be the top geniuses. We only have the 9 extinctions to win. There are some 9 extinctions in the Two-World City, but they seem to be in seclusion. Send someone to find them. Voices were heard. Then, some heavenly emperors entered the sacred cultivation grounds of the Two-World City to look for the 9 extinctions. As for the outsiders, they waited patiently outside the city walls. Not long after, a few figures flew towards the city walls from the Two-World City. Found them. Many people's eyes lit up. There were 4 young men behind the heavenly emperor. Coincidentally, 4 of the 9 extinctions are in the Two-World City. The heavenly emperor smiled. The others smiled as well. The 9 extinctions were the 9 strongest geniuses of the younger generation in the heaven domain. They had reached the true emperor realm long ago, and each of them was a heaven-defying genius. With the 9 extinctions, they would definitely win. Are they the ones? One of the 9 extinctions said arrogantly, and he was full of confidence. If Lu Ming was here, he would have recognized him immediately. It was Xian Wulin, who was defeated by him and almost left the 9 extinctions. During this period, Xian Wulin had been in seclusion in the Two-World City, and his combat strength had increased tremendously. I have been in seclusion for a long time, and I want to stretch my body. Chapter 2276. Xian Wulin and the others were very confident. They stood at the peak of the younger generation in the heaven field, and their talents were unparalleled. They believed that as long as they grew stronger, they would be able to reverse the situation in the heaven field and defeat the non-humans. They might even be able to lead the army of the heaven field to the evil god world. They didn't put the non-human prodigies in their eyes. I'll go with you, Heavenly Sovereign Six Sacred said as he stepped out, followed by a few other heavenly emperors. Xian Wulin and the other 3 prodigies also stepped out and stopped not too far away from the non-humans. You're finally here. I thought you guys wouldn't dare to fight. One of the non-humans said lightly. The heaven field isn't afraid of anyone in the younger generation. Heavenly Sovereign Six Sacred said coldly. If that's the case, then let's begin. You can choose any of the 4 prodigies you want. The heavenly emperor of the non-humans said. Xian Wulin and the others were also sizing up the 4 non-human prodigies. When they saw the outsider royal, serious looks appeared in their eyes. Everyone knew that the non-human royal was extremely rare, but each one of them had terrifying battle power and limitless potential. They didn't care about the other non-human prodigies, but they had to take the non-human royal seriously. I'll go first, Xian Wulin said as he stepped out. His eyes scanned the 4 non-human prodigies and finally landed on the burly non-human. The burly non-human race was the most common race among the non-humans. The people of the heaven field knew this race the best. Xian Wulin naturally chose the one he was most confident in. You fight me. Xian Wulin pointed at the burly non-human. You're choosing me? The burly non-human opened his 3 eyes and emitted a cold, murderous intent. Being the first to be chosen, he felt that he had been underestimated. Brat, it's your bad luck to choose me first. Brat, remember, the one who defeated you is called Wei Mo. The burly non-human stepped out and emitted a powerful aura. A true emperor. There was no doubt that Wei Mo had reached the true emperor realm. There are strong and weak true emperors as well. Xian Wuling made his move. With a push of his hands, 2 stars appeared and shot towards Weima. Petty tricks. Dandan opened his mouth and 2 beams of destructive light shot out from his 3rd eye. Bang, bang. The 2 stars that Xian Wuling shot out were easily defeated. Xian Wuling's face darkened slightly. He quickly formed a seal with his hands, and 1 star after another appeared around him. There were a total of 360 stars. Stellar Cycle Fist. Xian Wuling did not hold back at all. He directly used his strongest killer move and raised his combat strength to the maximum. Bush, bush, bush. Stars streaked across the sky, carrying long tails as they hurtled towards Weima. Xian Wuling's combat strength has increased by a lot. That's right. A few years ago, when he fought against Lu Ming in Alcade Ancient City, his battle prowess was only equivalent to a 3rd-order true emperor. Now, he's already a 5th-order true emperor. On the Heaven Realm side, many people were overjoyed. Thinking about it, the Black Tortoise Forest had suffered a great loss in the battle with Lu Ming. In the past few years, they had worked hard and improved at an astonishing rate. They believed that this battle was in the bag. But in the next moment, the faces of the Heaven Realm's people changed drastically. Weimo roared as his body emitted a crystalline purple light. A battle axe appeared in his hand, and his burly body charged towards Xian Wuling like a wild beast. Bush, bush, bush. At the same time, Weima held the battle axe with both hands and continuously slashed at the stars. Bang, bang. Those stars were like bubbles that were easily split apart by Weima. Weima took large strides forward, and the battle axe continued to slash out. Stars formed one after another and were destroyed. Xian Wuling's face changed. He roared and pushed his palms forward. In an instant, a total of 200 stars flew towards Weima. Break! Weima shouted coldly and slashed out several hundred times. The sky was filled with axe shadows. Those stars exploded one after another. Kill! In the end, Weimo roared and slashed out a shocking axe light. A giant battle axe that was 10,000 meters tall suddenly slashed towards Xian Wuling. Xian Wuling's pupils contracted rapidly. He erupted with all his strength and merged all the stars into one, forming a giant star that flew towards his opponent. But when the giant battle axe slashed down, the star exploded like a sun in the sky. Xian Wuling screamed miserably as his body flew far away. He flew for more than 10,000 meters before crashing to the ground and vomiting blood. Defeated. Xian Wuling was defeated. The faces of the Heaven Realm's experts were ugly. Xian Wuling, one of the 9 absolutes, was defeated without causing much trouble for his opponent. This Weima's battle strength is at least at the 6th order true emperor realm. Someone said solemnly. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The foreign races also had such terrifying geniuses? How could this be? The Heaven Realm and the primordial world had only produced a large number of geniuses during the Golden Age. But how could the foreign races have such powerful geniuses? It must be a special case. The foreign races can't have many of such geniuses. Impossible. Someone growled, finding it hard to accept. This is the Heaven Realm's genius? He can't even withstand a single blow. Weima said coldly. He looked at Xian Wuling with disdain and walked back with his battle axe. Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saints and the other heavenly emperors had ugly expressions. Xian Wuling's defeat would more or less affect the Heaven Realm's morale. You must win the 2nd round. Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saints transmitted his voice to the remaining 3 geniuses. I'll go for this round. The bald youth stepped forward. This person's combat power was very strong. Back then, in the Alcade Ancient City, he had also made a move to deal with Lu Ming. However, he was stopped by Dandan and displayed shocking combat power. He was much stronger than the Shen Wolin back then. The bald youth's gaze swept across the remaining 3 geniuses and finally landed on the skinny foreign race with 4 arms. You, come out and fight with me, the bald youth said. Then I'll fulfill your wish. The skinny foreign race smiled faintly. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the bald youth. His speed was shocking. Following that, the skinny youth made his move. His body flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, 4 incomparably sharp rays of light appeared around the bald youth and slashed towards him. So fast! Many people were shocked. The skinny foreign race's speed was too shocking. His body flashed so fast that it was impossible to catch him. Mad Demon Fist! The bald youth roared as he punched out with both fists. Terrifying fist energy swept out in all directions like a mad demon. Clang, clang. The sound of metal vibrating echoed in all directions. Chapter 2277. The speed of the bald youth's fist technique was also astonishingly fast. He was actually able to block his opponent's attack. The 2 of them exchanged over 100 blows in an instant, and it was difficult to determine the victor. Interesting. You can actually keep up with my speed. But let me tell you, I'm only using half of my speed. The skinny foreign being sneered. Suddenly, his speed increased greatly once again. The speed of his 4 sharp weapons also increased greatly, becoming twice as fast as before. The bald youth was shocked. He roared angrily and pushed his fist technique to the extreme. But he was still no match for his opponent. A wound appeared on the bald youth's body. His body was almost cut in half, and blood flowed profusely. The bald youth frantically retreated, wanting to avoid his opponent's attack. But his opponent did not stop attacking. There was no way he could avoid it. The bald youth was hit again. His body was cut again. This time, one of his arms was cut off. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and a look of despair appeared on his face. Die! The skinny foreign being's eyes were ferocious as he charged toward the bald youth. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. At the critical moment, the bald youth roared. Die! The skinny foreign being did not stop and continued to charge toward the bald youth. Enough! A heavenly emperor beside heavenly sovereign 6 saints acted. A force enveloped the bald youth and swept him to his side. You need a heavenly emperor to act. What a piece of trash! The skinny foreign being sneered. He looked at the bald youth with disdain, then stepped back. The bald youth's face was extremely ugly. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, then sat down cross-legged to heal his injuries. Heavenly Sovereign 6 saints and the other heavenly emperors also had ugly expressions. Just now, when the heavenly emperor had acted to save the bald youth, the opposing heavenly emperor did not stop him. Perhaps it was intentional. The bald youth had suffered a crushing defeat, and the heavenly emperor had been forced to act. Countless people from both sides had seen all of this. This was a huge blow to the heaven domain. Their top prodigies had been defeated and needed a heavenly emperor to save them. How ironic was that? How could this be? Some people from the heaven domain were filled with despair. Their overall strength could not compare to the foreign races. Even the prodigies of this generation could not compare to the foreign races. What hope did the heaven domain have? It was only a matter of time before they were defeated and destroyed. At this point, there were still 2 outsider chosen who had yet to make a move. The shadowy outsider stepped forward and said in a cold, piercing voice, "Which of you wants to fight me?" On the heaven realm side, there were still 2 young geniuses. One of them was a beautiful woman, and the other was a young man in a blue robe with a graceful bearing. I'll handle him. As for the outsider royal, I'll have to rely on you. I'm definitely not a match for him. At that moment, the beautiful woman said to the blue-clothed youth. The 9 absolutes of the heaven realm also had their differences. The blue-robed young man was one of the strongest among the 9 absolutes and was ranked in the top 3. All right, no matter what, we cannot lose the next 2 matches. The blue-clothed young man said. The beautiful woman nodded and floated out. Without saying anything, she engaged in a great battle with the shadow-like evil god race being. Both of them should be at the 7th order true emperor realm. Their battle prowess was on par with each other. However, The other party's body was extremely bizarre. Not only was it as elusive as a shadow, it was even capable of launching soul attacks. After exchanging dozens of blows, the beautiful woman was at a disadvantage. How could this be? The people from the heaven realm exclaimed in disbelief. How could the outsider race have so many powerful geniuses? They were even more terrifying than the people from the heaven realm. No, I can't lose. Ruthlessness flashed in the beautiful woman's eyes. Suddenly, she stopped defending and allowed the other party's sword to pierce her body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she attacked with all her might. This was a battle that would cause both sides to suffer, but it was also effective. Obviously, the other party didn't expect the beautiful woman to be so ruthless. Boom, boom. Both of them retreated. The beautiful woman coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Her body was almost torn apart by the sword chi. However, the other party didn't have it easy either. He was hit by the beautiful woman's all-out attack and was also heavily injured. Both sides suffered. On the heaven realm side, after the beautiful woman's desperate attack, the battle finally ended in a draw. But on the heaven realm side, no one was happy. There was only despair. The evil god world had also given birth to such powerful geniuses. What hope did the heaven realm have? It seems like you came prepared today. The four of them should be the strongest geniuses in your world. One of the heaven realm's heavenly emperors said. Many people's eyes lit up. It was possible that the foreign races had come prepared. It was possible that they had brought the strongest geniuses of the foreign races. That was why they were so powerful. As for the heaven realm, not all of the 9 jades had arrived. There were still some geniuses who were still growing. If that was the case, then there was hope. You don't have to deceive yourselves. To tell you the truth, the 3 people who fought just now can't even enter the top 10 of my world. One of the foreign race's heavenly emperors sneered. Can't even enter the top 10? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It's fake. It must be an alarmist talk to scare us. We don't believe it. The heaven realm's people were in an uproar. No one believed it. The 3 people who fought just now were already unbelievably powerful. The 9 jades of the heaven realm were not their opponents. With such combat strength and cultivation, they couldn't even enter the top 10 of the foreign races. This was too despairing. They naturally didn't believe it. It's really sad. No wonder you all lost. I swear in the name of the heavenly emperors that all of this is the truth. The foreign race's heavenly emperor said indifferently. The heaven realm's people were in despair. Was what the foreign race said true? This person is a prince of my world. He has amazing talent and is ranked 9th among the younger generation of my world. Following that, the foreign race's heavenly emperor pointed at the foreign race's royal youth. The foreign race's royal youth stepped out and his gaze fell on the blue-robed youth. Remember, my name is Luo. I will crush you. Fight! The blue-robed youth stepped out and launched an attack towards the foreign race's prince, Luo. Bush, bush, bush. The blue divine light transformed into a series of astonishing attacks. As soon as he attacked, the blue-robed young man displayed a terrifying combat strength. Combat strength of an 8th order true emperor. The heaven realm's people's eyes lit up as they saw hope. The blue-robed youth's combat strength had already reached the 8th order true emperor realm. To be able to reach this level at such a young age, he was definitely strong. You have some strength, but it's not enough. Luo said indifferently. A destructive light shot out from his eyes and turned into dozens of sword lights that slashed towards the blue-robed youth. The sword lights whistled and broke the blue-robed youth's attack, causing him to retreat quickly. What? So strong. Many people were shocked. How was it possible that the blue-robed youth was forced to retreat in one move? Kill! Luo shouted. The sword lights whistled and slashed towards the blue-robed youth. The blue-robed youth roared and soared into the sky. He used a terrifying super skill to break the sword lights and charged towards Luo. I'll defeat you. Chapter 2278. Luo was extremely powerful and brave. With a single palm strike, he pierced through the void and destroyed all of the blue-robed youth's attacks. The blue-robed youth's expression changed drastically. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Bang! The terrifying palm strike landed on the blue-robed youth's chest. The blue-robed youth screamed as his chest was pierced through. His body flew tens of thousands of meters away as he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He was severely injured. "No, this is impossible." Someone from the heavenly world shouted in disbelief. The blue-robed youth was ranked in the top 3 of the 9 absolutes. His combat strength was at the 8th order True Emperor realm. However, he was severely injured in just a few moves against the foreign prince. The gap was too big. More importantly, was Mo Tianluo only ranked 9th among the foreign race's younger generation as the heavenly emperor had said? If that was the case, there was no hope for the heavenly world. When this generation of geniuses grew up, the heavenly world would not be filled with hope, but despair. Many people shouted, unwilling to accept all of this. After waiting for countless years and fighting for countless years, the golden age of geniuses had finally arrived. This generation was destined to rise up and give birth to peak experts. Everyone was looking forward to the rise of this generation. Then they would kill their way back and take back the 9 heavens domain. However, this was the outcome they had been waiting for. Many people's faces turned pale. At this moment, their morale was gone. What was the use of fighting and risking their lives? Not good. Heavenly Sovereign Sixth Saint sighed in his heart. He knew that this was a huge blow to everyone. The situation was not good for the heavenly world. The golden age of the heavenly world is nothing more than this. You can't even withstand a single blow. Do you have any more geniuses? Come out and fight. One of the foreign race's geniuses laughed, full of disdain and mockery. Today they had achieved their goal. The morale of the geniuses was low. After some time, it would definitely collapse. There are many geniuses from the heavenly world who are not in Two World City. Otherwise, they would not be weaker than you. Heavenly Sovereign Sixth Saint said. At this time, they could not afford to be weak. Is that so? Then I will give you time to send people to find geniuses. I'm afraid that the ones you find will not be able to withstand a single blow. The foreign race's Heavenly Sovereign Sixth Saints laughed. Go and find the top 2 of the 9 jades. This time, we must not weaken our morale. Heavenly Venerate Sixth Saints transmitted his voice to a heavenly emperor. I'm just afraid that they have even stronger geniuses. The heavenly emperor sighed. I don't care about that anymore. Now I can only fight. Heavenly Sovereign Sixth Saints said. That heaven emperor nodded, his figure flashed and left the place. The outsiders stood quietly on the battlefield, waiting. Their expressions were calm and composed. At this moment, Lu Ming ended his cultivation. Insufficient energy, can't break through. Lu Ming sighed. Although he had refined a lot of world cores, his cultivation had only reached the peak of 7-star Void Emperor. It was impossible for him to break through to the true Emperor realm unless he had a large number of Chaos Stones or Primordial Stones. Forget it, I'll go back to the true Emperor battlefield. With my current cultivation, I'm invincible in the outer regions. I'll hunt for alien cores and exchange them for Chaos Stones. After making up his mind, Lu Ming exited the mountain river diagram and flew out of the Two World City. As he neared the city walls, Lu Ming felt that something was amiss. The atmosphere in the Two World City was extremely heavy and oppressive. There's a big battle. Without thinking, Lu Ming could guess that there must have been a big battle. When he arrived at the city walls, he saw that many people's eyes were filled with helplessness and despair. It was as if they had lost all hope. After asking around, Lu Ming understood what was going on. Are they alien race geniuses? There are alien race princes as well. Oh, there are Chaos Stones. Lu Ming muttered to himself. Then his eyes lit up. Lu Ming looked around and saw Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu and the others on the city walls. Lu Ming quickly walked towards Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu. Lu Ming! Sensing Lu Ming's presence, Heavenly the Arch Heng Yu revealed a smile. Senior Heng Yu, please let me out. Lu Ming said. You want to go out? Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu revealed a surprised look. Yes, I want to meet the alien race's geniuses. Lu Ming nodded. This, Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu and the other Heavenly Emperors looked at Lu Ming with some hesitation. Although Lu Ming's talent was unprecedented, he had just become an emperor not long ago. A few years ago in Alcade Ancient City, Lu Ming's combat strength was not weak and could defeat Xian Wulin at that time. But now, Xian Wulin's combat strength had improved greatly, but he was still not a match for the alien race's geniuses. Even if Lu Ming improved faster and was stronger than Xian Wulin, it was impossible for him to be a match for the alien race's prince. Alright. But Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu only thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Lu Ming had already made history by becoming an emperor with many types of laws. No one had ever done so before. No matter how fast Lu Ming improved, it was not surprising. Their eyes shone with hope, hoping that Lu Ming could defeat the alien race's geniuses and restore the Heaven Court's morale. Immediately, Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu ordered to open the array and let Lu Ming out. Lu Ming's figure flashed and flew out of Two World City. Instantly, he attracted everyone's attention. That's Lu Ming. It's him, it's Lu Ming. Why did he go out? Is he going to fight the alien race's geniuses? Before Lu Ming became an emperor, he had already mastered many types of laws, and even the 3 strongest types of laws. Once he became an emperor, he rushed to become a 4-star Void Emperor and suppressed Xian Wulin. Now that a few years have passed, Lu Ming must be stronger. He might even be able to fight the alien race's geniuses. Many people revealed hopeful looks. I don't think so. No matter how strong he is, he can't be a match for the alien race's prince. Someone poured cold water on them. It was an expert from the Lan family. Why do you have to praise others and destroy our own morale? We'll know after the battle. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu glanced at the Lan family's expert and said coldly. The Lan family's expert's face changed, and he didn't dare to say anything. Lu Ming was extremely fast. Like a bolt of lightning, he arrived beside Heavenly Sovereign 6 Sacred and the others. Lu Ming. Heavenly Sovereign 6 Sacred and the others looked at Lu Ming and nodded. Senior, let me fight. Lu Ming said. You want to fight? What a joke. Don't you see how strong the other party is? If you fight, you will only cause us to lose another battle and destroy our morale even more. Xian Wulin said first. Do you think others are the same as you? Lu Ming glanced at Xian Wulin in disdain. You? Xian Wulin's face flushed red, but he was indeed defeated and couldn't refute. Lu Ming, fight with all your might. Heavenly Sovereign 6 Sacred said. Lu Ming nodded and stepped forward. As he walked in front, the aura of a 7-star Void Emperor erupted. 7-star Void Emperor? Impossible. How did he improve so quickly? Chapter 2279. Xian Wulin roared in his heart. He was shocked by Lu Ming's cultivation. The others weren't any better. Their mouths were agape as they sucked in a breath of cold air. A 7-star Void Emperor wasn't much. However, this 7-star Void Emperor had only become an emperor 2 years ago. That was terrifying. The other members of the 9 Extinction Sect, such as the bald young man, the blue-robed young man, and the beautiful woman, all looked at Lu Ming in shock. Great! Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saints and the other heavenly emperors were overjoyed. With Lu Ming's talent, if he continued to grow, he would definitely become a peak expert. The people from the heavenly world were shocked. However, the people from the foreign races were stunned and looked down on Huang Xiaolong. They didn't know that Lu Ming had only become an emperor 2 years ago. Is there really no one else in the heavenly world? You actually sent an Void Emperor to his death? One of the heavenly emperors from the foreign races mocked. So what if he's an Void Emperor? He's strong enough to defeat your so-called prodigies. Lu Ming spoke with disdain and provocation. Arrogant. Leave this brat to me. Among the 4 prodigies from the foreign races, a burly prodigy covered in purple scales stepped out. A giant axe appeared in his hand, and his eyes were filled with malevolence. This person was called Wei Mo. He had easily defeated Xian Wulin in the previous battle. No one from the foreign races stopped him. In their opinion, Wei Mo alone was enough to deal with a mere Void Emperor. Bang, bang. There was purple light all over Wei Mo's body. He was 4 meters tall, more than twice as tall as Lu Ming. Every time he took a step on the ground, there would be a booming sound. It was as though a huge beast was walking. Brat, I'll chop you in half with my axe. Wei Mo snarled, and his 3 eyes emitted a sinister light. Lu Ming raised his middle finger, revealing a look of disdain. You're courting death. Wei Mo stomped on the ground and the ground cracked. His burly figure charged towards Lu Ming. While he was in midair, he swung his axe at Lu Ming. A terrifying axe light split the void in half. A 6th-order true emperor is too weak. Lu Ming muttered. His figure soared into the sky, charging towards the other party. When he met the opponent's axe light that was chopping down, Lu Ming immediately struck out with his palm. In this move, Lu Ming used the indestructible golden body. His entire body was like a peerless divine weapon. At the same time, the power of law covered his palm. Boom! The axe radiance was like tofu, unable to withstand a single blow. Lu Ming's figure didn't stop as he charged towards Weima. Vima was shocked. He didn't expect that the attack he had unleashed with all his might wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. This was completely beyond his expectations. In his opinion, a mere Void Emperor could not be that strong. He would definitely be chopped to death by his axe. By then, it was already too late for him to dodge. Lu Ming had already arrived. Bang! Lu Ming's palm landed on Wei Ma's face. Wei Ma let out a miserable shriek as half of his face exploded. His body slammed heavily into the ground, creating a huge pit. He laid there, twitching nonstop. He was already half dead. The entire place fell into silence. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. The powerful Wei Ma, who had easily defeated the Black Tortoise Forest, was actually unable to withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. In just one move, he was suppressed by Lu Ming and was heavily injured. The impact was too strong. Good. Good hit. Cheers erupted from the heavenly world side. The two-world city was in an uproar. Many people were yelling in excitement. It was too satisfying, too satisfying. Just now, the heavenly world's geniuses were suppressed by their opponents. Now that Lu Ming had made his move, he defeated one of their opponents with a single slap. This scene was as good as drinking a cup of cold beer on a hot summer day. Initially, many people were in despair. But now, they couldn't help but feel hopeful. There were even stronger geniuses in the heavenly world. Although the geniuses of the foreign races were strong, it wasn't like they couldn't be defeated. Of course, there were a few people who weren't happy. For example, Black Tortoise Forest, Lan Cheng, and those who had a grudge against Lu Ming. Damn it, when did he become so strong? Damn it. Black Tortoise Forest roared in his heart. He couldn't accept it. Previously, he was easily defeated by Wei Ma. But now, Wei Ma couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. Didn't this mean that he was too weak? His face was extremely gloomy. Lan Cheng snorted coldly. His face didn't look too good either. Similarly, the experts of the foreign races had ugly looks on their faces too. Their geniuses of the foreign races were actually defeated by Lu Ming in such a domineering manner. It was a slap to the face. It wasn't good for their plan either. This is your geniuses? Too weak. Change to another one. Lu Ming said casually as he looked at the remaining 3 geniuses of the foreign races. Other than the prince of the foreign races, Immortal Luo, the other 2 had grave looks on their faces. Even if the 2 of them were stronger than Wei Ma, they wouldn't be much stronger. They definitely wouldn't be able to crush Wei Ma as easily as Lu Ming. Even if they went up, they definitely wouldn't be Lu Ming's match. A 7-star Void Emperor with such fighting strength. Interesting. Let me take you on. Mo Tianluo stepped out. His purple hair fluttered in the wind and he looked extremely handsome. In addition, he had a 3rd eye in the middle of his brows that was filled with an evil aura. If he were to enter the human race, he would probably charm thousands of girls. Lu Ming revealed a smile. His target was Mo Tianluo. Make your move. Stop wasting time. Lu Ming said casually. He had an expression as though he didn't care about Mo Tianluo at all. Mo Tianluo's eyes flashed with a tinge of gloominess. His purple hair fluttered in the wind as his entire body emitted purple aura. Swoosh! A dazzling radiance shot out from his eyes and turned into a huge battle sword. It slashed towards Lu Ming with shocking power. Lu Ming squinted his eyes and circulated his power of the world to the maximum. At the same time, a long spear that contained 8 types of laws appeared in his hand. Facing Emo Tianluo, Lu Ming might look casual, but he didn't dare to be careless. Emo Tianluo's fighting strength had already reached the level of a rank 9 true emperor. His current fighting strength was also at the same level as Emo Tianluo. Clang. Lu Ming's long spear expanded and clashed with Emo Tianluo's battle sword. There was a loud clang and the force was rampant. Emo Tianluo's battle sword was destroyed by Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming's figure also retreated a few steps. He blocked it. So strong. The eyes of the people from the heaven world lit up. Lu Ming had blocked Emo Tianluo's attack. This meant that he had the strength to fight. At this moment, although many people were shocked by Lu Ming's fighting strength, they still hoped that Lu Ming could fight with Emo Tianluo and even defeat him. Seeing that Lu Ming had blocked his attack, Emo Tianluo roared. His third eye continued to shoot out radiance that turned into dozens of battle swords and slashed towards Lu Ming. At the same time, his figure flashed as he charged towards Lu Ming. Chapter 2280. Lu Ming and Emo Tianluo exchanged a blow and retreated. What a strong power! Lu Ming felt his arm going numb. It seemed like he was still at a disadvantage in terms of power after using 8 types of laws. 9 types of laws then. Lu Ming added the life law into the long spear. Buzz. The long spear buzzed and its power increased tremendously. It turned into a sky-piercing spear radiance and pressed down on Emo Tianluo. Kill! Emo Tianluo's palms were sparkling like purple jade as he charged towards Lu Ming. He continuously blasted out and clashed with Lu Ming's spear radiance, causing terrifying explosions. The two of them continuously clashed, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows, and it was hard to determine the victor. After Lu Ming used 9 types of laws, his combat strength was equivalent to a 9th-level true emperor. He was on par with Emo Tianluo and wasn't any weaker. So strong. Lu Ming is so strong. He can definitely fight with Emo Tianluo. That's right. Who said that the geniuses of the heaven realm are inferior to the foreign races? They just didn't come out previously. Lu Ming created miracles and became an emperor with many types of laws. He will definitely become an unparalleled expert in the future. He is the hope of the heaven realm. Many people were discussing. When these words entered Lan Cheng's ears, his face turned gloomy. His eyes flashed with cold light and no one knew what he was thinking. The battle was still ongoing. Lu Ming and Emo Tianluo fought in the sky and exchanged hundreds of blows. Lose-lose. At this point, Emo Tianluo started to get impatient. The main thing was that Lu Ming's cultivation was too low. He was only an empty emperor and he couldn't even take down an empty emperor. If news of this battle were to spread to the evil god world, he would definitely be suppressed and mocked by the other princes. His attacks became even more violent. It's about time. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a cold smile. His spear aura suddenly changed and turned into a spinning force. He charged towards Emo Tianluo and completely abandoned his defense. Courting death. Emo Tianluo's eyes lit up as he blasted a palm on Lu Ming. However, he was also swept by Lu Ming's long spear. The two of them were sent flying at the same time, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. They were seriously injured. However, Lu Ming had the indestructible ancient scripture. He circulated the indestructible ancient scripture, and his injuries quickly healed. Lu Ming charged towards his opponent again. The two of them fought fiercely. Lu Ming didn't care about defense at all, only attacking. He was completely in the position of exchanging injury for injury. The two of them were continuously struck by each other. However, Lu Ming's injuries were quickly recovering while Emo Tianluo's injuries were getting worse and worse. His aura was getting weaker and weaker, and his battle strength was quickly weakening. In the end, he wasn't a match for Lu Ming at all and was being crushed by Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming's spear struck Emo Tianluo's body and blasted him into the ground. The ground crumbled, and Emo Tianluo's hair was disheveled. He vomited large mouthfuls of blood, and his aura presence was extremely weak. However, Lu Ming didn't stop as he continued to charge at Emo Tianluo. Senior, help me keep an eye on the enemy's celestial emperor. At the same time, Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Heavenly Venerate's 6 saints. Mo Tianluo roared as he rushed out of the ground, trying to escape. However, Lu Ming caught up with him in an instant and struck him with his spear again. Mo Tianluo's body flew out like a cannonball in the direction of Two World City. Enough! A foreign race Heavenly Emperor roared as he stretched out a huge hand, trying to grab Mo Tianluo. However, Heavenly Venerate's 6 saints waved his hand and destroyed the other party's huge hand. What are you trying to do? Do you want to start a war? The foreign race Heavenly Emperor roared as he attacked at the same time. However, Heavenly Venerate's 6 saints was stronger and blocked the other party. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had already caught up with Mo Tianluo. At that moment, Mo Tianluo didn't have any strength to fight back. Lu Ming stepped on his body, causing his bones to break inch by inch and his injuries to worsen. Following which, Lu Ming grabbed Mo Tianluo's neck and rushed towards Two World City. Let go of my race's prince. The foreign race Heavenly Emperors were enraged and attacked at the same time. However, Heavenly Venerate's 6 saints and the other Heavenly Emperors from the Heaven Domain also attacked and blocked the other party's attacks. Then, they swept up the Blue Robe Youth and the others and rushed towards Two World City. After catching up with Lu Ming, Heavenly Venerate's 6 saints swept up Lu Ming and flew towards Two World City. Behind them, the foreign race Heavenly Emperors were furious as they chased after them. However, Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu and the others on top of Two World City attacked and blocked the foreign race Heavenly Emperors. With this block, Heavenly Venerate's 6 saints and the others had already returned to Two World City and landed on top of the city walls. They won. Lu Ming won. At this moment, the gazes of everyone in heaven landed on Lu Ming, exuding a glow of surprise. Their eyes were filled with hope once again. It wasn't that the Heaven Domain's geniuses were inferior, but that the stronger ones hadn't attacked yet. Didn't they see how Lu Ming defeated his opponent the moment he attacked? Moreover, Lu Ming was only an Empty the Arch. If an Empty the Arch was so strong, then how shocking would he be in the future? They saw hope once again. In the future, the Heaven Domain might have a chance to fight with the foreign races, or even counterattack. Hand over my race's prince. Otherwise, I won't leave even a chicken or dog alive. Several foreign race Heavenly Emperors stopped outside Two World City and roared in anger. I'm so scared. Come and attack. You're talking as if you won't attack if I hand him over. Lu Ming laughed coldly as he held onto Mo Tianluo's neck and stood on top of the city walls. Kid, you will die very miserably. I swear. Mo Tianluo roared in anger. Bam! Lu Ming lifted Mo Tianluo and smashed him heavily onto the city walls. The city walls of Two World City were refined with special materials and inscribed with countless inscriptions. How hard was it? Mo Tianluo was smashed until he was dizzy. God knows how many bones in his body were broken. Especially his face, it was already beyond recognition. There was no longer the handsome appearance from before. If you talk any more nonsense, I'll directly pickle you. Lu Ming said coldly. Mo Tianluo shut his mouth. At this moment, the foreign race Heavenly Emperors were furious. They couldn't wait to chop Lu Ming into 8 pieces. It could be said that they hated Lu Ming to the core. This time, their plan was to use the younger generation to attack the Heaven Domain's morale. Originally, their plan had been completed perfectly. The morale of the Heaven Domain's people was many times lower. Unfortunately, at the crucial moment, a Lu Ming appeared and completely ruined their plan. He defeated their geniuses consecutively and restored the Heaven Domain's morale. Even the foreign race's prince had fallen into Lu Ming's hands. The foreign race's prince not only had a noble status, but his talent was also peerless. In the future, he would definitely become an unparalleled expert. Nothing must happen to him. What do you want? Only then will you let my race's prince go? One of the foreign race Heavenly Emperors spoke. Originally, I wanted to kill him directly. However, seeing that your attitude is sincere, I can let him go. How about this? Take out 1,000 chaos stones and I'll let him go. Lu Ming demanded an exorbitant price. What? 1,000 chaos stones? That's impossible. Your appetite is too big. One of the foreign race heavenly emperors roared in anger. 1,000 chaos stones? What a joke! Do you think chaos stones are cabbages? A few pieces are already very precious, let alone 1,000. If you can't take it out, then collect his corpse. Lu Ming said with a cold face. 8,000 chaos stones is too much. It's impossible. Chapter 2281. Alright, then I'll take a step back. 100 chaos stones, no less. Lu Ming pretended to consider for a while and opened his mouth to say, directly dropping from 1,000 to 100. Actually, he was indeed demanding an exorbitant price previously. He was also clear that 1,000 was simply impossible. It was just to bargain. 100 is still too much, lower it a little. A foreign race heavenly emperor still wanted to bargain. Bang! Lu Ming lifted Imo Tianluo and smashed him on the city wall again, making Imo Tianluo cry out miserably. Alright, 100 it is. We'll go and gather. The foreign race was helpless in the end. Then, a foreign race heavenly emperor returned to the foreign race army to gather chaos stones. I object to using the foreign race prince to exchange for chaos stones. Right at this time, a person stepped out from the heaven realm's side and spoke coldly. Lu Ming looked over. It was Lan Cheng. Lan Cheng looked around and said to the heaven realm's people, this foreign race prince's talent is too high. If we let him go back, when he grows up in the future, he will be a great enemy to us. Such a good opportunity, we must kill him. These words made many people's eyes twinkle. Yes, this foreign race prince's talent was astonishing. Even the top 3 prodigies of the 9 absolutes were not his match. Placed on the heaven realm's side, he could be said to be a prodigy at the top of the pyramid. Such a character, when he grew up in the future, how terrifying would he be? Many people were persuaded by Lan Cheng. Lan Cheng sneered. Lu Ming wanted to use Imo Tianluo to exchange for resources. How could it be so easy? He wanted to stop it. Moreover, killing Imo Tianluo, the foreign race would definitely bear a grudge against Lu Ming. To him, there were only benefits and no harm. Bullshit, Imo Tianluo is Lu Ming's captive. How to deal with him, he has the final say. Others have no right to interfere. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu walked over and directly cursed. How could he not see through Lan Cheng's thoughts? Truly despicable and shameless. Heng Yu, you can't say it like that. Ordinary captives can naturally be dealt with as you wish. But this foreign race prince's talent is too high. It concerns the safety of the heaven realm. We can't deal with him willfully. Lan Cheng quibbled, not letting go of the heaven realm's safety. Her. At this moment, Lu Ming sneered, full of mockery. Lan Cheng looked at Lu Ming, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you for being a coward. Lu Ming said. How dare you? Lan Cheng was furious. Lu Ming actually dared to say such things to him in front of so many people. How preposterous. I finally understand why the heaven realm lost. It's because there are too many people like you. They don't have any confidence at all. Without confidence, without the belief that they will win, how can they win? If I can defeat this outsider prince today, I'll be able to crush him in the future. Not to mention one outsider prince, even if there were 10 of them, so what? In the future, I can suppress them with a flip of my hand. Since I dared to let him go, I will deal with him myself in the future. Therefore, there is no need for you to worry about him. Lu Ming spoke with great confidence. That's right. In your eyes, this outsider prince may be a great enemy in the future, but in Lu Ming's eyes, he's just a jumping clown. What are you afraid of? Heng Yu laughed. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Lan Cheng said with a gloomy face. Since you can't say for sure, why are you still talking nonsense? Maybe I'll kill him tomorrow. Lu Ming sneered, then turned around and ignored Lan Cheng. Gotcha. Lan Cheng clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with cold, killing intent, but he concealed it very well. He was the heavenly emperor, and Lu Ming dared to talk to him like that. He was simply courting death. Of course, he didn't think about why Lu Ming had such an attitude. Because of Lan Yun, Lu Ming had been targeted by Lan Cheng in all aspects in the Yaoguang ancient city. A dignified heavenly emperor was targeting Lu Ming, a junior, everywhere. Lu Ming couldn't take it anymore and decided not to be nice to Lan Cheng. At this time, the outsider heavenly emperor who had gone to gather chaos stones had returned. "Here are the chaos stones. Release my prince," the heavenly emperor said. "Senior Six Sacred, I'll have to trouble you." Lu Ming handed the demon sky net to Heavenly Sovereign Six Sacred. Only Heavenly Sovereign Six Sacred could make the exchange. If he went, he would definitely be slapped to death. Heavenly Sovereign Six Sacred nodded, took the demon sky net, and flew out of Two World City. The outsider had no choice but to obediently hand the chaos stones to Heavenly Sovereign Six Sacred in exchange for the demon sky net. Heavenly Sovereign Six Sacred returned and handed a storage bracelet to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a look and saw that there were exactly 100 chaos stones in the storage bracelet. Lu Ming was overjoyed. 100 chaos gems. This was a huge sum of wealth. He'd fought for more than 2 years in the True Emperor battlefield and had only managed to get 3 chaos stones in exchange for alien cores. Now, he had suddenly obtained 100 chaos stones. With these chaos stones, his cultivation level would definitely break through to the True Emperor realm. Many people looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes. There was envy, jealousy, and so on. Take Xian Wulin for example. He had been beaten up by the other party when he fought. However, Lu Ming had won 100 chaos stones. The difference was too great. Lan Cheng and the others had gloomy expressions. The more resources Lu Ming had, the faster he would grow. "Kid, we have more prodigies here. Let's continue the battle." At this time, a heavenly emperor of a foreign race roared as he stared at Lu Ming. Now that this had happened, the morale of the celestial field had not decreased. Instead, it had increased greatly. The foreign races were the ones with the lowest morale. They were unwilling to accept this and called for even stronger prodigies to fight with Lu Ming to break the morale of the celestial field. "I'm not free." Lu Ming's reply was only 2 words. Then, he waved his hand and flew back to his residence. With the chaos stones in hand, Lu Ming was rushing back to break through. He was not in the mood to fight. "Damn it, what other prodigies do the celestial field have? Call them out and fight with our prodigies." The foreign race heavenly emperor roared. "I'm not free." This was the answer of Heavenly Venerate's 6 saints. He was not that stupid. Lu Ming had just won a big victory and restored the morale of the celestial field. Why would he be so stupid as to call for a fight? What if he was beaten up and their morale was low? Anyway, they had won a big victory and should stop while they were ahead. The foreign race heavenly emperor was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He had sent out prodigies to challenge outside Two World City, but the celestial field ignored them. In the end, the foreign race had no choice but to retreat. Their plan this time was completely ruined because of Lu Ming. After Lu Ming returned to his residence, he directly entered the mountain river diagram and took out a pile of origin stones. He devoured the energy of the origin stones and recovered to his peak state. Then, he took out a chaos stone. He wanted to use the chaos stone to break through to the True Emperor realm. Breaking through to the True Emperor realm required a lot of energy, but 100 chaos stones were definitely more than enough. After taking a deep breath, 3 streams of chaos chi flew out of the chaos stone and were sucked into Lu Ming's mouth. Chapter 2282. Once a void emperor broke through to the True Emperor realm, the small world would become more stable. Living beings could enter and cultivate in the small world. Naturally, the amount of energy required was shocking. Now, Lu Ming's speed of refining the chaotic aura was much faster than before. He could refine 1 chaos stone in 3 days, which was 3 wisps of chaotic aura. After refining 1, Lu Ming took out another. A month passed quickly. Lu Ming had refined 10 chaos stones, but he still hadn't broken through. Lu Ming continued refining. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. The speed at which Lu Ming refined the chaos gems was getting faster and faster. In 3 months, he had refined over 30 chaos stones. Boom, boom. At this time, Lu Ming's accumulation had reached the peak. His small world rumbled and expanded continuously. In the end, Lu Ming's small world reached a radius of 10,000 li. This area was about the same as the mountain river diagram. Evolve. Lu Ming's thoughts moved. Mountains, rivers, and lakes appeared in his small world. However, there were no living beings. In order to evolve living beings, one had to reach the Emperor realm and control the Grand Tao. At this time, a layer of light spread out from Lu Ming's body. This was the world god light. The world god light meant that the small world had completely stabilized and he had stepped into the true Emperor realm. True Emperor realm, I finally broke through. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He felt that his world god light was 5 to 6 times stronger than before. After refining over 30 chaos stones, Lu Ming finally broke through to the true Emperor realm. He was now a 1-star true Emperor. My battle strength should be at the 10th order true Emperor realm. Lu Ming estimated his battle strength. Before his breakthrough, his battle strength was at the 9th order true Emperor realm. However, the increase in battle strength was in many aspects. The most important thing was the laws. However, after breaking through from the Void Emperor realm to the true Emperor realm, his world god light had increased by 5 to 6 times. Therefore, his battle strength had risen to the 10th order true Emperor realm. Normally, it would be difficult for one's combat strength to increase by so much after breaking through a minor level. True Emperors have a total of 18 levels of power. Only peak 7-star cultivators with 9 laws at the 3rd level and powerful abilities are considered the 18th level. However, I don't even need to reach this step to have the combat strength of rank 18. Lu Ming smiled. He was different from the others. His physical strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. Moreover, he had mastered 3 supreme laws, while the rest were all monarch laws. If his cultivation reached the peak of 7 stars and his 9 laws reached the 3rd level, his battle prowess would naturally surpass an 18th level true Emperor. I still have over 60 chaos gems, but I've just made a breakthrough in my cultivation. I need to consolidate it first before making a breakthrough. Right now, I should focus on cultivating the laws. Lu Ming planned the direction of his future cultivation. When laws reached the 2nd realm, there were also differences in strength. Many of his laws had just broken through to the 2nd realm not long ago and had yet to reach the peak of the 2nd realm. There was still room for improvement. Moreover, there were no bottlenecks. Using the Enlightenment Ancient Tree to comprehend was the best choice. Lu Ming left the mountain river diagram and headed straight for the mature Enlightenment Ancient Tree in Two World City. In the following days, Lu Ming comprehended the laws under the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. Two World City also calmed down. After several strong attacks, the foreign races did not succeed. Instead, they suffered heavy losses. The plan to attack the Heaven Realm's morale did not succeed. During this period of time, they quieted down and did not continue to attack. However, everyone knew that the foreign races would not give up. This was just the calm before the storm. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. In this year, Lu Ming had been comprehending the laws under the mature Enlightenment Ancient Tree. His 9 types of laws advanced by leaps and bounds, progressing rapidly. After breaking through to the 2nd realm, there were no bottlenecks. All the laws were quickly moving towards the peak of the 2nd realm. In a year, at least 6 or 7 laws had reached the peak of the 2nd realm. This allowed Lu Ming's cultivation to increase by another level. Lu Ming estimated that he was now at the 11th level of a true emperor. However, many of his laws had reached a bottleneck. If he wanted to go further, he would reach the 3rd realm. It would be very difficult to break through this through hard work. Lu Ming decided to continue to the true emperor battlefield. Only by killing the foreign races would he be able to break through faster. However, before leaving, Lu Ming returned to his residence and refined another 20 chaos stones. Lu Ming's cultivation reached the 2-star true emperor realm. His cultivation level had broken through 1 level, but his combat strength was still at level 11 true emperor. However, he had reached the peak of level 11 true emperor. With everything ready, Lu Ming quietly left Two World City and headed towards the true emperor battlefield without letting anyone know. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to the true emperor battlefield. The illusory emperor battlefield, true emperor battlefield, and grand emperor battlefield were specially created. If the foreign races wanted to attack Two World City, they wouldn't pass through these battlefields. With my current battle prowess, the periphery of the battlefield is no longer a challenge. Only the core of the battlefield will be challenging. Lu Ming pondered. The experts in the core were all at the 10th level and above. It was the perfect place for Lu Ming to train himself. Lu Ming flew towards the core of the battlefield. If he flew like this, he would definitely be targeted by the foreign tribes. Along the way, he was ambushed by 2 waves of foreign tribe experts. However, the strongest of these experts only had the combat strength of a 9th level true emperor. They were easily killed by Lu Ming and he obtained many crystal cores. When Lu Ming stepped into the core area of the battlefield, he slowed down and retracted his aura, moving forward cautiously. Clang. Not long after, a dazzling red light appeared in front of him. At the same time, the sound of weapons colliding could be heard. Clearly, someone was fighting. Lu Ming used his divine breath art and carefully approached the battlefield. Suddenly, there were 2 beams of rainbow lights in front of him. One after another, they flew toward Lu Ming at high speed. In front of them was a green sword light. The person controlling the sword light was an elder in a green robe. Behind him was a middle-aged man in crimson robes. He had a crimson saber in his hand as he chased after the old man. It was clear that both of them were from the celestial world. "Save me!" The old man in green robes saw Lu Ming and screamed. However, the middle-aged man in crimson robes suddenly increased his speed and slashed out with his saber. The old man in green robes roared and tried his best to block, but it was useless. The crimson saber broke through his defenses and cut him in half. The middle-aged man in crimson robes rushed over and took the old man's storage ring. He also dug out the old man's world core. Another one so young. You have guts to come to the core of the battlefield at such a young age. Unfortunately for you, you ran into me, Crimson Blade. Consider yourself unlucky. The middle-aged man in crimson robes licked his lips. Chapter 2283. Bloody Swordsman. Lu Ming had heard Bai Tai mention this name before. There was a rule in Two World City that no one from heaven was allowed to kill each other after entering the battlefield. Those who violated this rule would be severely punished. However, there were still those who took the risk to kill Heaven World's creatures for a huge profit. These people usually disguised themselves. They had one identity on the battlefield and another when they returned to Two Realm City. Of course, there was a great risk in doing so. Death was the only way out if they were recognized. Bloody Bladesman was such a person. His battle prowess was rumored to be at the 14th level of a true emperor. Just now, he was hunting the experts of the Heaven Realm and happened to bump into Lu Ming. Now, his target was Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming didn't retreat. His eyes were filled with eagerness. His battle prowess was at the peak of the 11th level. He was only one step away from the 12th level. With the indestructible ancient scripture, even a 12th level true emperor would be killed by him. Thus, he wanted to see just how strong a 14th level true emperor was. Even if he couldn't win, Lu Ming still had the fallen star bow and heaven emperor physique. Bloody Swordsman was slightly surprised. He did not expect Lu Ming to not run away after hearing his name. If he didn't run, then he would die. The Bloody Swordsman's figure flashed and he dashed toward Lu Ming like a beam of bloody light. Buzz. In Lu Ming's palm, the magical power, Infinite Dragon Spear appeared. Die! Lu Ming unleashed all his power and stabbed towards Bloody Bladesman. The spear whistled and tore through the void. This was Lu Ming's first time going all out after becoming a true emperor. 11th level battle prowess at such a young age, a 2-star true emperor. He's a peerless genius. Bloody Bladesman was shocked at first, but it was soon replaced by greed. Being at the 11th level of a true emperor at such a young age was terrifying. In his knowledge, only 1 or 2 youths in the entire heaven world had reached this level. Could it be that this youth in front of him was one of the top 2 ranked 9 absolutes? No matter what, this kind of genius was shockingly wealthy. The Blood Bladesman's eyes burned with passion as he slashed his blade at Lu Ming. The blood-colored blade light struck Lu Ming's spearlight. Lu Ming's spearlight vibrated violently. The wireless dragon spear, which was formed from 9 types of nomological laws, vibrated continuously, as if it was about to be torn apart by the opponent's strength. At the same time, a terrifying saber chi rushed towards Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming's body was sent flying. His body was covered with saber wounds and blood flowed out. Lu Ming spat out a large mouthful of blood. He had been heavily injured in one move. The difference between an 11th order true emperor and a 14th order true emperor was too big. An ordinary 11th order true emperor would have died from this move. However, Lu Ming had the indestructible ancient scripture and indestructible golden body. His defense and recovery were terrifying. At this moment, Lu Ming's injuries were recovering rapidly. The saber wound was healing rapidly. He's not dead. The Blood Bladesman was shocked. An 11th order true emperor was still alive after taking one of his moves. This was beyond his imagination. Wait. The Bloody Bladesman's eyes widened in astonishment. He recalled the move he had just exchanged with Lu Ming. He felt that Lu Ming's abilities contained 9 types of laws. 3 of them were supreme laws. To think that a single person could control 3 supreme laws. He had stayed in the true emperor battlefield for dozens of years and had never heard of Lu Ming's name. Naturally, he was shocked. However, after the initial shock, a blazing flame appeared. Brat, hand over your cultivation method. The Blood Bladesman's eyes were filled with greed as he charged at Lu Ming. He thought that Lu Ming had relied on an ancient scripture to cultivate 3 supreme laws. If he could obtain it, wouldn't he be able to dominate the world? He had to obtain it. Die. Lu Ming's injuries were mostly healed now. He held his spear and charged at the Blood Bladesman. Boom. The 2 of them exchanged another blow. Lu Ming retreated madly and was seriously injured again. However, Lu Ming's eyes were exceptionally bright. This was a true battle of life and death. He could feel the aura of death in each move against the Blood Bladesman. However, this allowed him to condense his mind to the extreme. His potential was also stimulated to the extreme. He could feel that his usage of laws was constantly deepening. What kind of monster is this? His recovery ability is so frightening. Even the law of life can't have such an effect. I'll cripple this brat and search his soul. The Blood Bladesman roared in his heart. He didn't give Lu Ming a chance to recover and charged at Lu Ming again. Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear. This spear had reached the peak of its power. Clang. The spear clashed with the Blood Bladesman's blade, but the result was still Lu Ming being pushed back. His body was covered in blade wounds. The Blood Bladesman continued to attack Lu Ming. Before Lu Ming could recover, he was sent flying again. This time, his injuries were even more severe. Brat, no matter how strong your recovery ability is, you're still going to die. The Blood Bladesman said savagely. It's about time. Lu Ming muttered. If the battle continued, he would be at a disadvantage. Even with the indestructible ancient scripture, he would still be killed. Retreat for now. Buzz. A pair of transparent wings suddenly appeared behind Lu Ming's back. With a flap, Lu Ming's figure quickly retreated and then turned around to leave. Stay! The Blood Bladesman was unwilling to give up. He chased after Lu Ming crazily. However, the 6-feathered godly wings was Dandan's most prized ability. Once it was used, its speed was astonishing. Even if Lu Ming's cultivation was relatively low, his speed was still faster than the Blood Bladesman's. Lu Ming quickly left. The distance between him and the Blood Bladesman was getting farther and farther. Damn it! After chasing for a while, the Blood Bladesman saw that he couldn't catch up. He roared and stopped. In the end, the Blood Bladesman could only helplessly turn around and leave. Not far away, Lu Ming also stopped. The injuries on his body were quickly recovering. At this time, he had already recovered 30%. This speed was shocking. No wonder the indestructible ancient scripture was called one of the strongest scriptures in the heaven world. It was not without reason. Its life-saving ability was too strong. This Blood Bladesman is a rare training target. I can't let him go like this, Lu Ming thought. Then, he restrained his aura and used the 6-feathered godly wings. He quietly followed the Blood Bladesman along the ground. Lu Ming was very careful. He used the objects on the ground as cover and completely restrained his aura. Plus, the Bloodbladesman didn't expect Lu Ming to be so bold as to follow him. Therefore, he didn't notice Lu Ming at all. After a while, the Bloodbladesman came to a hidden cave and walked in. Lu Ming found a place nearby and hid himself. He circulated his energy to heal his injuries. Chapter 2284. My laws have improved again. This Bloodbladesman is actually proficient in the death laws, array laws, and devour laws. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. The Bloodbladesman was definitely a very suitable training target. Among the rules that he mastered, 3 of them were the same as Lu Ming's. Although the battle with the Bloodbladesman was short, it had greatly affected Lu Ming. Especially since the Bloodbladesman had 3 of the same laws as Lu Ming. After exchanging blows with the Bloodbladesman, Lu Ming's comprehension of the 3 laws became even faster. Lu Ming would not let the Bloodbladesman off so easily. Lu Ming stayed there, comprehending the laws and digesting what he had gained from the previous battle. 2 days later, Lu Ming ended his cultivation. Let's continue the battle. Lu Ming muttered and charged towards the cave where the Bloodbladesman resided. From far away, a spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he thrust it out. A huge spear light as large as a mountain pierced towards the cave. That cave directly exploded into pieces. Whoo! A furious roar sounded as the Bloodbladesman soared into the sky. Boundless blood light burst forth and shattered the mountain. Then he saw Lu Ming. Brat, I didn't look for you, but you actually came to me. You're courting death. The Bloodbladesman roared and charged towards Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. The two exchanged a few blows. Just like before, Lu Ming was not a match for the Bloodbladesman. He was completely suppressed and heavily injured. The 3rd level of the death laws. So that's how it is. Ha! Lu Ming laughed in his heart. During the battle with the Bloodbladesman, Lu Ming had gained some inspiration from his opponent's death laws. He felt that there was hope for a breakthrough. Bloodbladesman, I won't fight today. Let's fight another day. Lu Ming laughed and used the 6-feathered divine wings to fly into the distance. The Bloodbladesman roared and chased, but after chasing for a while, he could only helplessly stop. This brat's ability to protect himself is too strong, and his speed is too fast. Unless I severely injure him to the point where he can't fight back, it will be very difficult to kill him. Bloodblade Wielder gritted his teeth and left in a flash. This time, Bloody Bladesman kept changing his position because he was afraid that Lu Ming would secretly follow him. He had guessed correctly. Lu Ming had indeed followed them, and Bloody Daggerhand had not noticed at all. Bloody Swordsman was very familiar with the core of the battlefield. After running for a while, he looked around but didn't see Lu Ming, so he hid in a secret place. Lu Ming began cultivating not far away. He left a thread of consciousness to observe Bloodblade Hand's movements. The majority of his consciousness was used to comprehend laws. His comprehension of the law of death continued to deepen. Finally, a few days later, the law of death made a breakthrough. It broke through the limit and stepped into the 3rd level of the law of death. This was the apex of the laws, the limit of the laws. With this breakthrough, Lu Ming's battle prowess soared. This was the strongest law. The increase in combat strength was especially shocking. Lu Ming's combat strength had reached the peak of a level 12 true emperor. His combat strength had increased by 1 level. Good. Lu Ming smiled. Just as he was about to continue fighting with Bloodblade Hand, he saw a figure flash out. It was Bloodblade Hand. Bloodblade Hand looked around for a bit before leaving in a certain direction. Lu Ming secretly followed him. Not long after, Lu Ming saw Bloodblade Hand hiding on top of a mountain. Then he saw a figure flying over from the distance. It was a creature from Celestial World. This guy wanted to kill another creature from Celestial World. The Bloodblade Hand made his move. A blade light burst out and slashed at the creature. The creature from Celestial World was shocked and turned into a tiger. It roared and spat out a beam of light from its mouth. However, this tiger only had the battle prowess of a 12th level true emperor. It was no match for Bloodblade Hand. The saber ray slammed into the tiger's body and sent it flying. It was covered in wounds and could no longer fight. Blood Blade Hand. The tiger roared, full of despair. Die! Blood Blade Hand snarled. Blood Blade Hand, your opponent is me. At this time, Lu Ming also rushed out and stabbed with his spear. A terrifying spear ray shot towards Blood Blade Hand. Blood Blade Hand couldn't kill the tiger in time and could only turn around to slash at Lu Ming. Boom! The spear ray was dispersed and Lu Ming's attack was blocked. The spear vibrated continuously. Brat, it's you again. Your battle prowess. Blood Blade Hand was shocked. He found that Lu Ming's battle prowess had increased by a lot. Blood Blade Hand, our battle isn't over yet. Let's continue. Lu Ming dashed forward and fought with the bloody swordsman. Senior, leave quickly. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the tiger at the same time. Young friend, thank you. The ferocious tiger thanked Lu Ming and then turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Blood Blade Hand had exchanged more than 10 moves. Lu Ming was still no match for Blood Blade Hand, but he was much better than before. Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage and was injured, but it wasn't serious. He could barely resist. Lu Ming did his best to fight with Blood Blade Hand. Boom! Boom! The two exchanged more than 20 moves and Lu Ming finally retreated with serious injuries. Let's go! Lu Ming used his 6-feathered divine wings and turned around. His speed was faster than before and Blood Blade Hand couldn't catch up. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Blood Blade Hand was furious and roared again and again. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He knew that he was targeted by Lu Ming and couldn't get rid of him. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have attacked Lu Ming. He regretted it. Next, no matter what Blood Blade Hand thought of, he couldn't get rid of Lu Ming. Every once in a while, Lu Ming would look for him and have a big fight with him. However, he did not dare to leave the battlefield and return to the Two-World City. This was because Lu Ming had been keeping an eye on him. He was afraid that when he returned to the Two-World City, Lu Ming would report him and he would die without a burial ground. Just like that, half a year passed. In this half a year, Lu Ming and Blood Blade Hand fought more than 10 times. Lu Ming's improvement was astonishing. Bloody Swordsman was really the best demonic refined stone. Its combat ability was slightly higher than Lu Ming's, but not by much. Every time, Lu Ming could go all out in the battle. In this half a year, Lu Ming's Law of Devour and Array Dao broke through to the 3rd level. The 2 Monarch Dao laws made Lu Ming's battle strength soar to the 13th level of a true emperor. It's time to end him. At this time, Lu Ming decided to deal with Blood Blade Hand. Boom! Lu Ming caught up with the Bloody Swordsman and launched an attack. Brat, let's die together. Blood Blade Hand was about to go crazy and attacked Lu Ming crazily. But now, Lu Ming's battle strength was only 1 level lower than Blood Blade Hand. He didn't fear him at all. Lu Ming used a method where both sides would suffer. In the end, he dealt a heavy blow to the Bloody Swordsman while his own injuries recovered rapidly. I'll send you on your way. Chapter 2285. In the end, Lu Ming's spear pierced through his head and extinguished his soul. Since you accompanied me for half a year, I won't take your world core. After taking away the storage ring of the Bloody Bladesman, he struck his palm and blasted a big hole in the ground, burying the corpse of the Bloody Bladesman in the hole. This could be considered as repaying his kindness of being a sparring partner for half a year and allowing Lu Ming's combat ability to rise by 2 levels. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he left the place. Soon after, Lu Ming came to a secret place. He took out the storage ring of Bloody Bladesman and checked it. This guy has a lot of resources. Lu Ming discovered that there were at least 100 alien race crystal cores in the storage ring. They were all true Emperor-level alien race crystal cores. There were also dozens of world cores. Let's cultivate for a while. Lu Ming planned to increase his cultivation. 3 of his 9 laws were at the 3rd level while the other 6 were at the peak of the 2nd level. It was time to increase his cultivation. However, Lu Ming didn't take out the Chaos Stones to cultivate. Instead, he took out the World Core and refined it. After erasing the laws on the World Core, Lu Ming began to refine it. Just as Lu Ming was refining the heart of the world and improving his cultivation level, in Two-World City, Lan Cheng and the experts of the Lan clan were having a discussion. Lu Ming entered the true emperor battlefield again. Are you sure? Lan Qing asked an old man from the Lan clan. I'm sure. Moreover, Lu Ming has been fighting with Blood Bladesman recently. The old man said. Blood Bladesman? What's his strength? Lan Qing asked. I heard that he has the strength of a 14th level true emperor. The old man said. What? A 14th level true emperor? Lu Ming can fight a 14th level true emperor? His improvement is too fast. It must be the indestructible ancient scripture. Lan Qing was shocked. Greed flashed in his eyes. Pass down my order. If any experts of the Lan clan see Lu Ming in the true emperor battlefield, kill him and take the indestructible ancient scripture from his soul. Lan Qing said with a dark expression. Heaven Emperor, if news of this gets out, will be targeted by other experts. The old man from the Lan clan said. Then don't let anyone know. Do it secretly. Also, contact the Yen clan. We'll work together. Lan Qing ordered. Lu Ming refined dozens of world cores one after another. Lu Ming's minor world expanded once again. Rumble. Lu Ming's small world became bigger and bigger. In the end, it expanded to a radius of 300,000 miles before it stopped. When he had just broken through, the size of his little world was 100,000 miles wide. With each subsequent breakthrough, the size of his little world would increase by another 100,000 miles. When Lu Ming was a 2-star true emperor, his minor world had a radius of 200,000 miles. Now that Lu Ming had refined a large number of world cores, his minor world had expanded to a radius of 300,000 miles. Lu Ming's battle prowess had also improved, barely reaching the strength of a 14th level true emperor. He barely had the strength of a 14th order true emperor, which was considered weak among the 14th order true emperors. Lu Ming didn't stop there. He took out a chaos stone and continued to absorb chaos energy. After refining 5 chaos stones in a row, Lu Ming's cultivation reached peak 3-star true emperor. At this stage, Lu Ming continued to refine a few chaos gems before stopping. He wanted to break through to 4-star true emperor in one go, but he found that it wasn't feasible. 4-star true emperor was a high-level true emperor. He needed time to consolidate his foundation or he wouldn't be able to break through this barrier. Right now, my battle prowess has reached 14th level true emperor. With a fallen star bow, I should be able to protect myself in the core area. I'll go out and hunt some foreign races. Lu Ming pondered. Only through fighting and killing could one improve very quickly. If Lu Ming didn't fight here and instead cultivated in Two World City, he wouldn't have improved so much even if he stayed under the Tao Comprehension Tree every day. Lu Ming left this place and began to wander around the core area of the True Emperor realm, looking for the alien race. At this time, a piece of news spread across the battlefield. The entrance to a minor world had appeared somewhere in the battlefield. It was speculated that this minor world had been floating in the void for a long time. It coincidentally connected with this area and the entrance appeared. A minor world that could float in the void for so long was at least a peak Grand Emperor's minor world, or even a Heavenly Emperor's. Otherwise, it would have collapsed after so many years. Only a small world condensed by an extremely powerful existence could float in the eternal void for so many years and still exist. If it was a small world left behind by a Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouse, it was very likely to be priceless, having supreme treasures. Everyone in the battlefield was startled by this news and began searching for the entrance. Even the true emperors on the periphery of the battlefield were looking for companions to try their luck. Bai Tai also contacted a few powerful true emperors and headed towards the core area. The Lan family, the Yen family, and the other major forces also sent many powerful forces to search for the entrance to the small world. In the middle of a mountain range, there was a huge expanse of land. The entrance to the small world was in this area. But now, a large number of outsider experts were hiding in the vicinity of the plate. Let's use this chance to kill the celestial world's experts. A foreign race expert said coldly. They found the minor world's entrance earlier but didn't go in to investigate. Instead, they waited for the celestial world's experts to come and kill them one by one. The battlefield was filled with murderous intent and undercurrents. Lu Ming didn't know any of this. He hid his aura and wandered around the core area. After several days of searching, he didn't see a single foreign expert. However, he did see a few celestial world experts. They were all in a hurry, seemingly looking for something. One day, Lu Ming arrived at a mountain range. At this point, Lu Ming stopped in his tracks. This was because he sensed a mysterious fluctuation in the space ahead. This fluctuation is similar to the spatial fluctuation of a minor world's entrance. Is there an entrance to a minor world here? Let's go take a look. Lu Ming was bold enough to fly towards the mountain range. He had the fallen star bow and the celestial emperor's body. Lu Ming flew into the mountains. Naturally, he was discovered by the foreign tribes lying in ambush here. It's a human from celestial world. Why is there only one? Only one? Fine, let's kill him first to avoid alerting the enemy. They immediately sent out an expert to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming was flying when all of a sudden, a beam of light dashed toward him at high speed. A black axe gleam was charging toward Lu Ming. It's a foreign, level 12. Chapter 2286. It was a burly being from the evil god tribe. He had 3 eyes and they were filled with killing intent. Die! Lu Ming formed a spear in his hand and thrust it forward. The spear light shattered the enemy's axe light and pierced through the enemy's forehead. Instant kill. Following that, Lin Fan used his power of the realm to retrieve the enemy's storage bracelet and dug out the enemy's crystal core. Damn it. This person has the combat strength of a 14th level true emperor. One of the foreign races who was lying in ambush roared. Initially, they thought that Lu Ming's combat strength wouldn't be that high since he was so young. They thought that a 12th level true emperor would be able to deal with him easily. However, they didn't expect that Lu Ming would be able to deal with him so easily. Send more people to kill this person. Hurry up, don't let the others from the heaven world find out. One of the foreign races ordered. All of a sudden, some members of the alien race charged toward Lu Ming. This time, there were 6 of them. There's more. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. The 6 of them unleashed their terrifying auras and charged towards Lu Ming. 6 rays of destruction shot towards Lu Ming from a distance. Whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming brandished his long spear and shot out beams of spear gleams toward the light of destruction of the alien race. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of collisions, Lu Ming's body shook violently and he was forced to retreat. 2 15th level true emperors and 4 14th level true emperors. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he judged the other party's ability. This lineup was more than enough to deal with a 14th level true emperor. However, their opponent was Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming was injured, his injuries were recovering rapidly. It was not a big deal. Die! The 6 of them charged towards Lu Ming. They attacked Lu Ming with all sorts of attacks. Come on! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with battle intent as he charged towards them with his spear. Both sides kept clashing and fighting fiercely. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, it was impossible for the outsiders to kill him immediately. After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming risked being injured and killed a 14th level true emperor with a single strike of his spear. Damn it, how can the humans of the heaven realm be so strong? Their vitality is unbelievably tenacious. Some of the outsiders who were lying in ambush let out enraged howls, and more outsiders charged out. This time, more than 10 foreign races joined the fray. The strongest among them was a 16th order true emperor. So many? Could it be that this is the home of the non-humans? Lu Ming's gaze was solemn. There were so many alien races, and one of them was a 16th level true emperor. Lu Ming was obviously not their match. Boom! Lu Ming knocked back a 14th stage fighter with a single spear strike. Then, his figure charged forward with extreme speed. At the same time, the fallen star bow appeared in his hand. Lu Ming pulled the fallen star bow and 9 colored arrows flew out, aiming at a level 15 true emperor of a foreign race. Bang! The outsider was instantly killed in midair. Lu Ming drew his bow continuously. The bowstring vibrated and several arrows flew out. Each arrow could kill a member of the foreign race. Damn it! The outsiders who were lying in ambush couldn't sit still anymore. A few of them were even more terrifying. Charge out and kill this person. Howling, one of the outsider chieftains charged out in attack. This time, more than 200 outsiders charged out from the mountains. Each of them had the combat strength of a 10th Order True Emperor. The strongest among them had the combat strength of a 17th Order True Emperor. So many! Lu Ming's expression changed. Hundreds of outsiders with the combat strength of a 10th Order True Emperor couldn't be a coincidence. They had been lying in ambush for a long time. Even though Lu Ming didn't know what was going on, he knew that he was unlucky to have walked into an ambush. Hundreds of foreign clans, all of whom were at least at the 10th level True Emperor realm, charged toward Lu Ming from all directions, causing the entire void to shake. It was as though there were tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. "Kill him!" one of the outsiders shouted. He had the appearance of a human with purple hair. He was a member of the royal race. Bush. Several rays of destructive light shot out, causing the space around them to tremble. A stone sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. At the same time, the Heavenly Emperor's body appeared and floated in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward and merged with the Heavenly Emperor's body. In the face of so many powerful figures from foreign tribes, Lu Ming was no match for them at all. He might be drowned in the attacks of so many foreign tribes in an instant and be blown up by so many attacks. He could only use the Heavenly Emperor's body. Controlling the Heavenly Emperor's body, Lu Ming slashed out with his sword. A beam of sword chi shot out, piercing through the clouds and slicing through the attacks of the outsiders, heading straight for a group of outsiders. Several outsiders with the combat strength of a 10th Order True Emperor were cleaved in half by the sword chi and died on the spot. At this time, a group of people appeared not far from where they were. They were experts from the Lan and Yen families. There were dozens of them in total, and there was no lack of true emperors among them. The experts from the Lan and Yen families were naturally looking for the entrance to the lesser world. They saw the boundless sword chi from afar. There are experts fighting up ahead. What terrifying power! Be careful! An expert from the Lan family whispered. They immediately retracted their auras and flew forward carefully. They landed on a mountain peak and looked ahead. They saw Lu Ming controlling the Heavenly Emperor's body to fight against the outsiders. Of course, they didn't recognize Lu Ming because he had merged with the Heavenly Emperor's body. They were almost scared to death when they saw so many outsiders. There are strange spatial fluctuations up ahead. Is the entrance to the lesser world here? Could it be that these foreign races are lying in ambush here, trying to kill the experts of the Heaven Realm? The Lan and Yen families easily thought of the key point. Their faces turned pale at the thought of it. They knew that someone had broken in first. Otherwise, they would be finished. Who is that giant stone man? It's so strong. It should be a puppet. The experts from the Lan and Yen families whispered among themselves. At this time, Lu Ming killed a few more outsiders. This enraged the outsiders. Attack together! Attack together! The outsider royal roared. All the outsiders attacked. Hundreds of attacks were directed at Lu Ming. So many attacks were unleashed by 10th Order True Emperors and above. Ordinary emperors wouldn't dare to take them head-on and would only be able to dodge. However, the Heavenly Emperor's body was made of stone and was extremely tough. Even emperors couldn't penetrate it, let alone true emperors. Lu Ming ignored the attacks and charged at the outsiders with the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Chapter 2287. Lu Ming killed 3 members of the foreign race with one stroke of his sword. Thereafter, his combat sword slashed horizontally, killing another 2 members of the foreign race. The attacks of the hundreds of foreign races landed on the Heaven Emperor's body, causing a series of explosions. However, the Heaven Emperor's body was completely fine. On the other hand, Lu Ming's combat sword did not stop slashing. A gigantic sword ray the size of a mountain swept across the sky with shocking power. Over the years, Lu Ming would occasionally take the time to fuse the energy crystals he obtained from the outsiders into Heaven Emperor's body. Heaven Emperor's body was close to 30% of its energy. Boom, boom, boom. Under the pressure of the gigantic sword ray, the outsiders exploded and died on the spot. In a few breaths, dozens of outsiders were killed. No matter how strong they couldn't stop one of Lu Ming's moves. Close to 30% of the Celestial Emperor's physical body's energy erupted. Even an ordinary one-star Great Emperor would be in danger and could be killed by Lu Ming, let alone a true emperor. 18 true emperors were only equivalent to true emperors. Even the strongest 18th-level true emperor would only be a peak true emperor. They would be instantly killed by a great emperor. Therefore, no matter what level one's combat level was, when faced with Lu Ming, there was only one outcome, and that was to be killed instantly. No one was his match. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. His sword slashed out non-stop, taking the lives of several outsiders with each slash. In less than a minute, more than 100 of the 200 outsiders died under Lu Ming's sword. Run, run! The remaining outsiders finally began to panic. Howling in terror, they turned and fled. Kill! Lu Ming had his eyes on the outsider royal. The number of outsiders was pitifully small, but each of them was shockingly talented. Once they reached adulthood, they would have terrifying battle prowess. The geniuses among them were even more terrifying. Since he saw them, he couldn't let them go. Lu Ming chased after that member of the foreign clan. Stop him! A look of terror appeared on the outsider's face as he ran for his life, ordering the other outsiders to stop Lu Ming. Among the outsiders, the hierarchy was extremely strict. The status of royalty was very precious. The ordinary people of the evil god race, as well as the nobles, had to listen to the royalty unconditionally. In the face of danger, they had to stand in front of the royal family unconditionally. Otherwise, there would be a great disaster. At this point, even though the rest of the strange humans were terrified, they still charged towards Lu Ming. Among them, there was no lack of 17th-level true emperors. Kill! Lu Ming showed no mercy at all as he charged forward, slashing out with his battle sword and slaughtering outsiders one by one. One of them was a 17th-level true emperor. A 17th-level true emperor was the pinnacle of the battlefield. Most of them were at the peak of the true emperor realm, preparing to break through to the Grand Emperor realm. Lu Ming was invincible among the true emperors when he controlled the Celestial Emperor's physical body. Lu Ming rushed past them and killed dozens of true emperors before dashing toward the royal member of the foreign race. The outsider screamed in terror as the sword slashed down, but he was still cut in half. The other outsiders scattered in all directions. Lu Ming stopped and didn't continue the chase. The intense battle just now had consumed a lot of energy from his physical body. These outsiders were all at the 10th order true emperor realm. It seemed easy for Lu Ming to kill them, but it took a lot of energy. After killing more than 100 of them, the energy in Heaven Emperor's body was almost depleted. Killing so many true emperors wasn't as easy as fighting a one-star Great Emperor. At this point, the energy in Heaven Emperor's body was almost depleted. After the alien race fled far away, Lu Ming appeared and put away the Celestial Emperor's body. Looks like there's an entrance to a minor world here. These outsiders must be here to ambush the inhabitants of the celestial world. Lu Ming thought about it and guessed what the outsiders were planning. At this time, the Lan and Yen clan's eyes widened in shock. Lu Ming, it's that Lu Ming. It's him, he has such a terrifying puppet. The Lan and Yen clan's faces turned pale. They were ordered to kill Lu Ming if they had the chance in the true emperor battlefield. However, Lu Ming actually had such a powerful puppet. This made them shudder. If they were to attack Lu Ming, they would only have a dead end. No, there must be conditions to control such a powerful puppet. It can't be that easy. He didn't chase after the outsiders when they escaped. That doesn't seem like him. Could it be that the puppet can't be used anymore? Controlling the puppet requires energy, and it can be used up. The Lan and Yen clans discussed in secret. Some of them had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, some even millions of years. They were all old foxes and had a rough idea of what was going on. Their eyes lit up, filled with cold, murderous intent. This was an excellent opportunity. If Lu Ming's puppet couldn't be controlled, it would be best to kill Lu Ming. The experts of the Lan and Yen families had resolute looks in their eyes. Their superiors had ordered them to find a chance to kill Lu Ming and take the indestructible ancient scripture from Lu Ming's soul. If they could accomplish this task, they would be rewarded handsomely. Now that there was no one from the celestial world around and Lu Ming's puppet couldn't be used, it was the best time to strike. Kill Lu Ming. The leading powerhouse of the Lan family transmitted a message to everyone and then rushed out. The others also rushed out after him. Beams of rainbow lights dashed toward Lu Ming at high speed. Lu Ming was about to head toward the small world when he suddenly saw dozens of people flying toward him. He could not help but be stunned. He didn't recognize that they were from the Lan and Yen clans. The Lan and Yen clans didn't have any special symbols, and these people were all true emperors. Lu Ming had never seen them before. He thought that they were just ordinary people from the celestial world. Are these people also here for the small world? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Lan and Yen clans stopped not far from Lu Ming and didn't attack immediately. They were still wary of Lu Ming's methods. You're Lu Ming? The leader of the Lan family pretended that he had just recognized Lu Ming and asked with a surprised expression. That's me. May I know why you are here? Lu Ming asked. My name is Jian. The Lan clan's leader smiled and walked towards Lu Ming. Recently, there has been a rumor about a small world floating in the eternal void that is connected to the true emperor battlefield. Many people have come. Brother Lu, you must be here for this small world. Chapter 2288. It really is a small world. Lu Ming's heart stirred, but his expression did not change. That's right. I'm also here for the small world. The leader of the Lan clan glanced at the alien corpses and said, So many alien corpses, did Brother Lu kill them all? He pretended not to see the corpses because he wanted to test Lu Ming. No, I just got here too. Lu Ming said. Oh, could it be that someone has already entered the small world before us? Let's go in then. The leader of the Lan clan pretended to be shocked and moved closer to Lu Ming. At this moment, a terrifying ray of light burst forth from the hands of the leader of the Lan family and charged toward Lu Ming. The two were very close to each other. If Lu Ming wasn't prepared, he wouldn't be able to dodge it. However, just as the leader of the Lan family attacked, the six-feathered wings suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's back. In a flash, Lu Ming's figure flew away at high speed, avoiding the other party's attack. The expression of the leader of the Lan family changed. His face darkened as he stared at Lu Ming. How did you find out? You're good at disguising yourself, but the others aren't as good. Did you think I wouldn't notice when someone tried to kill me? Or you? Lu Ming's expression darkened. If not for his extremely sharp spiritual sense and the strong murderous intent of some people from the Lan family and the Yen family, Lu Ming would have sensed it despite their best efforts to conceal it. Hence, he would have been on guard. So what if you found out? You're still going to die today. The leader of the Lan family hollered. He no longer held back and unleashed his full power. He charged toward Lu Ming, displaying his terrifying combat power. 17th level of True Emperor. Lu Ming's expression changed. Lu Ming might have reached the 14th level of True Emperor, but he was still far from being a match for a 17th level True Emperor. Moreover, there were others. The other members of the Lan clan and Yen clan attacked as well. Each of them had the strength of a 10th order True Emperor. If the Heavenly Emperor's body was still around, these people wouldn't be a threat at all. However, Lu Ming was no match for them now. Lu Ming used his six-feathered wings and retreated to avoid the attacks. At the same time, the fallen star bow appeared in his hand. Where do you think you're going? Attacks tore through the void and flew towards Lu Ming. You're from the Lan clan and Yen clan? Lu Ming shouted. As soon as the other party made a move, he could not hide his unique skills at all. Lu Ming recognized him. As he had a feud with the Lan family and the Yen family, Lu Ming had specially studied the ancient scriptures and magical skills of these two families. Therefore, he could recognize them at one glance. The Lan clan and Yen clan's members were filled Lu Ming. Buzz. As Lu Ming retreated, he pulled the fallen star bow. Whoosh! An arrow shot out, flying with extreme speed, tearing through the void like a star. An expert of the Lan family with a combat strength of a 15th level true emperor was killed by Lu Ming. Damn it! The leader of the Lan family yelled and increased his speed to the maximum. It was as if he was shuttling through the void. He was as fast as Lu Ming's six-feathered divine wings. There was also someone from the Yen clan who had the strength of a 17th order true emperor. He cooperated with the leader from the Lan clan and charged at Lu Ming from both sides. They quickly closed in on Lu Ming. Lu Ming drew his bow and shot 2 9-colored arrows at the 2 level 17 true emperors. However, the 2 level 17 true emperors were too powerful and they managed to block the arrows. Only their bodies were affected. How can a 17th order true emperor be so strong? Lu Ming's expression turned solemn. Lu Ming, you're going to die today. Hand over the indestructible ancient scripture and your own scripture and we'll give you a quick death. The leader of the Lan clan said coldly. However, at this moment, his expression changed. The others from the Lan clan and Yen clan were startled as well. Rainbow lights flashed in the distance. Someone was coming. The Lan family and the Yen family couldn't help but stop. There was a rule in heaven that forbade them from killing each other on the battlefield. If they violated this rule, even the Lan clan and Yen clan would be punished. The light receded, and a total of 6 people appeared not too far away. Lu Ming. A voice sounded. Senior Bai Tai. Lu Ming was surprised. He didn't expect Bai Tai to be one of them. Wasn't Bai Tai supposed to be at the periphery of the battlefield? Why was he at the core of the battlefield? Is it because of that small world? Lu Ming thought. Everyone, what's going on? Bai Tai looked at the Lan clan and Yen clan. They seemed to have seen someone fighting from afar. Bai Tai and the others looked at the corpse of the alien race and their expressions changed. Could it be that the Lan clan and Yen clan were fighting with the alien race? The leader of the Lan clan had a gloomy expression. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Attack, kill them all. The leader of the Lan clan sent a message to the others. The others' expressions changed. If word got out that they killed their own people on the battlefield, the Lan clan and Yen clan wouldn't be able to protect them. However, there was no one else present. They just had to silence them. Attack! The leader of the Lan clan sent a message. Not good, Senior Bai Tai, run. At this moment, Lu Ming hollered. He could sense the murderous aura emanating from the Lan family. These people were actually audacious enough to want to kill Bai Tai and the others. Lu Ming roared and dashed toward Bai Tai at lightning speed. However, the 17th level true emperor from the Yen clan was already attacking Bai Tai. At the same time, the leader of the Lan family charged toward Lu Ming and launched several attacks. Lu Ming could only try his best to dodge. Bai Tai was shocked. He didn't expect the Lan clan and Yen clan to suddenly attack them. Bai Tai's battle prowess was only at the 7th order true emperor realm. He was no match for Huang Xiaolong. His heart was pierced by Huang Xiaolong's attack and his body exploded. Senior Bai Tai. Lu Ming's eyes turned red. He was filled with murderous intent. He and Bai Tai had worked together to hunt the alien races for 2 years. They had fought dozens of battles and formed a deep friendship. Bai Tai and his ancestors had all died in the hands of the pagans. His biggest wish in his life was to hunt down the pagans. He had no other thoughts. At the same time, he knew that his talent was limited. When he was hunting foreign tribes, he would intentionally give Lu Ming more Heart of the World so that Lu Ming could improve faster. He was a respectable elder who had spent his life hunting the alien races. But now, he was killed by the greed of the Lan clan and Yen clan. Lu Ming's heart was filled with murderous intent. He wanted nothing more than to kill everyone from the Lan clan and Yen clan. Lan clan, you won't have a good death. The people who came with Bai Tai were also all killed. Lu Ming, no one can save you. The leader of the Lan clan continued to attack Lu Ming. Chapter 2289. The members of the Lan family and the Yen family flew toward Lu Ming together, forming an encirclement, wanting to surround Lu Ming. However, at this moment, the people from the Lan and Yen family changed their expressions. This was because they could vaguely see a rainbow light flashing in the distance. Obviously, more people were coming. This time, There were dozens of people, which was more than the Lan and Yen families. Damn it! The Lan and Yen families shouted. If they had more time, they would be able to kill Lu Ming. However, they did not expect more people to come. Quick, put away the alien corpses. Quick! The leader of the Lan family shouted. He abandoned Lu Ming and quickly put away the alien corpses. The other people from the Lan and Yen families did not know what was going on, but they did as they were told. They put away all the alien corpses, leaving only the corpses of those who came with Bai Tai. Bush, bush, bush. A rainbow light flashed and dozens of people appeared in the sky. They were all living beings from the heaven realm. Some of them were extremely powerful. What's going on? The people who came later glanced at the corpses of Bai Tai and the others. Their eyes flashed. Everyone, Lu Ming is too daring. He wants to kill people from the heaven realm. We happened to find him and were about to take him down. The leader of the Lan family was the first to shout, directly accusing Lu Ming of killing Bai Tai and the rest. What? Lu Ming, how dare you? The people from the heaven realm looked at Lu Ming with anger in their eyes. Haha. Lu Ming laughed angrily and said, the Lan and Yen families wanted to kill me and steal the indestructible ancient scripture. When others saw it, they killed them. Now they dare to slander me. What a joke. Nonsense. Everyone, Lu Ming is eloquent. We can't be fooled by him. I suggest we take him down, destroy his cultivation, and bring him back to the two-world city for interrogation. The leader of the Lan family shouted. Lan family, Yen family, I will make you pay for what you did today. Lu Ming shouted and turned around to leave. He knew that he was at a disadvantage today. No matter how he argued, it would be useless. He could only escape first and then think of a way to publicize the crimes of the Lan and Yen families. Lu Ming used his 6-feathered divine wings and flew away at top speed. Chase him. Don't let him escape. He's trying to escape punishment. The leader of the Lan clan shouted. Together with the experts of the Yen clan, they chased after Lu Ming. The other people from the heaven realm looked at each other. They didn't know who was real and who was fake, so they could only watch. Lu Ming, you can't escape. The leader of the Lan family hollered. A jade talisman appeared in his hands. He then crushed the jade talisman. A gush of green energy shrouded his body. His speed suddenly increased and he quickly approached Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. He turned around, drew his bow, and shot an arrow at the leader. A battle sword appeared in the leader's hand. He slashed out and collided with the arrow, causing it to explode. His body paused for a moment, and then he continued to chase after Lu Ming. Bush, bush. The leader of the Lan clan slashed out a few times. Sword Chi whistled and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming kept dodging, but he was still hit by a sword Chi. Lu Ming vomited blood and flew forward. No, I can't escape like this. I'll go to that small world and try my luck. With a thought, Lu Ming rushed toward the place where there were spatial fluctuations. The experts of the Lan clan and Yen clan chased after him. As they chased, the leader of the Lan clan kept slashing out sword Chi. Lu Ming could only block with his bow and try his best to dodge at the same time. However, after a few moves, Lu Ming was hit again. His body was almost cut open. However, with the indestructible ancient scripture, Lu Ming was fine. His injuries were recovering quickly. After a while, a huge black vortex appeared in front of him. Obviously, this was the entrance to the small world. Lu Ming dashed in without turning his head back. The leader of the Lan clan also rushed in. The two of them were the fastest. The others were a little slower. Lu Ming rushed into the vortex. The next moment, he appeared in the void. However, the scene that was imprinted in his eyes made Lu Ming's eyes narrow. In this small world, the ground cracked, and a hideous crack appeared. Heaven and earth were barren. In the sky, one spatial crack after another kept flashing. Let's go! Without thinking too much, Lu Ming rushed forward. Behind him, a fluctuation came. The leader of the Lan clan also appeared. As soon as he came out, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. However, when he saw Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He rushed towards Lu Ming. Swoosh, swoosh. The leader of the Lan clan unleashed his full strength. The strength of a 17th level true emperor was undoubtedly displayed. The sword chi slashed through the void, and the space directly exploded. This is... Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He wanted to use the fallen star bow to block the attack, but he could not help but stop. The leader of the Lan clan's face changed drastically. Rumble. At this moment, the whole world shook violently. The sky kept exploding. The leader of the Lan clan's sword just now seemed to have lit a fuse. The whole world began to collapse and explode. Not good. The leader of the Lan clan realized that something was wrong. He turned around and wanted to leave through the entrance. However, with a loud bang, the entrance also exploded. The entrance collapsed. Rumble. The ground collapsed. Dense spatial cracks appeared in the sky. Damn it, damn it. The leader of the Lan clan kept roaring in fear. This is a small world that is about to collapse. Lu Ming had a bitter taste in his mouth. At this time, he understood. This small world should have been floating in the eternal void for countless years and was about to collapse. However, when they rushed in and used their cultivation to attack, they broke the balance and caused the world to completely collapse. The collapse of a small world was very terrifying. In particular, this small world might very well belong to a very powerful existence, and its power was even greater. Boom. The ground exploded. The sky was full of cracks. The cracks were increasing, revealing a dark void. Terrifying spatial storms swept in all directions. With the combat strength of Lu Ming and the leader of the Lan clan, it was fine to enter the dark void. However, if they were swept by the spatial storms of the small world, they would definitely die. The two of them tried their best to dodge. However, after a while, the whole world and space were filled with spatial storms. There was almost nowhere to hide. Damn it, it's all your fault, I want you dead. The leader of the Lan clan roared crazily and blamed everything on Lu Ming. If Lu Ming didn't rush in, he wouldn't have chased after him. If Lu Ming didn't escape and let him kill him, this wouldn't have happened. He roared and pounced on Lu Ming. Chapter 2290. At this moment, Lu Ming was in danger. The spatial storm was sweeping in all directions and he was almost caught in it. Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, hide in it. Lu Ming thought of the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. With a thought, a Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron appeared in front of him. Lu Ming rushed into the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Although the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron's energy seemed to have been exhausted and had fallen into a deep slumber, Lu Ming was unable to activate its terrifying power. However, the material of the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron was extremely tough. Now, he could only rely on the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron to resist the spatial storm outside. Crush. As soon as Lu Ming hid in the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, it was swept away by a spatial storm. The terrifying spatial storm burst out with shocking power and constantly cut the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. However, the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron was extremely tough. Although the spatial storm was powerful, it could not do anything to the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. The leader of the Lan family also saw this scene. "Save me, Lu Ming, save me!" The leader of the Lan family shouted. "Idiot!" Lu Ming's faint voice came from the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. "No, save me. You can't leave me to die. We are all from the heaven realm." The leader of the Lan family shouted and wanted to rush towards the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. However, the entire world was about to collapse. The endless spatial storm swept over and the leader of the Lan family was directly swept into the spatial storm. He let out a cry of despair and then there was no sound. Outside the small world, the other members of the Lan family and the Yen family wanted to rush into the small world. However, when they approached the vortex shook violently and then exploded. What's going on? The members of the Lan family and the Yen family were shocked. Rumble. Then, the space shook violently. The members of the Lan family and the Yen family were shocked and quickly retreated. The other members of the heaven realm also came to the side and looked at it in surprise. Rip. A crack appeared where the vortex was originally. They could vaguely see the scene of destruction inside. This is the collapse of the small world. That small world is collapsing. They were all experienced people. How could they not have thought of this when they saw this scene? They also speculated that the small world was definitely too ancient and was now completely collapsing. Lu Ming is dead meat. Someone whispered. Everyone's expression became solemn. A true emperor was dead for sure when facing the destruction of a small world. The Lan family and the Yen family felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, they didn't rush in. Otherwise, they would also die. What a pity for the indestructible ancient scripture. The members of the Lan and Yen families sighed in their hearts. They didn't care about Lu Ming's life or death. However, it was a pity that the indestructible ancient scripture would accompany Lu Ming to be buried in the void. They didn't leave. Instead, they watched from afar. At this moment, the small world had completely collapsed. Endless space storms swept across the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Don't. Even if Lu Ming hid in the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and had the protection of the cauldron, some of the terrifying vibrations still seeped into the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, causing Lu Ming to suffer a terrifying attack. Lu Ming's body was surrounded by the power of law. At the same time, he revolved the indestructible golden body to resist that terrifying power. However, he still suffered heavy injuries. His bones were broken, his muscles were torn, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. This small world was definitely a heavenly emperor's small world. The energy formed by the collapse was too terrifying. The divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron was like a small boat in the boundless sea, drifting with the waves. It was swept into the boundless dark void by the space storms, drifting into the distance. Not knowing how long had passed, the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron suddenly emitted a violent rumble. Then, a violent explosion erupted outside. Following that, everything calmed down. What's going on? Could it be that I've already been swept out of the dark void? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Through the cauldron's mouth, he discovered light shining in. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Looks like he really got out of the dark void. Lu Ming climbed out of the cauldron's mouth. In the outside world, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. He was currently on this mountain peak. However, when the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron smashed down just now, half of this mountain peak was smashed and embedded in the mountain peak. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Where is this? Lu Ming looked around. What entered his eyes was a boundless green mountain. It was lush and full of vitality, and it was an expanse of lush green. This was not the true emperor's battlefield at all. It was not even the battlefield outside Two World City. Because there were constant battles and killings on the battlefield all year round, it was long dead silent. No vegetation could survive. It was completely different from this place. Could it be that I've been swept into some place in the grand pure celestial domain by the space storms? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He thought of another possibility in the next moment. If he could be swept into the grand pure celestial domain, wouldn't that mean he could be swept into another celestial domain? Could this place be another celestial domain? Other than the grand pure celestial domain, the other 8 celestial domains of the celestial world were occupied by the foreign races. If he came to another celestial domain, it would be troublesome. Let's heal first. Lu Ming shook his head. His injuries were severe. No matter where he was, he had to recover to his peak condition first. Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and circulated the indestructible ancient scripture to heal his injuries. But just as he started to heal his injuries, several streaks of light flew towards him. Lu Ming's expression changed. He could only stop healing and look at the streaks of light. Foreign races. Lu Ming's expression turned uglier when he saw them. It was impossible for there to be foreign races in the grand pure celestial domain. Moreover, this was not the battlefield outside Two World City. There was only one possibility. This was another celestial domain of the celestial world. Lu Ming felt bitter in his mouth. He had never thought that he would really be in another celestial domain of the celestial world. It's the human race. Kill any human who escapes. The foreign races also saw Lu Ming and charged towards Lu Ming. Even though they were far away, there were streaks of destructive light shooting towards Lu Ming. The strongest is at the 10th order true emperor realm. From the other party's attack, Lu Ming sensed that the strongest combat power among the alien tribes should be at the 10th level of a true emperor. This kind of combat strength was no threat to Lu Ming. Lu Ming ignored his injuries and condensed the infinite dragon spear in his hand and attacked. Poof, poof. Streaks of spear light pierced towards the foreign races, killing them one after another. More than a dozen foreign races were killed by Lu Ming in an instant. Lu Ming kept the foreign races' corpses in his pocket world and left the place in a flash. Lu Ming needed to find a secluded place to heal his injuries. His injuries had worsened after he forced himself to attack. But in the next moment, his expression changed. That was because there was another group of outsiders charging over from another direction. It's a human who escapes. Kill him. Chapter 2291. Dozens of foreign races charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming could sense that there were terrifying experts among them. Even though there were no emperors, there were at least 16th or 17th level emperors. Lu Ming was heavily injured and was no match for these foreign races. He could only avoid them for now. Lu Ming used his 6 feathered wings and flew towards the distance. The foreign races chased after him. Which heaven is this? The other party said that there are humans who escaped the net. It seems like there are still humans in this heaven. Lu Ming pondered as he flew. The foreign races behind him were fast. Some of them were strong and they were slowly closing the distance between them and Lu Ming. My injuries are too heavy. I can't use my full strength. Lu Ming frowned and thought of a plan. After a while, he was tens of thousands of miles away. Suddenly, another group of foreign races appeared in front of him. There were more than 20 of them. Lu Ming had no choice but to change his direction and rush towards the left. This way, the distance between him and the foreign races decreased. What should I do? Lu Ming quickly thought of a plan. He could take out the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron to block the foreign races' attacks, but that would be like catching a turtle in a jar. Under such circumstances, it was not a good idea. Lu Ming could only continue flying. Human, die. The foreign races slowly closed in on Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out the fallen star bow and shot a few arrows. However, the foreign races were too strong and they blocked them. Forcefully pulling the fallen star bow made Lu Ming's injuries worse. Lu Ming flew over a mountain peak that towered into the clouds and entered a huge canyon. The foreign races also rushed into the valley. Right at that moment, a series of attacks suddenly erupted from the Grand Canyon. These attacks weren't aimed at Lu Ming, but at the outsiders. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 outsiders were killed, and the outsiders who were chasing Lu Ming were stopped in their tracks. Kill these outsiders. A furious roar could be heard from the canyon as more than 20 figures dashed out from it. Human race, divine beast. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. These people who rushed out were actually humans, and there were also divine beasts. Furthermore, they were all extremely powerful. One of them was a middle-aged man with a saber. He slashed out and killed 2 16th Order True Emperors while seriously injuring another 17th Order True Emperor. That's a peak True Emperor at the 18th level. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Moreover, there were a few 16th-level and 17th-level emperors. It was a completely one-sided battle. Dozens of outsiders were being slaughtered one after another. Lu Ming didn't care about his injuries as he continued to draw his fallen star bow, killing a few outsiders who tried to escape. There were 40 to 50 outsiders in total. Not long after, they were all killed and their corpses were collected. Following which, their gazes shifted to Lu Ming. Everyone, thank you for your help. Lu Ming cupped his fists in gratitude. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Are there other lesser worlds that haven't been conquered by the outsiders? A young woman walked in the air and looked at Lu Ming curiously. This woman was very beautiful. She was wearing armor, and her impressive figure was fully displayed. Other lesser worlds? Lu Ming was confused. Everyone, may I ask where this place is? Which celestial domain is this? Lu Ming asked. Which celestial domain? This is obviously Myriad Spirit's celestial domain. Aren't you from there? The young woman asked curiously. The others also came over and looked at Lu Ming curiously. Myriad Spirits Celestial Domain. I'm actually in Myriad Spirits Celestial Domain. Lu Ming was shocked. Myriad Spirits Celestial Domain was one of the 9 heavens domains of the Heaven Realm. It had long been invaded by the outsiders. It seemed that he had been swept here by the collapse of the lesser worlds. I'm sorry, but I'm from Grand Pure Celestial Domain. Lu Ming said. What? You're from Grand Pure Celestial Domain? The young woman and the others all widened their eyes in shock. Then, their eyes were filled with incomparable joy. We heard from the outsiders that Grand Pure Celestial Domain hasn't been conquered and is still in the hands of the Heaven Realm. Is that true? How did you come to Myriad Spirits Celestial Domain? Is there a secret passage? The young woman asked a lot of questions. The others were also curious. At this moment, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly and his face turned pale. At this moment he was seriously injured. Let's leave this place first. This young man is seriously injured. It won't be too late to ask him after he recovers. An old man walked over and said, I was too excited. Let's go. The young woman said. Immediately, the young woman waved her world energy and took Lu Ming and the 20 people in a direction. During this time, they kept changing directions as if they were afraid of being chased by the outsiders. Soon they came to a secret place. Through a secret passage, they entered an underground space. After arriving here, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged to heal his injuries. His injuries recovered rapidly as the indestructible ancient scripture circulated. In less than 2 hours, Lu Ming's injuries were healed, and he was back to his peak condition. So fast. Seeing that Lu Ming had recovered in just 2 hours, everyone was dumbfounded. Lu Ming's injuries were not light. If it were someone else, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to fully recover. However, Lu Ming had recovered in just 2 hours. This surprised them and made them curious. Thank you, everyone, for your help. Lu Ming stood up and thanked everyone. We're all creatures of the Heaven Realm. It's only right for us to help. The young woman said with a smile. She was very forthright. Among these people, only the young woman was from the younger generation. She was about the same age as Lu Ming. Naturally, she was more talkative. My name is Rinchan. What's your name? The young woman asked. My name is Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. Now, can you tell me how you came from the Tai Ching Heaven Domain? Rinchan blinked her eyes and asked curiously. I accidentally entered a small world that was about to collapse. Lu Ming briefly recounted how he came to this place. I see. I thought there was some secret passage. Rinchan let out a sigh, somewhat disappointed. The others also sighed secretly. Lu Ming came here through a small world that was about to collapse. This was completely coincidental and could not be replicated. If there was a secret passage, they could go to the Tai Ching Heaven Domain through it. By the way, what's the situation here? Lu Ming asked about the situation in the 10,000 Spirit Heaven Domain. Chapter 2292. The 10,000 Spirit Celestial Realm had been conquered by the foreign tribes countless years ago. However, the 10,000 Spirit Sky Domain was incomparably vast. There were all kinds of wondrous places. Moreover, many powerhouses were born back then. There were even quite a few heavenly emperor realm figures. Naturally, there were many small worlds attached to the 10,000 Spirit Celestial Realm. The entrances to these small worlds were mostly hidden and difficult to find. The place where Rinchan and the others lived was one of the extremely secretive small worlds. However, after the foreign tribes conquered the 10,000 Spirit Celestial Realm, they sent out a large number of experts to search for those small worlds and the hidden heavenly realm beings. Over the years, countless heavenly realm experts had been killed, and many small worlds had been found and conquered. Now, there were very few heavenly realm beings left in the 10,000 Spirit Celestial Realm. The remaining people were struggling to survive. That was why they were so excited when they heard that Lu Ming was from the Grand Pure Celestial Realm. The conditions in the 10,000 Spirit Celestial Realm were too difficult. They didn't know when the foreign tribes would find and conquer the small worlds. In the 10,000 Spirit Celestial Realm, they faced danger at all times. Of course, they wanted to go to the Grand Pure Celestial Realm to cultivate. This time, We came out to find an origin stone vein and seize some origin stones. We didn't expect to meet you." At this point, Ren Chan sighed. Lu Ming completely understood. Ren Chan and the others hid in a small world without an origin stone vein. In the long run, they would run out of origin stones. Without origin stones, how could they cultivate? That was why they took the risk to come out and look for origin stones. However, most of the origin stone veins in the 10,000 spirit celestial realm are guarded by the foreign tribes. It's not easy to seize them. Our plan is to go to a small vein nearby. Brother Lu, do you want to go with us? Ren Chan asked. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. Now that they were in the 10,000 spirit celestial realm, it was rare to meet people from the heavenly realm. Lu Ming naturally wanted to go with them. Otherwise, it would be more dangerous to go alone. Immediately, everyone left the place and carefully headed in a certain direction. Along the way, they didn't meet any other foreign tribes. In fact, there weren't that many outsiders in the realm of myriad spirit. This was because although the outsiders could absorb and refine the origin chi of the heavenly realm, it was very slow and the efficiency was very low. It was very disadvantageous for the outsiders' cultivation. It was just like how Lu Ming's absorption speed was also very slow. Therefore, there weren't that many foreign races in the heaven realm. They all took turns. A batch of non-humankind warriors had been stationed here for many years. Only the battlefield in Two World City had a large number of non-humankind warriors. Otherwise, Ren Chan and the rest would not dare to come out. About a day later, they arrived at a dense forest. Here, ancient trees towered into the sky, and the green grass was like a cushion. More than 20 people were hiding nearby. Through the leaves, they could see an enormous mountain range off in the distance. It was none other than En or Mine, which was guarded by powerful outsiders. Let me check, Ren Chan said and then sat down cross-legged. The others surrounded Ren Chan. It was obvious that Ren Chan's status was very high among them. Along the way, Lu Ming found out that Ren Chan's battle strength was equivalent to a 10th order true emperor. With such battle strength at his age, he could be ranked among the top of the 9 absolutes even in the grand pure sky domain. At this time, a layer of green light spread out from Ren Chan's body. This layer of green light resonated with the surrounding green grass and ancient trees, causing the grass to emit a layer of sparkling green light. After a while, Ren Chan opened his eyes and said, "There is an Emperor Realm expert in the ore mine. It seems like we need to wait for the right opportunity." Lu Ming was taken aback. Could it be that Ren Chan had used the green grass and ancient trees to detect the enemy in the mine? This method could be said to be incomparably mysterious. Apart from emperors, how about those with true emperor strength? An old man asked. There is one 18th order true emperor, 2 17th order true emperors, and the rest are below 17th order true emperors. There are about 50 of them. Ren Chan said. True emperors are fine. As long as that Emperor Realm expert leaves, we can make our move. A middle-aged man said. Lu Ming, we need to wait here for a while. Ren Chan came over and said with a smile. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled. Later, Lu Ming found out that Ren Chan had a mysterious divine ability. The strongest law that Ren Chan had mastered was the law of life. Combined with other laws, it created a mysterious divine ability that allowed him to sense the enemy's situation and even their cultivation through the grass and trees. The further the distance, the weaker the perception. Of course, this was also determined by Ren Chan's cultivation. The stronger the cultivation, the farther the perception. This divine ability was amazing. It was no wonder that Ren Chan had a high status in everyone's hearts. Next, they waited in the forest. Lu Ming didn't stay idle. He comprehended the laws in peace. Now, he had 3 laws, the law of death, the law of devour, and the law of array, all of which had reached the 3rd realm. As for the law of primal chaos, as the first law that Lu Ming comprehended, it was also very close to the 3rd realm. Lu Ming focused on comprehending the law of primal chaos. As long as the law of primal chaos broke through, his combat strength would skyrocket. This wait lasted for 3 months. It's about to break through. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly captured a trace of inspiration. He felt that it was finally time for the law of primal chaos to break through. Lu Ming was wholeheartedly immersed in it, without any distractions. Boom! Not long after, Lu Ming's aura surged, and his law of primal chaos broke through to the third realm in one fell swoop. Ren Chan and the others' gazes fell on Lu Ming, exclaiming repeatedly. During this period of time, they already knew that Lu Ming had mastered 3 supreme laws. At first, they were shocked beyond words. Even now, seeing Lu Ming cultivating, they were still amazed. Brother Lu Ming, I reckon that you are an invincible genius in the Tai Ching heavenly domain. It's a pity that you ended up in the 10,000 spirit heavenly domain. If you could grow up steadily in the Tai Ching heavenly domain, you might become an invincible powerhouse in the future. Someone sighed. Indeed. The others nodded. Now that Lu Ming was stranded in the myriad spirit sky domain, lacking resources and unable to return, it was hard to say what his future path would be. There's also Ren Chan. Many people looked at Ren Chan. Ren Chan's talent was also rare in the world. Although their entire small world had gathered resources to nurture Ren Chan, under such conditions, the resources were limited. Even so, Ren Chan had achieved so much. If he was in the Grand Pure Sky domain, his achievements would probably be even higher. After a while, Lu Ming ended his cultivation and opened his eyes. My current combat strength should have reached the 15th level of the true Emperor realm. Lu Ming measured his combat strength. Previously, his combat strength was at the 14th level of the true Emperor realm. The law of primal chaos was no small matter. Once he broke through, his combat strength would increase greatly. Now, Lu Ming's combat strength had reached the 15th level of the true Emperor realm. Chapter 2293. They continued to wait. Another 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. That great emperor has left. Ren Chan suddenly cried out in excitement. They waited for 3 months before the great emperor finally left. Only one great emperor left? Someone asked. Yes, only that great emperor left. Ren Chan nodded. That's not bad. They have 1 18th level true emperor and 2 17th level true emperors. We have 1 18th level true emperor and 3 17th level true emperors. We can suppress them. A white-haired old man said. The white-haired old man was the strongest among them. He was at the peak of the 18th level true emperor realm. There were 3 17th level true emperors among them as well. Leave the 18th level true emperor to me. We need to stop the 2 17th level true emperors. We'll have 1 more 17th level true emperor to help the others kill the other races. Then, we'll work together to kill the 3 strongest great emperors. The white-haired old man explained his strategy. Everyone nodded. It was the best strategy for now. However, for safety's sake, they didn't attack right away. They waited for a while to prevent the great emperor from returning. After a few hours, they made sure that the great emperor had left before making their move. They concealed their auras and headed towards the mine. Not long after, they arrived at the vicinity of the mine. There were 2 true emperors guarding the entrance of the mine. Unfortunately, they weren't strong enough and were killed by the white-haired old man in one move. Charge! The white-haired old man roared and they charged into the mine. It's the fish that escaped from Heaven World. Kill them. The moment they entered, they were discovered by the great emperors. Dozens of great emperors rushed out from different parts of the mine. There were more than 50 people, twice as many as they had. Kill them. Ants from Heaven World, die. An outsider whose entire body was covered in purple light gave off a terrifying aura as he charged towards them. This was an 18th level true emperor. Leave it to me. The white-haired old man rushed over and engaged in a fierce battle. Both of them were evenly matched. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. At the same time, the 2 foreign experts were also stopped by the 2 from the other side. They had an extra 17th level true emperor on their side. Although they had fewer people on their side, they were all elites and were obviously stronger. Kill! Lu Ming also rushed over and condensed a long spear in his hand. With a stab, he killed a level 13 true emperor of a foreign race. Lu Ming discovered that among these alien races, only a minority had purple scales. Most of them were ordinary evil god race with black scales. This was also normal. The purple-scaled evil god race were nobles of the evil god race. Naturally, there wouldn't be so many of them. They could only see so much outside the battlefield of Two World City. Lu Ming was invincible, and after killing 2 more non-human experts, he was finally targeted by a non-human expert. This person was a 15th level true emperor. The outsider roared as he charged toward Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming flapped his 6-feathered divine wings and rushed toward the outsider as well. Boom! Both of them used their killing moves and clashed fiercely. Then, both of them quickly retreated. The difference was that the outsider was heavily injured while the outsider spat out mouthfuls of blood. On the other hand, Lu Ming was only lightly injured. Both of them had the same battle strength, but Lu Ming had the indestructible golden body. The outsider's attacks could only lightly injure him. On the other hand, he could easily injure the outsider. Kill! Lu Ming continued to attack the outsider. The two exchanged a few more moves before the outsider's head was pierced by Lu Ming's spear and he died on the spot. With the same battle strength, Lu Ming had the absolute advantage. Of course, having the same battle strength didn't mean that both of them had the same cultivation level. In fact, the outsider's cultivation level was much higher than Lu Ming's. However, Lu Ming was stronger and could fight above his level. Hence, they had the same battle strength. At this point, Lu Ming's side had the absolute advantage. They were all elites with great battle strength. Though the outsider had more people, they weren't as strong as them. More than 20 of them had already died. This was especially true for the 17th level true emperor expert. He was unstoppable. They were about to win according to their plan. Right at this moment, a violent rumble suddenly came from one of the mines. Then, 2 burly foreign races rushed out of the mine. Damn celestial bastards, kill them! The 2 foreign races roared and soared into the sky, charging toward Lu Ming and the rest. Boom! 2 of Lu Ming's experts were sent flying. One of them spat out mouthfuls of blood while the other was weaker and was killed instantly. Not good, 2 17th level true emperors. They were hiding in the depths of the mine and I couldn't find them. Rin Chan exclaimed. Not good. The others were shocked as well. The enemy had 2 more 17th order true emperors. Their top experts were at a disadvantage. They were about to lose. Bastards from Celestial World, die. The 2 outsider roared and rushed towards Lu Ming's group. I'll stop them. The 17th level true emperor expert rushed towards the 2 outsider. However, he was no match for the outsider and was injured after a few moves. It wasn't a matter of cultivation but battle strength. It was a matter of equal battle strength. It was hard to tell who was stronger. What do we do? What do we do? Ren Chan and the others were anxious. Their lesser world didn't have a lot of people to begin with. The death of even one outsider would be a great loss. Leave it to me. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke and dashed over. At the same time, the fallen star bow appeared in his hands. Buzz. Lu Ming pulled the bowstring and the fallen star bow vibrated slightly. The power of laws and the power of the world poured into the fallen star bow. A 9-colored arrow shot toward one of the alien races with the combat strength of a level 17 true emperor. That outsider swung his battle axe at the arrow. Boom! Intense rumbling sounds echoed out as the outsider's battle axe trembled violently and cracks spread out across its surface. The outsider couldn't even hold onto the battle axe properly, and it flew out of his hand. As for the outsider himself, he was sent tumbling backward, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Before Lu Ming's breakthrough in the law of primal chaos, he was only a 14th level true emperor. The fallen star bow could be blocked by a 17th level true emperor expert. However, now that Lu Ming's law of primal chaos had improved, the fallen star bow's power had increased. The 17th level true emperor expert couldn't stop Lu Ming's arrow at all. Then, Lu Ming shot another arrow at the seriously injured foreign race member. This time, the outsider couldn't stop Lu Ming's arrow and was killed in the air. Good. Chapter 2294. Ren Chan and the others were ecstatic. They didn't expect Lu Ming to be strong enough to kill a 17th level true emperor. This meant that they could turn the tide of the battle. The other outsiders were shocked as well. At this time, Lu Ming pulled the bowstring for the third time and shot an arrow at another 17th level true emperor. Boom! This outsider was heavily injured by the arrow. How could his opponent miss such an opportunity? He rushed over and killed his opponent with a slash. Two 17th level true emperors were instantly killed. Next, Lu Ming dashed toward the rest of the alien races with the combat power of a level 17 true emperor. Each time Lu Ming pulled the bowstring, the enemy would be heavily injured and killed by his opponent. By the time Lu Ming released the fifth arrow, all 17th level true emperors were dead. On Lu Ming's side, the three experts with the combat strength of a level 17 true emperor were free to kill the remaining alien tribes. With the addition of three 17th order true emperors, the battle became one-sided. Soon after, the remaining outsiders were all killed. Only the 18th order true emperor was still fighting the old man. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Damn it! The foreign race with the combat strength of a level 18 true emperor roared furiously, glaring at Lu Ming with resentment. It was all because of Lu Ming that the battle ended like this. However, Lu Ming's reply was an arrow. A 9-colored arrow with a long tail was shot towards the outsider. Bang! The non-humanoid being unleashed a strike with all his might to block the 9-colored arrow, but his body was also shaken violently, revealing an opening. The white-haired old man used this chance to injure the outsider. Attack together. At the same time, the others attacked as well. More than 20 attacks flooded the outsider. The outsider was exhausted and kept retreating. During this time, Lu Ming released 2 more arrows. 2 arrows shot out in rapid succession, startling the other party, who hurriedly tried to block them. As such, he was no match for the white-haired old man at all. He was continuously struck by the white-haired old man's killing moves. In the end, he was unwillingly killed by the white-haired old man. At this point, all the outsiders in the vein were killed. Lu Ming, it's all thanks to you this time. Ren Chan and the others came over to thank Lu Ming. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, they would have been in great danger. Even if they could escape, they would have suffered great losses. Since we're here together, I'll do my best. Lu Ming smiled and took a deep breath. He put away the fallen star bow and took out a pile of ores to absorb them. The 7 arrows earlier had consumed a lot of Lu Ming's energy. He needed to replenish his world energy. I'll keep watch here, you guys go collect the ores. Ren Chan and the others. The others nodded. Then, they entered various parts of the mine to collect origin stones. Ren Chan, on the other hand, used her divine ability to observe the surrounding movements through the vegetation. Lu Ming sat cross-legged at the side and absorbed the ores to recover his cultivation. A few hours later, Lu Ming had recovered to his peak, but he didn't go to dig for ores. He still had a lot of ores, enough for Lu Ming to use for decades. Lu Ming sat at the side and waited. After a few days, they finally finished digging for ores. This time, they had gained a lot, enough to replenish their energy for a while. Now they had to leave. The longer they stayed, the more dangerous it would be. If a great emperor came, they would all die. The group left the place and ran along the mountain forest, rushing toward the small world they lived in. With Ren Chan, who could sense them, they were very safe and could perfectly avoid the outsiders. However, they didn't dare to increase their speed recklessly. Just like that, after half a month of traveling, they finally arrived near the small world where Ren Chan and the others lived. In front of them, there were groups of mountains, but there was no vegetation. It looked like a dead silence with gray fog everywhere, and visibility was extremely low. This is the Land of Dusk, one of the 3 great forbidden lands of the myriad spirit sky. It's the first of the 3 great forbidden lands, known as the dusk of all living things. It's filled with terrifying field energy and is extremely dangerous. Ren Chan explained to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He understood that the entrance to the small world where Ren Chan and the others lived should be in the Land of Dusk. Are there no outsiders here? Lu Ming asked. There are, of course there are. Ren Chan said, the 3 forbidden lands of the All Spirits land have been targeted by the foreign tribes for a long time. The other two forbidden lands have been conquered by the foreign tribes. Only the Land of Dusk hasn't been conquered yet. The Land of Dusk is filled with terrifying field energy. The foreign tribes have attacked it many times and suffered great losses. Our entrance to the small world is only at the periphery of the Land of Dusk. We don't dare to go deeper because it's very dangerous. Wait a moment, you have to follow us closely. They restrained their auras and carefully entered the Land of Dusk. Because there were still outsiders lingering in the vicinity, they couldn't let the outsiders discover the entrance to the small world. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. The outsiders wouldn't let them go. After entering the Land of Dusk, their speed slowed down. The white-haired old man walked at the front while the others followed the old man's path. This area was filled with undulating mountains. A terrifying pressure pervaded the air, making one feel a strong sense of danger at first glance. The terrain here naturally formed all kinds of terrifying field energy. The closer to the core of the Land of Dusk, the more terrifying the field energy was. It was extremely dangerous. They carefully moved forward. After a few hours, they finally entered an underground crack and entered a dark river. Through the dark river, they came to an underground cave. There was a dark vortex here. The entrance to the small world was here. It could be said that it was extremely hidden. No wonder the outsiders hadn't found it for so long. They stepped into the vortex. In the next moment, Lu Ming and the others arrived at a mountain range. "We're here. Let's go to the city." Ren Chan smiled and the group flew forward. This small world was very large and spacious. After flying for a while, they arrived at a huge city. There were still many people and divine beasts in this small world. After all, it was a small world. After so many years of reproduction, the population was naturally large. Therefore, cultivation resources became a scarce item, and the demand could not meet the demand. After arriving at the city, Ren Chan arranged a place for Lu Ming to stay. Lu Ming stayed here with peace of mind. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. Lu Ming could only cultivate while looking for a way to return to the Grand Pure Sky domain. Or, when his cultivation was strong enough, he could directly kill his way back. However, he didn't know how many years that would take. A few days later, the upper echelons of this small world invited Lu Ming to ask him some questions. Lu Ming's arrival from the Grand Pure Sky domain had alarmed some of the powerhouses of this small world. Chapter 2295. The upper echelons of the small world all wanted to know how to get to the Grand Pure Sky domain. This was not the way to go. The cultivation resources in this small world were getting fewer and fewer, and it was difficult for powerhouses to be born. If the foreign races found it, it would be destroyed sooner or later. Only going to the Grand Pure Sky domain was the best plan. In ancient times, when the foreign races invaded, not everyone retreated. Many did not have time to retreat and stayed in the myriad spirit sky domain. This was the case in this small world. Unfortunately, they did not get anything from Lu Ming. They only knew the current situation of the Grand Pure Sky domain. Next, Lu Ming stayed here and cultivated in peace. Every day, he would enter the mountain river diagram and comprehend the laws under the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. Now, the Enlightenment Ancient Tree had grown to 50 meters tall, but compared to the mature Enlightenment Ancient Tree, the effect was much worse. But it was better than nothing. However, after cultivating for a few months, Lu Ming did not break through other laws. He was still at the peak of the second realm. It was not that easy to break through to the third realm. During this period, Ren Chan would spar with Lu Ming from time to time. In this small world, Ren Chan was undoubtedly invincible among her peers. Now that there was Lu Ming, who was about the same age as her, but his combat strength was far above hers, she naturally looked for Lu Ming often. After a while, the two became very familiar with each other. On this day, Ren Chan came to look for Lu Ming again. "Lu Ming, we plan to go out and go to the Thousand Spirit Mountain to pick some spiritual herbs and sacred herbs. Do you want to go with us?" Ren Chan said. "Thousand Spirit Mountain?" Lu Ming's eyes flickered. "Yes, the Thousand Spirit Mountain is the most famous mountain in the myriad spirit sky domain. There are endless spiritual herbs and sacred herbs growing in the Thousand Spirit Mountain. Moreover, the Thousand Spirit Mountain contains sacred soil, which is very suitable for the growth of sacred herbs and spiritual herbs. Our first goal this time is to bring back some spiritual herbs and sacred herbs. In this small world, there is a serious shortage of spiritual herbs and sacred herbs. Many low-level martial artists lack spiritual herbs and sacred herbs for cultivation. If the conditions allow, it would be best if we can dig out some sacred soil from the Thousand Spirit Mountain. We can grow a large number of spiritual herbs and sacred herbs. Ren Chan explained. All right, I'll go, Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, Myriad Spirit Mountain isn't like other places. Although our spiritual herbs and sacred herbs aren't very useful to the outsiders, they don't want us to get them. Therefore, Myriad Spirit Mountain has a large number of experts guarding it. It's very dangerous. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. Ren Chan said. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming also wanted to go out and temper himself. Otherwise, his cultivation progress would be slow. Moreover, Lu Ming had killed a large number of foreign tribes in the True Emperor battlefield and obtained many black crystals that were unique to the foreign tribes. Over the past few months, Lu Ming had taken the time to let the Sky Emperor's body absorb a large number of crystals. The energy stored in the Sky Emperor's body had once again reached about 30%. With the Sky Emperor's body, the self-preservation ability of the Sky Emperor's body was much stronger. All right, we'll be leaving soon. Let's go together. Ren Chan smiled and came to a square with Lu Ming. There were already a few people gathered here. This time, they had sent out quite a number of experts, including 5 martial monarchs. There was definitely a great emperor guarding Myriad Spirit Mountain. Without a great emperor, they wouldn't be able to get the spiritual herbs and sacred herbs. Almost everyone is here. Let's go. An old man with almost all his hair falling out said. He was a high elder of the minor world. He was an expert in the great emperor realm. Lu Ming understood that there was a heavenly emperor guarding this minor world. However, he was in seclusion and didn't come out. Therefore, a high elder was the highest level. This time, a high elder led the team with 5 great emperors as support. The rest were all true emperors. There were more than 100 people. This was already a very powerful force. They went out of the minor world's exit and carefully left the land of dusk, heading in a certain direction. Myriad Spirit Mountain was located at the center of the Myriad Forest Land. It was the most famous sacred ground in the Myriad Spirit Land. It was said that the Myriad Spirit Land's name came from Myriad Spirit Mountain. In the primordial era, before the foreign races invaded the Myriad Spirit Land, it was prosperous to the extreme. The strongest sect in the Myriad Spirit domain, the Myriad Spirit sect, was guarding Myriad Spirit Mountain. Later, the foreign races invaded and the Myriad Spirit sect was destroyed. Myriad Spirit Mountain was also occupied by the foreign races. They moved forward very carefully and didn't meet any foreign races along the way. According to Ren Chan, the number of foreign races in the Myriad Spirit domain had suddenly decreased in the past 10 years. The number of foreign races guarding various places had also decreased sharply. That was why they dared to come out and obtain resources. In the past, they wouldn't have dared to think about Myriad Spirit Mountain. As the number 1 sacred ground in the Myriad Spirit domain, there were many foreign race experts guarding it. However, in recent years, the number of foreign races on Myriad Spirit Mountain had decreased by a lot. Is it because of the attack on the Grand Pure Domain? Lu Ming guessed. There were a total of 2 battlefields in the Grand Pure Domain. In the past 10 years, both had been attacked by the foreign races. Perhaps the foreign races had transferred their experts from other domains to the battlefield in the Grand Pure Domain. That was why their numbers had decreased. That was very likely. It took them more than half a month to reach the vicinity of Myriad Spirit Mountain. In front of them, there were towering mountains that towered into the clouds. However, there was one mountain that was the most majestic among them. It stood out among the mountains like a crane in a flock of chickens. That was Myriad Spirit Mountain. The origin chi here was so dense that it had turned into mist. Ren Chan, check it out. Elder Yuan ordered. Ren Chan nodded and then began to check through the flowers and trees. Soon, Ren Chan finished and said, there are 4 very powerful auras. They should all be emperors. For emperors? Good. Elder Yuan was delighted and said, "Wait a moment. We'll attack and restrain the enemy emperors. You guys take the opportunity to rush in and pick the sacred herbs. It would be best if you can dig up some sacred soil." After Elder Yuan finished speaking, he looked at the other 4 emperors and nodded silently. Then they rushed out together. The 5 martial monarchs rushed toward the 1,000-spirit mountain. Their terrifying auras immediately startled the non-humans. Bush, 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 bush. For beams of light immediately burst out from the 10,000 spirits mountain. They were all martial monarch realm experts, who engaged in a fierce battle with the 5 elders. "Let's go," someone said. They rushed towards Myriad Spirit Mountain at full speed. When they got close to Myriad Spirit Mountain, they split up into groups and spread out. They split up and entered Myriad Spirit Mountain to pick spiritual herbs and sacred herbs. Then they would gather outside. Their main purpose was to pick spiritual herbs and sacred herbs, not to fight with the enemy. More than 50 people were divided into more than a dozen groups and rushed towards Myriad Spirit Mountain in different directions. Lu Ming and Ren Chan were in a group. They followed the forest and rushed towards Myriad Spirit Mountain. Boom! Boom!